Hi everybody, my name is Michael. This is my YouTube page, Mox News. Thank you very much for tuning in. I hope you're finding something of value here. I truly do. The original Mox News page with 6,600 plus videos, and the alternate Mox News #1 page with 10,200 videos. Probably 10,000 hours work, something like that. But that's not the part, you know. I mean, it's this living history of what people thought at a moment when something was happening. This page, my work has always been about what happened today and what you guys' input on that is. And like I've always said, without you, the work is completely meaningless. You complete the work, which is, I guess, why they call it YouTube. And I cannot thank you enough for completing my work for all these years. It's truly heartwarming. It's truly heartwarming.
Hi everybody, my name's Mike, and this is my YouTube page, Mox News, at least for the next few days, I hope. If you guys are interested, we are shifting over to the Mox Farms page. I will link that for you in the chat in just a minute. There's a link in the text body of the video. So it makes sense to be able to see that right now there's what they call a strike, a community guideline strike on the page, which suspended the page for a week. We couldn't upload or change anything, couldn't leave any comments. So it suspended the page for a week for medical misinformation. So medical misinformation, which, you know, I guess apparently we're not allowed to challenge any government organizations anymore in the United States, especially not one that has lied to us for the last 70 years about the medicinal qualities of cannabis, right? For the last 70 years, this government organization has said cannabis has absolutely zero medicinal qualities, which is not true. Anybody with an encyclopedia or the internet, because they didn't have the internet back 70 years ago, anybody with an encyclopedia, and you think doctors and stuff like that would know for a fact that cannabis has been used for thousands of years as a medicine. Just in the last 100 years, it's become this horrible devil's weed. And a big part of that was because of these government organizations. Now, why would they do this to beautiful flowers that can help so many people? Because they don't want you growing your own medicine in your backyard. That would completely fuck with the pharmaceutical company. And if you had your own medicine, why would you have to go to the doctor, right? So they don't want you, it's going to fuck with the pharmaceutical company. It's going to fuck with the for-profit medical industrial complex. Oh, and let's not forget alcohol. If cannabis was legal, alcohol would take a big hit, right? Alcohol being the #1 date rape drug in the world, right? Every night, 1 million women get raped. Every day, 1 million women get raped because they had one drink too many. Don't forget, ladies. Again, we have to protect the alcohol industry because, it's our #1 date rape drug, right? And then, of course, the tobacco industry. We have to protect the tobacco industry. Oh, let me say, worldwide, all deaths worldwide, 10% of them, which I've already posted this video, 10% of them are alcohol related. All deaths worldwide, 10%. So we got to protect that for sure. Cannabis, again, not being related to any fucking deaths ever. But no, that's the devil's weed, right? Okay, tobacco industry would take a giant hit if cannabis was legal. Who the fuck wants to smoke a cigarette except for people that are already addicted? So, the tobacco industry would take a giant hit, right? So we got to protect the tobacco industry because it only kills like 1 million people a year in India. How many in the United States? How many else around the world? We got to protect that, right? We can't talk out about this kind of a government organization that would hide this, that would lie to us about cannabis for the last 70 years. We cannot talk about them at all. When you people call, I don't want to hear you talking about government organizations at all. Now, let's see, where are we at? Tobacco, right? Okay, so let's go to the petroleum companies, right? Because, cannabis, you can make a very high-grade oil out of it, for which you could very much replace petroleum. But we can't have that, right? We can't have that for 1 second because we need to poison every bit of water and every bit of air that we can possibly poison. Otherwise, what would we want? Oh, the coal industry, right? We have to, don't forget the coal industry would take a hit. Let's see, what else? Oh, the cotton industry, right? The cotton industry. Now, again, these are government agencies that have lied to us for the last 70 years about the medicinal qualities of cannabis, let alone everything else, right? The cotton industry would take a giant hit because you can make a much better fabric out of hemp than you can out of cotton. And the reason that's important is because cotton uses 50% of the pesticides that are used in America go to protect cotton. 50%. And then, of course, they go into our water supply, and you know what that happens. 50% of all pesticides used in America go to producing cotton. Now, if you were to substitute the cotton with cannabis, what you would find is better fabric, and you don't have to use any pesticides at all. So we can't have that because then you'd be fucking with the pesticides community and the fucking cotton industry, right? So this would be horrible for our country, right? If you could grow your own medicine in the backyard. How horrible would that be? Again, medicine that they've told us for 70 years has no medicinal quality, while people have MS, while people have epilepsy, while little children are having fucking 300 seizures a fucking day, they're lying to us about the medicinal qualities of cannabis. Okay? But we can't question government organizations no more, especially ones that lie to us constantly. Right, YouTube? Fucking hell. Ooh, I'm hungry. I didn't get to eat before the show. So I have chicken strips. Let's see, what else do I have in here? Let's see. I got chicken strips. Okay. So this is where I'm coming from. So we got suspended for medical misinformation. Medical misinformation. Again, for 70 years, these people, these government organizations, have given us medical misinformation, right? About cannabis, right? 100% true. But we can't question government organizations now. They wouldn't lie to us about anything, right, YouTube? Fuck, what, we can't say anything about 9/11? We can't say anything about Sandy Hook? We can't say anything about a million fucking things, is that right, YouTube? So you guys need to go subscribe to Mox News right now because, not Mox News, Mox Farms, which you can type into YouTube, it comes right up. Or here's a link to it. There's also a link in the text body of the video. So, Boo Boo, you want a piece of chicken? All right, give you a piece of chicken. Where you at? You on the camera? Gotta come over here. Gotta come over here. Where you at? There you are. Come over here. Wait, over here. Over here. Come over here. Come on. Right here. Right here. There's that Boo Bear. Come on. Over here. Come on. Over here. It's hot. It's hot. I told you it was hot. I told you. There's my Boo Bear. He's my Boo Bear. All right. So this is a call-in show. If anybody would like to call, the number's right there on the screen. 805-669-6397. 805 Mox News. And today is Dabs for Donations Friday, which is a good way to come back, I guess. Here's the way that program works. You give a donation, and I take a dab in your honor. Now, today my UPS driver came over. We'll call him Jay. Jay came over, and he said, hey, you know that guy Mox News on YouTube? And I was like, he said, I don't want to give that guy a donation. And he slipped money in my hand. He goes, here you go. Gives me a donation. So I'm going to do a bong hit for Jay. And then I'm going to do a bong hit for Brandon. Because Brandon's been a Patreon customer or client, Patreon patron, for the last little bit. Sending $20 a month, which is very nice for him. And I haven't done a single bong hit for him since then. So, first one's for Jay, second one's for Brandon, and we'll go from there. Hopefully we'll have a couple more after that, right? So, Dabs for Donations Friday. If anybody would like to give a donation, we have those right here. That's not it. God damn it! I'll get it. I'll get it. You can find it in the text body of the video. What the fuck is going on here? Okay, let's see. You can find it in the text body of the video. All the donation links. So, if you'd like me to take a dab in your honor, I will be happy to do that once I get this audio shut off. Yeah. So this one is for Jay, and the next one's for Brandon. And, oh, by the way, Tulsi Gabbard did an interview. What's going on here? Tulsi Gabbard did an interview a couple days ago, and she said that the government is pushing towards nuclear war with Russia. So I thought that was important news to share with you guys, but I can't share the video right now because, again, we're walking on eggshells. I have video to share with you, but not that one. But we're walking on eggshells right now, so that's why I hope that you will go over to the Mox Farms page. Again, there's a link in the text body of this video, or I put it in the chat a couple times now. Okay, so let's see. Let's see. If anybody wants to call again. Oh, motherfucker! I do not know what's going on over here right now. Okay, so let's try something else. I have videos. I made videos for you this evening, including a video about a white soldier who harassed a black man that was walking through his neighborhood. I'm not sure where the black man was from, but he started pushing him and talking down to him, and I thought it was very ugly, and apparently that guy has been charged, so that's a good thing. But I want to talk to Brandon about him, because he looks like he's been taken, he just looks roided out, right? Like he's just doing massive amounts of steroids. And I want to talk to Brandon and see if that's pretty common in the military. All right. Thank you very much, Jay, my UPS driver. Very nice of you, my brother. And I told you about him before. He every time he drives by, I walk the dogs every day, and every time he drives by, regardless if he has a package to drop off or not, he stops and gives me a hug and pats the dogs because he's a very, very nice man. And today he stopped by, and he's like, you know that Mox News guy on YouTube who said, I don't want to give him a donation, but here you go. So, again, that was a big surprise and very nice of him. So I would I would have Rufus jump up and give me a kiss before I give him the chicken strips. But, Rufus, go up on the couch, buddy. Go up on the couch. I'll give you some more. No, go up on the couch. I'll give you some more. Go up on the couch. Go up on the couch. I'll give you some. Go on, go on. Go on. I'll give you some with barbecue sauce. I know you like the barbecue sauce. Go on the couch. Go on, hurry up. Get up on the couch. Go on, hey, get up. Hey. You want more chicken strips? Get up on the couch. Go on. Up on the couch. Go on, up on the couch. Dang it. All right, just a sec. All right, you want this? Come over here. Come over here. Get up on the fucking couch. That's my good boy. Come on, down here. There you go, buddy. All right. So, there's my beautiful baby. Okay, so I gotta have another bite of chicken strip. All right. So now that I caught everybody up to speed on why Mox News got, why Mox News got suspended for a week. And thank you guys so much for, caring about what's going on with me, because it's really nice to see, people asking about the dogs. And there's my girl. Oh, girl, what's the matter? Are you missing out on treats, huh? Are you missing out on treats, girl? Oh, there's my girl. There's my girl. Easy. What a good girl you are. You're such a good girl. All right, here you go, boo-boo. All right, that's all. No more right now. We'll have some later. Okay, so where was that? Right, so we caught all up to speed on why we're suspended. Medical misinformation, apparently. Again, nonconformists are not allowed on YouTube anymore. Challenging government agencies is not allowed on YouTube anymore, which means I guess we can't talk about 9/11 or being lied into war in Iraq, being lied to again and again and again. I don't even know if we're able to say anything about the current shootings, right? The current mass shootings. Because they're saying, it's really odd to me, right? That Biden comes into office and start pushing all this gun control stuff, and all of a sudden, lo and behold, there's all these reasons why we got to push the gun control through right now. It's an international disgrace. So That's the world that we live in now. You can't challenge anything, apparently on YouTube at least. And Craig is working on getting the videos up on, what's up, baby girl? Craig is working on getting the videos up to BitChute. So hopefully we'll have those videos posted in a day or two, and I'll give you links on Monday in case anybody wants to see which videos were banned for medical misinformation off of YouTube. Because there was actually 2 of them. And I am so hungry right now. One of the videos was titled, what are non-fungible tokens, NFTs in parentheses? What are non-fungible tokens, and are they a good investment? That was the title of one of the videos. But again, the other video, I was talking about the endocannabinoid system being all throughout the body, and how I believe that the partially the reason that there's, I guess I can't talk about it. Because, cannabis has no medicinal qualities whatsoever. We have to listen to these government agencies who tell us such things. And not challenge them in any way. I don't know who the hell you guys think you are. But you're certainly not medical professionals. Alright, I got another dab ready for Brandon. Is he in here? Brandon? Maybe I should wait for him to show up. I don't see him in here. But I can get one ready. Let's see. I'll get one ready. And then I'll play a video for you of this guy berating a black man. The soldier who looks all roided out. If you guys didn't see the video already. And apparently he was charged, but he was berating this black guy and telling him, you walked into the wrong neighborhood, and all this shit. And, like a crazy person, again, like a roided out crazy person. So I was hoping to talk to Brandon about whether or not, this steroid use is fairly common in the military or what, because... And I have a story about Afghanistan, pulling out of Afghanistan also, which I think is important, and I like to talk to Brandon about it. But my point is, if anybody wants to bet that there's Joe Biden says we'll leave Afghanistan by September 11th, right? All troops out of Afghanistan. They'll probably leave a bunch of shit there. And remember, all troops does not mean all contractors. Again, contractors are mercenaries hired to kill people at a very high rate. And we call them contractors. So when you hear the word about, we left a few thousand contractors and they're not talking about building fucking huts and houses and stuff like that. Hello, caller.
Hey, Mark, this is Manny.
What's up, Manny?
Hey, 2 questions. Number 1, how is it that you don't have the protest in the background? Like, go to woke.net, and you'll see, like, a lot of protests going on.
I asked Craig if he could put up a woke background. He's working on it right now.
Yeah, because right now it's getting intense up there, dude.
Yeah, no, he's working on it.
Okay, the other question for you, Max, is like, so what do you think about what's going on with the protest?
With the what?
With the protest.
Protest? I think that it's appropriate, dude. I love seeing people in the street. I wish it wasn't always angry people demanding change. I wish it was people out dancing and having a nice time. But the cops would probably shoot them all.
Oh, I see. Well, I mean, I kind of feel bad for the little kid that got shot, man. But at the same time, it's like, okay, what the hell are you doing at 3 in the morning with like a weapon? And then they show like apparently the shooting that they had earlier that day before the call. And I'm like, it's hard to, I don't know, it's hard to, it's hard to justify for the kids. It's hard to defend these kids.
Okay.
But again, it's just my opinion.
And, right, Manny, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Should we not question what the police say? Like YouTube doesn't want. Okay. Well, do you know that police carry backup guns that are like throwaways? That when they come on the scene, they throw guns if they can't find one.
Interesting. I didn't know that.
I posted videos about it in the past.
Can you expand on that, because that's kind of new for me though. I didn't know that.
Yeah, they carry guns that don't that they're not connected to. You know, they pull them out of the police whatever lockup or whatever, and then when when they shoot somebody, and it wasn't a threat that they say that he was or she was, they drop a gun, one of these unregistered guns, and they say, "Oh, look, he was armed." We've seen this happen many, many times. This is what I'm talking about being able to question what's happening. You know, the way this is headed on YouTube, we will not be able to question anything. Because, you know, I mean, what did they kick Alex Jones off? He was way before the medical, way before the COVID. So, I don't know, Manny. I'm just saying, you know, we should always question what the cops say. And that kid clearly had his hands in the air when that cop shot him.
I mean, I don't know, man. There's like a frame or two where he actually had like an actual weapon. I mean, yeah, an actual weapon.
Did he drop behind the fence?
Yeah, that's what he said. That's what he just...
Okay, he dropped it behind the fence, which means he was unarmed, with his hands up, Manny.
I know. But at the same time, like, how do you want to react if you have a split second, though?
Okay, look, you're buying into this bullshit, Manny, okay? How you react is you either fucking kill a 13-year-old kid, or you act like a man and you wait. They killed Tamar Rice less than 2 seconds after the cops got out of the fucking car. Okay, Tamar Rice, a 12-year-old boy, not out at 3 o'clock in the morning, playing in the fucking park. They ran their fucking car into the middle of the park, jumped out, and shot him fucking dead less than 2 seconds. Okay? I don't want to hear how fucking long it took. And those fucking cops got off scot-free because the video wasn't clear what happened. What a bunch of bullshit. Yes, you do. I've talked about it many times.
Well, don't get mad, Mark.
What?
Don't get mad.
I'm tired of this cop sucking. Okay? The cops are wrong. The guy had his hands up, just like the cop told him to do. He said, "Get your fucking hands in the air." He got his hands in the air. Turn around. He turned around. Cop shot him in the fucking chest. Okay? He was following orders. You think that's okay, Manny?
Well, kind of.
How? How is that okay?
Because you have to understand, Max, this is Chicago. Like, literally everyone's killing each other all the time.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, Chicago is a dangerous place. I mean, I'm really scared of Chicago. I don't want to go to Chicago.
Chicago's a very nice place. Look, Chicago is a very nice place to visit. Okay? I wouldn't want to live there. It gets way too fucking cold. But it's a really pretty city, and they have fantastic pizza. Now, that being said, the cop killed this guy in 1 second, Manny. Okay? He didn't take a second to look and see what was going on. He just shot him in the fucking chest. Okay? I don't care what fucking city he's in. That's bullshit. Okay? And again, if you're going to tell me how he feared for his life, then he shouldn't be doing that fucking job. Okay? Their job is to run towards the bullets when everybody else is running away. Their job is not to be fucking afraid. Okay? And if you're afraid and you're a cop, you're a little fucking pussy. Go ahead, Manny.
I'm not a pussy.
Are you a cop?
No, I'm not a cop.
I said if you're a cop and you're afraid, you're a little fucking pussy. Because you get paid not to be a fucking afraid. So stop acting like it's okay. Anybody who says, I feared for my life and they're a fucking cop should be immediately fired. No excuses, zero.
I don't know, Mox. A lot of cops are just walking away from their jobs because people like you are making it very hard for them.
No, it's not people like me. It's their fucking coworkers who won't kick out a shitty person who they know is going to kill, who they know has killed in the past, and they know is going to kill again. They know he's an angry person, and they know he goes out every fucking day to fuck with people's lives. Okay? And they won't ever get rid of him. In fact, even worse, they fucking protect him. They all circle around him and fucking protect him. Okay? And they lie to the public about the whole fucking thing. Okay? It's not okay, Manny. There is nothing about this that's okay.
It is okay. They're defending themselves, huh?
No. Not okay.
Max, okay, don't get mad. First of all, you have to understand the nuance of the situation. This little 13-year-old kid was not some innocent little kid. I was.
How do you know that?
And I was an asshole.
How do you know that?
13-year-old kid, dude, there's a video before the shooting where they showing he shooting people on the streets. In fact, they
You saw that video? You saw that
Yeah.
video? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I didn't see that video.
There's a video.
I watch the news. I watch the news constantly. I didn't see that video.
Well, look at it, like moments before the shooting, the kid and another 20-something-year-old man, they shoot like an SUV on the street, and then suddenly they have the call from the police that there were like eight shots going on in Chicago. The cop ran over there and then start persecuting the kid.
They didn't get a call. They didn't get a call to the police. They did not get a call to the police. They have a sound system in Chicago, and when a shot rings out, the sound system collects that sound from different angles, and then it pinpoints where the shot came from. Okay, they didn't get a call from some fucking guy on a cell phone and say, "I just got shot." They didn't get that.
But yeah, but you still see that on the video though, like the kid shooting at the car, the SUV.
I haven't seen that video. I can't comment on it.
Dude, look at that. Look at that, man. Look at that. I highly recommend to watch that video before the shooting. So it's showing you that there's a lot of noises going on, and the kid was not so innocent. And I really hope that there is justice though, but at the same time we shouldn't put these kids on a pedestal like a freaking saint. And that's what we're doing with all the minorities that are...
No, that's what you're doing with the fucking cops, Manny. They can do no wrong. Okay? They just killed a 13-year-old in less than 1 second. Okay?
I'm so tired, man. I'm so tired that any black man gets shot. Oh, let's put it on the PST.
All right, man. It's good to hear from you. Thanks for calling. Any black man. Is that what we're going to do? God, what do you watch? Fucking Fox News 24 hours a day? Or Sean Hannity or Tucker? Is that what you do? Okay? Or CNN for that matter. CNN is becoming the most divisive channel on the fucking cable dial. Okay? Why? Because they profit that way. Just like Fox News appealing to the conservatives. Again, like I've said a million times, they're just talking to different suckers, right? So, and all the virtue signalers that watch the CNN. I have a couple CNN clips, but or one at least. but it's about that's the one about the white soldier. Again, this is how they paint the situation. White soldier. Why not just a soldier? Why not just a sergeant in the army? Why does it have to be a white sergeant, a white soldier? Because again, they're trying to be divisive. It doesn't matter what color he is. He's a fucked up individual who's fucking with this person for no reason except for to tell him. And people like to fuck with me because I don't look like I belong in the neighborhood either. I told you, I was walking home from Safeway with 3 bags of groceries. And the cop pulls me over, demands the CID, and tells me that I fit the description. Which I said, you're looking for someone carrying 3 bags of groceries? Is that right? And what he did was get in his car and drive away. Because they're fucking pieces of shit! That being said, I'm going to play a video for you now. I'm going to play the one about the soldier. I hope Brandon's here because I was hoping he could give us some input on this. Because this guy looks all roided out. And he's obviously having roid rage. So, I'll be right back. I'm going to go heat up my tea. Stay cool.
So this next story has gone viral. As a U.S. soldier charged with assault after a video circulated showing him threatening and shoving a young black man in a South Carolina neighborhood. Now, we don't know what happened before this incident, but there are questions about whether it is another case of walking while black. I want you to take a listen.
You're aggressing on the neighborhood.
Someone came running at
You better walk away. You walk away. You talking to my wife right now.
That's your wife?
Walk away.
I didn't do
Walk
it.
away.
Your wife was speaking.
Check it out. You either walk away or I'm going to carry you out of here.
Dude, if you touch
What do you
me,
want to do?
You better not touch me.
Or
I'm not
what?
arguing
What are you
with
going to do?
You up on me.
Let's go. Walk
I'm not-
away.
I didn't do anything to you.
I'm about to do something to you. You better start walking.
I do anything to her.
You better start walking
So
right
when
now.
you come after me like that,
I ain't coming after
you're the one
you.
in the wrong.
You're in the wrong neighborhood. Get out.
You're in the wrong neighborhood. It's 2021. Anyway, that was just part of the video. When asked about the events leading up to the altercation, police wouldn't go into detail. They said that other things occurred, but they don't justify the actions of the suspect. That suspect is Sergeant First Class Jonathan Pentland. CNN has not been able to contact him, and joining me now, South Carolina State Senator Mia McLeod. She represents the area where this incident took place. Boy, hi, Representative. Thank you. I mean, good evening to you. This is your community. What goes through your mind when you see this kind of hateful confrontation?
The list is endless. Thanks for having me, Don. What we are experiencing here in South Carolina is nothing new. I mean, we see it on the news every day. I think it's nothing more than racialized violence. And as a mom of 2 black sons, I am frustrated and angry and afraid for our young black men and women who are constantly subjected to race-based hate and harassment and violence.
You have been speaking out about this incident. You received a voicemail about it at your office this morning, and I just want to play it for our audience. We don't know if this is one of your constituents, and CNN can't authenticate the voicemail, but here it is.
Do you realize how white women are afraid to go where black men are wandering around? They're afraid they're going to be robbed. They're afraid they're going to be stabbed. They're afraid they're going to be raped. White women live with this fear all the time. This is nothing new. And you stay out of neighborhoods where this could happen. And you don't go down certain streets because that's where the blacks live. And they're shooting at each other. I don't know why that man was in the one you were talking about was in a white neighborhood. But it does concern you when the blacks show up in your neighborhood, what they're doing there.
Can't make this stuff up, Don.
I mean, again, we don't know if it's one of your constituents, but I mean, she seemed to know what she wanted to say and then talk about it, you know, very openly. I mean, this is blatant racism. Is that what you're up against in your district?
That is what I'm up against in our state. not just my district. My district is not, I mean, we don't live in a vacuum. This is, as I said at the beginning, nothing new. Her mindset, of course, is nothing new. And she's basically the poster child for what we are up against, not only in South Carolina, but across the country.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we're getting confirmation from police that Sergeant Pentland's home was vandalized by unknown protesters last night. They believe it was unknown protesters last night. People are angry. They're fed up. What's your message to them if it is indeed protesters who are, vandalizing this man's home?
Well, my message is, it's really simple. And that's what I said on the Senate floor earlier this week. People want change. They're demanding change. And I simply asked of my white brothers and sisters, I let them know that their silence is killing us. It really is. We want action, not apathy, courage, not cowardice. We want empathy, not enmity. It is that simple, and it's that difficult at the same time. This is a really critical time in our state's history and in our nation's history. We're at a breaking point. And I'm concerned that if we don't, if our white brothers and sisters don't wake up and realize that, we may be the targets, but this impacts everybody. It impacts all of us in our communities. I did understand that the protests got out of control last night, and people are just at a loss for how to protest, how to make their voices heard, how to, stand up against all of these flagrant injustices. We need answers. We need leaders who have the courage to do what's right, not what's politically expedient. And we've got to look at this issue differently. It doesn't just affect communities of color.
Yeah.
Hey, Craig, send Brandon's call up. Send Brandon's call up. Hello, caller.
Two Broad Star Brandon.
Hey, Brandon. Hey, Brandon, this bong hits for you, okay?
All right. Hey, boss. Let me get on this piece of shit in South Carolina real quick. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Listen. Let me explain this to your listeners real quick. His career is over with. And I'm going to tell you why. It's not that, let's say this man is not found guilty or he does a plea deal or none of that. The military does not like bad PR. Okay? They don't like bad press.
They get plenty of that already.
Yeah, exactly. But you do that while you're deployed in uniform, or you've been in missions like me when kids get killed, when drums are bopped on a house 9,000 fucking miles away.
Yeah.
Okay? This shit right here, where obviously the guy's drunk, he's barefooted. So if he was the hero of the neighborhood, he would at least put some fucking shoes on, number one.
Brandon, just a sec. I walked around Seattle with no shoes for about 6 months because I wanted to. And and the reason, I think that, I don't know. I think that probably it always felt like it connected me to the earth more, Hold on, I'm sure that's not what he was thinking, but I'm just saying I didn't do it to be disrespectful to anybody. Hey, hold
Yeah,
on, hold on
no.
one sec. Hold on one sec.
Yes, sir. My man.
All right, go ahead. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh no, that's good, man. But anyway, his commanding general is a black guy. His command sergeant major of the installation is a black guy, and from my understanding, he's a drill sergeant.
Huh?
You know, so meaning all his peers. A lot of people don't understand. In the military, it's the most diverse community in America.
That's what
literally, it is the melting pot.
That's what I thought as soon as you said he's a trainer. Yeah.
Yeah. So, and he's training. He's preparing young Americans to be soldiers. Every race, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Whatever.
Yeah.
And so they've already pulled him off the platform. When I say pulled him off the platform, they pulled him off of being a drill sergeant. Okay?
Yeah. Well, that's a good thing. That's a good
so,
thing, right? I mean,
yeah,
they could
well,
see.
because it's bad PR.
Well,
and then let me finish, Mike. I'm sorry, I'm gonna cut y'all, boss. So whenever he shows it up at work after all this shit happened, he has to look at his peers in the face.
Right.
And this is the problem when you make the military a talking point. Okay, the military, for all my years in the military, no one talked about us. The first one that talked about us was George Bush, because it was a war, but it wasn't singling soldiers out. It was praising soldiers for combat, whatever, right? I understand the support. I get it. Now, when
bro, can I say something, Brendan? You also get their fucking photo ops, which you told me you didn't go to one because you get what they're doing.
Yeah, Bush in Afghanistan. Yeah, at Bagram Air Base. When they told me, like, hey, Sergeant Medler, I'm like, nah, I'm tired. I'm going to bed.
Thanks.
Well, that's what I told the Master Sergeant.
Yeah.
I'm like, nah, man. And I was the E7. He was the E8, and he wasn't gonna push me to do it because I'm tired.
Yeah.
I'm like, nah. I'm like, give it to the younger soldiers. Go see the president.
Yeah.
I don't want to, because they don't tell you who's coming. But common fucking sense tells you if it's a photo shoot, you know,
right,
who's coming to town. I'm like, dude, it's nothing against GW. He's my fucking president, but goddamn it, I'm tired. And I knew that it was his last year in his office, that he was gonna make these trips around the country. You know, and it was nothing against, like, I didn't want to show up to take, to stand behind him while he gave a little rally speech. That's what they do in front of the camera.
I don't. Hey, Brandon, let me tell you something. I don't think that's what they do. I think they go there and they stand amongst a bunch of heroes, and they go and they try and gleam some of that hero off of them, like, oh, look, I'm the commander of all these people. I'm just as brave as they are. And, they fucking cower wherever the fuck they're at. Oh, I hope I don't get shot or whatever.
Yeah, exactly, right?
Yeah.
And so that's the reason why I didn't go to that shit. It wasn't nothing against him or for his policies or none of that shit, right? But back on this guy is that now Fort Jackson has a black eye because of one fucking idiot.
He looked like an idiot. He looked like an idiot.
Yeah. Yeah, and when you're in the military, every weekend you get what they call a safety briefing. And that safety briefing dictates the climate of where you live at. So let's say it's winter, summer, fall.
Everybody, or just at a certain level, you get that briefing.
Yeah, everybody gets the briefing on the end of the work week, say Friday.
Yeah.
Right? And this is what the briefing sounds like. Don't get a DUI. Don't beat your wife. Don't beat your kids. Don't beat your husband. Don't, the basic do not do rule.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Well, that dumbass broke it. And what the reason why they do it is just don't
remember, you're a soldier 24/7. If I get a phone call and I gotta come in on a Saturday or a Friday night to get you out of jail, you didn't listen to the safety brief.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like I get it. People argue all the fucking time. You know what I'm saying? Spouses and stuff.
Yeah.
And most soldiers, they have domestic violence, but nothing like the civilian world. Because that soldier knows, let me shut up and let me leave. And he'll call his sergeant, and his sergeant will go pick him up.
Yeah.
Or whatever, and take
Yeah.
him out, or his battle buddy.
Yeah.
You know, to make sure that his wife's pissed off at him, or just arguing. So
Yeah.
you don't see them. The DUIs, you see DUIs. You know, you see some skirmishes in bars and dance clubs. That's common. You know, but what that dumbass did in Fort Jackson is a training. It's a trade-off post. Meaning training command.
Yeah.
Okay, it's basic training, it's AIT. And there's a lot of, again, it's a melting pot of people. And it's going to be hard for that man to hold his head up to his peers.
Yeah.
So I'm going to tell you what's going to happen to him, okay? Regardless of what happens to him in his legal proceedings off base, because he lived off base, right? And his wife is so proud of her husband. He's a drill sergeant. Not no more.
Yeah.
He's not a drill sergeant. He's going to have to take off the round brown.
Right.
That's what we call the drill sergeant hat, the round brown, right? So he's not wearing that motherfucker no more. He's going to get a general letter of reprimand from that general, meaning he's going to get pink slipped. If he has over 20 years, then he's going to get forced to retire. Or either if he has less than 20 years, which I seriously doubt, I think he's 42 years old. I think I read that right.
Yeah.
Then, I mean, if he joined the Army late, but I seriously doubt that he doesn't have or right at 20 years. So they don't force him to retire. But, god damn, can you imagine putting all that fucking work in?
Yeah.
And then you go be a drill sergeant. When you go be a drill sergeant, Mike,
Yeah.
you go back to drill sergeant. You go back to basic training. And you have to learn all that shit.
Yeah.
It's back to in basic training, and they teaching you how to spit out the modules. And they're called modules, meaning how to teach these civilians how to march, do push-ups, and it's verbatim. You know, it's like verbatim a manual, verbatim. You gotta know 20 fucking pages of shit.
Yeah.
And you gotta say it because it teaches those young kids like, damn, drill sergeant's gonna pop his shit. Every drill sergeant says the same thing. Wow, they must have went to the same school.
Yeah.
You know, and it's such a hard job to do. And for him to blow it because of whatever's happening in this fucking neighborhood, to even behave that way, number one, he's a soldier 24/7. He fucked up. He never should have did it. You know, if there was a concern about something, he should just call the cops. He could have recorded everything. It seemed like a nice neighborhood. I'm pretty sure everyone had Ring doorbells or some fucking shit, right? Or some form of camera.
It did look like a nice neighborhood.
But when he said you don't belong in this neighborhood, that shit right there reminds me of Tavon Martin. You don't belong here. It reminds me of Aubrey that they got out with jogging in Georgia.
Yeah.
You don't belong here, so we're gonna chase you down and kill you. You
Yeah.
know what I'm saying? So his career's over with. He's going to get a knees improvement on his evaluation. His career is over with, and he knows it. And he has to go out with his head down, which is absolutely a shame, but he did that to himself. You know what I'm saying? So he gets everything he deserves, but I'm not going to knock his accolades or serving our country. He fucked up. He needs to go ahead and say, you know what, just let me retire.
Yeah.
You know, or whatever. And the other thing about, I was listening to Manny talking about the cops and stuff.
Yeah.
And I hope Manny's still listening. Manny, if you're still listening, there's this website called ODMP.org. I'll say it again, OMDP.org. And what it stands for, ODMP.org, OfficersDownMemorialCase.org. And you can go in there, and it's and it's updated daily of how many police officers die every day while they're on duty.
Uh-huh.
Whether it be, like last year we lost 200-something cops to COVID. You know, and typically every year we lose about 40 to 60 to gunfire. We lose officers to heart attacks while they're on duty or whatever, car wrecks, whatever.
Suicide?
You know,
Does it count suicide too?
But
Does it track suicide? Does it track suicide?
Oh, yeah, I gave it to Greg. Yeah, I told Greg about it. So you can bring that motherfucker and play with it.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, do they count suicides also as a death toll?
No, because suicides typically don't happen while they're on duty.
Yeah. Okay. I was trying to figure that out. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, believe me, there's a page for that too. But yeah, listen. If everyone wants to get behind the cops about, well, the cops were scared because someone had a gun, well, why don't you motherfuckers admit that we got a gun issue in this fucking country? And let's fix that first so these people can't have guns.
I don't want to mess with the Second Amendment. Okay, look.
I'm talking about illegal guns. Is what I'm saying.
Well, it'd be nice to be able to do something about illegal guns, but most of the people who have them are probably criminals, so it's going to be very difficult. But I don't want the Second Amendment messed with. Here's the reason why, Brendan. Because if there ever was an invasion of this country, we'd be well prepared to deal with it. You know.
Yeah, but logistically, if anyone invades us, Mike, they can't sustain themselves.
Yeah.
We're surrounded by the Pacific Ocean and the Atlantic.
Yeah.
They cannot sustain themselves. They don't have the resources to sustain, like, believe me, if there's 1 million Chinese people on planes or boats coming to invade, we're going to see them coming.
Well,
okay?
what if it's like 1,000 Iranians that are already living in the country? Or 10,000 Iranians?
I believe that then we would pick up on that. Because,
not that I have anything against Iranians. I do not have anything against...
Well, listen, look, we had, 15 Saudi Arabians that flew planes in the building? Okay.
Is that right, Brandon? Gee, I don't remember that at all.
I know, right? Hey, well, allegedly, right? So anyway, so now since that happened, guess what? Our defensive posture has stood up against what? Middle Eastern countries, people who now our agencies are looking more at them and our agencies are communicating more effectively. But yet, we had a Saudi Arabian guy, I think it was last year, Air Force, he was a pilot in Florida, here for training, Saudi Arabian Air Force went and bought a gun.
Right, he was a military person in the Saudi Arabian Air Force.
Training.
Yeah,
to fly planes in Florida. Walked in the training facility. And I think he killed like 4 to 6 pilots. Right. So, but guess what? We haven't got perfect on that. But I want to know when that's like one of the things, like the big wave, are we going to get invaded or whatever?
Well, if we go to war with...
Those type of wars are over with. It's all going to be cyber or it's going to be something like COVID,
Tulsi Gabbard was on Tucker not last night, but the night before, and she was saying that they're trying to start a nuclear war with Russia. She said it won't start that way, but that will be the way that it ends up if they start war with Russia. She's a pretty smart girl.
Well, you know what? I really like her.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I had no problem with her flying to Syria and talking to Bashar when she did it. She caught a lot of shit for it. You know what I'm saying?
Well, she asked all of her colleagues to go with her, and they all said no. They all said no, don't go there. And then she said fuck you and went there anyway. So and she talked to Assad. Go ahead.
Yeah, but and there's nothing. She did what she felt in her heart was right, just to go talk to these other governments. But at the end of the day, let's be honest. everything's a money grab. Okay, so
when you say war is a money grab, or what do you everything? What do you mean by everything?
Well, what? When I say a money grab, yes, there's companies that make beans and they make bullets. You know, so you got to sell beans and bullets whenever you have a war, and gas and fuel and parts and all that, right?
Right.
But when it comes to the real superpowers, there's a reason why only 9 countries got nuclear weapons. Because meaning those 9 countries only get a seat at the round table.
Yeah.
Okay, so meaning because if you cross that line or whatever, then they can retaliate and totally wipe everybody out. Of course, they know they're going to get wiped out, right?
Yeah.
You know, so that's the reason why we don't want North Korea to have nukes. We don't want
Iran.
We don't want. No one else needs to have nukes. Period. Right? Because then everyone's going to say a small country that has no natural resources, right? They can say, well, I can destroy the planet and I want $1 trillion a day from all these other countries, or I'm going to launch nukes. And that's how retarded this shit can get.
And that's exactly right. I don't know about the I mean, it's understandable why Iran or North Korea might want nukes, because it's like what you're saying.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, any of the big countries that don't have that kind of protection seem to get attacked by the United States.
Yeah. That, or either they follow suit and they go along with the plan, and they don't get a seat at the table, but they get invited to the room to hear what the 9 people talk about at the table.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So when all the, I think it's 53 or 55 countries in Africa, they're just sitting around listening to what everybody else talks about. They're like, oh, okay, all right. And you got all these countries in Central and South America. They're like, oh, okay, I know what's going on. Right? You know.
Yeah.
So that's the thing. Now, you know, Putin obviously does not want to move forward, but you got to go look at Russia's GDP. They don't make no fucking money, man. They don't make no fucking money.
Yeah.
They don't. They're broke. They're you know, if I'm not mistaken, Japan is like the 3rd largest economy after China or something. In Japan, I could be wrong on its place, but Japan is just a fucking island.
Yeah.
It makes more money than fucking Russia.
Well, those people,
you know,
people are very prolific. They've been that way for a long time. I think that a lot of countries after the Hiroshima wanted to try and give them a hand up, you know, and I think that they made the most out of that. So.
Oh yeah, but yeah, and it just comes down to pride, and that's really it. So this shit with Russia will always be there. You know, there's always the Hatfields and there's the McCoys.
Let me say again. You know, when again after Hiroshima, the Japanese again, I think a lot of countries went to Japan to try and help them build back up. And and my point is now what happened was they had the most advanced infrastructure, and then they went and they got into all this technology, and they were just ahead of the game on most people, you know, on most countries, on most industries.
Oh yeah.
And that's because they had, again, one of the most advanced infrastructures in the world. And this is what I keep talking about America, about the United States needing. Because it's not just a matter of making millions of good paying jobs. It's not just a matter of building something that the people can drive on without it crumbling. It's a matter of, like I said, national security. Because if we have the most advanced infrastructure in the world, then we'll be able to move forward and make all these new industries happen that right now we can't, because this country is crumbling. Go ahead, Brandon.
Well, yeah, oh no, you know what? Well, first off, I think the Japanese people got real smart after we nuked them, because they got like really fucking smart after that. So I think the nuclear fallout made them really smart. They created Godzilla. You know, I'm fucking with the Japanese. My bad, right? That shit's horrible.
Yeah,
But,
that was horrible. Hey, let me ask you.
There's a reason why. But there's a reason why Japan can never own nukes.
Uh-huh.
The same with
Right.
Germany.
Yeah.
Germany can never own nukes because they don't know how to behave. You know what I'm saying? And seriously, Germany can never own nukes, but yet America has nukes in Germany, the air bases and stuff like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
But that's because of Russia. And I think that after World War II, if you look at history, when America and Russia worked together to defeat the Germans, America was more feared of communism than anything else. So guess what we did? We allowed all these Nazis in our country. You know, so and shit like that. Now, if
you don't think it was because CIA and all that really appreciated the Nazis and what they did?
Well, I'm pretty sure it was that because the Jews killed Jesus, right? You know,
I don't know about that. If there was a Jesus, I don't know.
That's all. No. Listen. We ain't trying to ban YouTube. It's my fault. Okay, it's Two Month Star Brandon fault. Look, but what I'm saying is that's always been a biblical talking point.
Yeah.
You know, and that's historical fact. You know, I'm not supporting that retarded ass ideology. YouTube, I'm sorry for saying retarded. You know, but
stop apologizing.
Yeah,
fuck YouTube.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I know, but that's just how that shit is, Mox. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And but yeah. So shit. I mean, we went from the punk ass drill sergeant Fort Jackson to World War II. Your show's fucking amazing, bro. Your show's fucking amazing.
I wanted to ask you about that sergeant, and I wanted to know if he looked roided out, like he was having roid rage or something, because he looked all like he was, you know, like I don't know, he looked a little bigger than the average guy.
He was, well, this is what it is, man.
And what I wanted to ask you is if that's kind of a common thing in the military, to use the steroids.
Well, it's okay. First off, the guy stays in shape. Number one.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, I've known because the military gives you a urinalysis every fucking month.
Yeah.
Meaning, I'm gonna keep the numbers simple. If you have 100 people in a unit, the commander every month has to piss 10%. So that means I'm keeping the numbers simple. That means 10 random people get a urinalysis test.
Are they really random, or they just say that they're random?
No, it's random. Believe me. And
I believe you.
Random.
I believe what you say, Brandon.
The only time it's not random is if you've pissed hot in the past.
Yeah.
And you're mandatory for like a year, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I've been in formation where a first sergeant had a dice and like a fucking a dice that has like 1 through 12 on it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know, and he'll roll it. And he'd be like, if your last digit of your social is a 4, fall out. Meaning you're getting pissed. And he'll get like 4 guys. Okay, if your last digit is a 7, fall out. And or whatever. Then every quarter, you have 100%. Meaning everybody gets pissed. Now let me explain how the military does its piss test. It's damn near sexual assault or harassment. Meaning you have to stand by a urinal and you're given a cup, right? And that's being assigned to you. This cup is your cup.
Yeah.
Okay? And the observer, meaning the other military person, has to watch the discharge of the urine come from the head of your penis into that cup.
And how do they do the women the same way?
No, okay, so it's called cock gazing.
Okay.
When it comes to the women, the female, because you do a piss test while you're in your PTs, your shorts, right? When you're a woman, you have to go in the stall, pull your pants down, over the toilet, put the cup between your legs, and pee, and there's a female squatting down on one knee, watching the female's vagina and discharge. Seriously, dude, you ain't selling that mother. You can't keep that bitch.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's damn near sexual harassment. Just, you know what? Just go draw some fucking blood.
Yeah.
Just make it simple.
Do they
go draw some blood.
do they test for the steroids?
Of course not.
Yeah. So I was asking. I mean, I wanted to know, is that kind of a common thing in the military?
The only way I know one person to get called for HGH. You know that's steroids too, right?
Yeah.
You know what HGH is, right?
Yeah, human growth hormone.
We was in Afghanistan, and this guy ordered the shit offline, because you can order that shit offline, and he went on leave. He was a staff sergeant. He was a Spanish kid, right? So next time I see him, he comes off leave, the motherfucker's a sergeant. I'm like, hey, what happened? He was like, Sergeant Medlin, when I was on leave, I packed up all my stuff. I secured it, like, you know, in my bunk area, but I left a bag unzipped, and someone walked in my room and just snitched on me because I had some HGH pill steroids in my bag, and I came back and I confessed to it because I'm like, well, I'm in Afghanistan. I want to make sure I'm at my physical capacity and peak to fight, and they reduced them from E6 to E5, which goes on your military record, which is a career killer.
Yeah.
Meaning you're done. Eventually, you're going to get pink slip, you know, because they do the evaluations every year. If you have a negative NCOER or you get reduced and you're already NCO, you know, you're done. They're going to kick you out.
So, but they normally wouldn't test for that. If he hadn't left it lying around, he wouldn't have gotten in trouble.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, he just confessed and said, yeah, but someone made it, listen, someone, again, this is the military. That's why I say this guy's fucked. They're going to make an example out of this.
Yeah. I wish they do that. I wish they do that with the cops, man. We wouldn't have this problem.
But, yeah, well, you know, man, they're not going to do that to the cops.
Of course not. This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying is they all kind of circle around the cops. All the other cops circle around the cops. And they're no. All the media circle around the cops. You know, it's fucking horrible, dude.
Yeah. Oh yeah, but you know what? But again, I mean, shit. We just had a 19-year-old kid that got investigated by the FBI last year. He goes to FedEx and kills 9 people in 2 fucking minutes. You know what I'm saying? So. You know, there's a lot of flaws in how we conduct business, per se, you know, and shit like that.
It seems like kind of like the people who know about this, you know, this investigated this guy for violence. It seems like somehow instead of kind of focusing proper attention on this guy for what, you know, online, phone calls, whatever, they because they gather all that shit anyways, but instead of focusing proper attention, they're like scattered everywhere, acting like everybody's a fucking criminal, and we got to focus on focus on 300 million people instead of the ones we know might be a problem here if we don't watch them.
This is a prime example. A cop shows up to a domestic violence dispute, and this woman's eye is closed shut. And the cop says, do you want to press charges, or you going to, nope. Okay, so he has to leave. So what the fuck you think's going to happen? He's going to whoop her ass again, right?
Well.
You see what I'm saying? But the cop knows this motherfucker should be in jail.
Yeah.
But she ain't going to say he did it. You know, and it's just like that. No one... 8 years down the road, the same cop may show up at the same house, the same apartment complex, and guess what? The same motherfucker, instead of him opening the door, he starts shooting through the fucking door. Again, like I think I mentioned to you last time, we need to call our own out. You know what I'm saying, Mark?
This is exactly what I'm saying, Brandon. They need to be held to a higher standard. You know, if they break the law,
and that's everybody.
well, I mean the cops in particular, because they have this power over people, and if if they break the law, then they should be made examples of, just like all these fucking politicians. You know, if we fucking okay, you're clearly breaking the law, which my guess is the vast majority of the politicians are breaking the law all over the place, continuously all day long. I would bet on it. So they should be held to a higher standard. They should. This is some of the people the FBI should be focusing on, but instead they're protecting them. You know. Let me ask you one more thing, Brandon. Let me ask you one more thing. This Afghanistan pullout, right? Do you think that it's most likely that there'll be a terrorist attack before September 11th, so that they don't pull the troops out of Afghanistan, or they can't? I'm sorry, they can't pull the troops out of Afghanistan.
Well, first off, I'll answer your question and I'll tell you something else. If they want a terrorist attack to happen, it will.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. Number two, the thing I want to tell you is Afghanistan is about the size of Texas. So I want you to think about how many police officers are in Texas. How many border patrol officers are in Texas. Look at how many correctional officers are in Texas. Then look at all the military installations that are in Texas. Take all those numbers of personnel in Texas, and it's still not enough to stop crime from happening in Texas.
Yeah.
Okay? Now, imagine that in a foreign country, and we ain't got that many numbers. There's not that many paved roads. The terrain is fucking mountainous.
Dude,
you know,
these guys been fighting invaders for like 500 years.
Yeah.
You know, they're not about to give up.
And then they have open borders, you know, with Palestine and Iran and shit, if I'm not mistaken. But they got open borders with Kyrgyzstan and all these other fucking countries that's above them too, right? You know, so sometimes it's best when you're playing poker and you've lost $5 trillion just to say enough's enough.
Yeah.
You know.
So you think the Pentagon doesn't have a problem with that or whatever?
Well,
I mean, they're controlled by the military-industrial complex, right?
Listen, Mox,
yeah.
It's the shareholders of these companies.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Remember what I told you, beans and bullets.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying,
beans
exactly.
And bullets and parts and fuel,
yeah,
shit like that.
Yeah.
Those investors are like, wait a minute, whoa. If we pull out, then the stock is going to go down of these major corporations.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So now, with that being said, because of these wars between Iraq and Afghanistan, America is created so more millionaires and billionaires than any other fucking country.
Yeah.
So it's all economically tied. And listen, those people don't give a fuck. They don't. And
yeah.
I'm talking about there's people in the military who invest in these companies. They just want a return on their dollar and their money. They want to make money. Yeah. They don't give a fuck.
That's what I keep saying that. I keep saying about Iraq, man. The only reason that we went to war there, which we know was a complete lie, the war was based on a complete lie, fabricated by the White House and the Pentagon. The only reason we went there. There was no combat reason, no, threat. The only reason was to make Dick Cheney and people like Dick Cheney very, very rich.
That, and there's another thing that is not talked about. We get to test our toys.
Didn't I know? Oh, right. That makes sense, too.
Yes. We get to test our toys because after Vietnam, Russia went to test their toys in Afghanistan, and just like Vietnam, they got their ass whooped too.
Yeah,
you know what I'm
but
saying?
They were smart enough They were smart enough to pull out after 10 years, Brandon.
Yeah. But sometimes there's something you can't break. You know, let me ask you this: have you ever seen that picture, that real famous picture of it's like an 1800 picture of an old black man that was a slave, and it's a picture of him looking over his shoulder, and he has all these lashes on his back.
I don't know if I've seen that or not. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I would, if anyone just Google slave with, beat marks or slashes on his back, right?
Yeah.
You can see that picture. After all those beatings of that man being a slave, it didn't break his will. Okay?
Yeah.
So, meaning you can never really break the will of the people. You really can't. You know what I'm saying? So, and that was government that was beating him because the government said they couldn't beat him with a whip. Right? You know, it was government that told them people in January 6th, you can't come across this barrier. Well, the will of the people said, yeah, we can, fuck you. And they did.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Now, I disagree with it, but I disagree with the guy getting whipped. You know, but you know where I'm going with this. The will of the overwhelming will of the people will always win. Period. You know what I'm saying? So eventually China will fall. Because the will of the people will say, you know what? Fuck you, you can't control it. You know, and it's always the will of the people always wins. But it's all about who can make the most profit before the will of the people understand what's going on.
That makes sense.
You know, yeah. And I'm going to leave you on that note, brother. I'm glad you're back. I hope you don't get bad, at least for the next, 90 days, 6 months.
Well, go make sure you subscribe to the Mox Farms page.
Okay, Mox Farm page?
Mox
right.
Farms, yeah. That's my cannabis page.
Oh, I didn't know that. Well, I got something to watch now.
Yeah.
Nice.
All right, B. I'll talk to you soon.
All right, boss. Take care, man.
You too. Stay cool, bro. And that's our buddy, 2 Bronze Star Brandon. It's always nice to hear from him, especially when things like Afghanistan are being brought up, and Afghanistan and all these things like this sergeant in the military that berated that guy. You don't belong in this neighborhood. Who the fuck, Brandon's, it's good to hear from him so we can understand a little bit more insight. So, that being said, I am ready to play another video. Yeah, go. Okay, go. We got another caller. So, I'll take another caller. And let's see. That's the Mox. Okay, that last link I just put in the chat is the Mox Farms page, and it's also in the text body of the video, or you can just type it into YouTube and it comes right up. Hello, caller.
Hey, Mike. How are you doing tonight?
Okay. How about you?
I'm fine. It was pretty warm today.
It was a very sunny day.
Yeah, it was like 78 degrees here in South Puget Sound, where I live. And it was 3 degrees off the record temperature, which was, I think, 81 degrees.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know when that was, but anyway, it was a warm spring day. It was beautiful. Lots of people out and about, walking, biking, and so forth. Walking their dogs. Biking.
Yeah,
it's nice.
Yeah, it was great. We went for a long walk. Got lots of vitamin D. It was very nice. I had on my hoodie, and it was just way too much clothes.
Yeah, definitely almost t-shirt weather or light shirt weather.
Yeah.
So I'm glad that you're back on the air tonight. You're back on your YouTube channel tonight, and it's really pathetic that your voice was kind of out of the scene, right, for a week when we had this buildup of war that's been occurring in the Ukraine.
Yeah.
With this United States government saying that it's going to take these 2 Navy ships, through these straits into the Black Sea, right next to Russia's big naval base, and just have them float around in the sea. Well, they backed down. They said they were going to do that, and then they got permission from Turkey to do that, and then at the last minute they changed their mind, which is good. because I don't think the Russians are fucking around right now.
They're not that when it comes to the military, they're not. They don't do that. They,
Yeah,
they're
and this contested area of Ukraine, of course, Ukraine was part of the Soviet Union until like 1990, right? So this isn't really ancient history for these people, by the way. But this contested area in Ukraine is literally less than like 300 miles away from like the capital of Russia, right?
Yeah.
So like from Washington D.C. to Columbus, Ohio, or something. You see what I'm saying? Like it ain't that far. It ain't that far away where this conflict is occurring. So they have every reason to send troops to their border and to take a defensive posture, especially since the United States has spent $2 billion. They gave over $2 billion of offensive weapons to the Ukrainian government in the past like 2 or 3 years, right?
Yeah.
And all of these weapons are being moved from the western part of Ukraine to the eastern part of Ukraine. Like they're being transported to the border. The president of the Ukraine has said that he wants to retake the Crimea, which is now officially been a part of Russia for 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 years.
Yeah.
Based on a referendum those people had. They had a referendum and they said, we're going to be with part of Russia. So as of like in the last few months, the president of the Ukraine has said, by the way, we're going to retake this territory back and call it Ukraine, right? And Russia's like, no, that isn't going to fucking happen. And you're not going to fucking put like, troops and $2 billion worth of offensive weaponry on our border without us responding. And you're out of your fucking mind if you think NATO is going to become involved in anything, I mean, they have legitimate reasons to be concerned.
Yeah.
And it's ridiculous how the media, the same corporations that provide advertising for the military-industrial complex, you might see advertisements for Raytheon or McDonnell Douglas or advertisements for Boeing, right, on CNN or something. But those same whores for those corporations are like promoting this like Russia's out to get us. Russia's fucking with our elections. Russia is like fucking with the power grid in Vermont. Russia is like they fixed the election in 2016 and then they fixed the election. This and all of these stories, there's no evidence to support any of those accusations. Every single one of those accusations is false, and it just keeps being regurgitated through this like echo chamber of CNN, MSNBC, Fox News, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. So, I think when there's times of like military tension, I get alarmed when like other points of view are censored. So like you've always been opposed to war. You've always been, an advocate of peace and demilitarization. You realize that 50 cents out of every dollar is spent on war in this country, and it's a waste of resources. So it's very convenient for like your platform to be shut down for a week while there's all of this international intrigue that isn't receiving any attention in the mainstream media. Just saying.
I think there's a lot of reasons for its convenience, and I really don't think the page is going to be up much longer. So I really hope that the people here will subscribe to Mox Farms because you'll be able to reach me there for sure.
Cool. There was a story I wanted to share, Mike, with you from the Hill about another example of censorship. Facebook, 2 days ago, removed a second New York Post story. Last October, they removed a New York Post story about Hunter Biden's laptop and connections with the Ukraine and with Democratic politicians who had relationships with oligarchs in the fucking Ukraine. That story was censored from Facebook and Twitter. Well, 2 days ago, another story was censored, and it was a story that was about Black Lives Matter. And basically the story...
Yeah, I heard about that. Go ahead.
Some of the founders of Black Lives Matter had made millions of dollars in real estate investments, kind of like sketchy investments. And it was just an expose talking about who are the real, like, three ladies who claim to be like the founders of Black Lives. You know what I'm saying? Like, who are these people? And it was an expose, and it was removed from Facebook and Twitter, which is another example of like. So I did a little research, and the New York Post is like the fourth or fifth largest circulated newspaper in the United States.
Yeah.
It goes like USA Today, Wall Street Journal, New York Times, you know, and then like the New York Post. It's like right up there in the top like 10 newspapers in the United States. And, you know, so it's a major newspaper. It's like the 13th oldest newspaper in the United States. It was founded in 1801 by Alexander Hamilton. So it isn't like this is some fly-by-night, you know, outfit or something. This is like an established newspaper.
If it was created by Alexander Hamilton, it's got historical significance big time. Plus, if it's the date you said, 1804.
1801.
See, there's so much history there, you know, that again, you know, the Civil War, the Spanish-American War, all this stuff that they're trying
all
to...
of the big stuff.
Yeah.
That's right. World War I, World War II.
Right.
All that stuff, Vietnam, all that stuff was covered in this newspaper in the last 220 years. And, like, for them to not be able to have, like, their supporters share content on Facebook, which is, like, this platform that 1 out of every 2 people on Earth or something has access to. It's kind of like an example of censorship. It's very clear they do not want people criticizing the leaders of Black Lives Matter. And, you know, I'm not saying that Rupert Murdoch is a great source or Fox News doesn't have problems or so on and so forth. I could care fucking less. But the point is this is the second time in 6 months that a major American newspaper has had their content removed or censored from Facebook. Right?
And let me say real quick, you said Murdoch and Fox News. Let me just point out that apparently you have more freedom of speech on Fox News at this time than you do on YouTube, as far as I can tell. And YouTube should be fucking ashamed of that. Go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, Alphabet, Google's whole, like, do no evil bullshit. Like,
Yeah.
Google owns Alphabet. Alphabet owns Google and YouTube. It's like this huge, you know, this huge data company. And their premise, you know, before they started their search engine, Google, was we will do no evil.
Yeah.
Right? Well, I think, like, not allowing people to have alternate points of view and to have an honest debate without shutting people down because their views aren't popular is like, you know, it's intrinsically bad. It's not good. It rigs the argument, and it's political. It's inherently political, and that's wrong because you want, you know, it's the same thing with Wikipedia being changed, right? When you visit a Wikipedia article, you know, some articles have been edited hundreds of times. So especially like about Israel, for example.
Yeah.
People will write about incidents that, you know, Israel's violations of human rights violations, Israel's, you know, violation of international law in Gaza, and Israel's violation of rights in the West Bank and all of this, right? But the web pages, the Wikipedia articles about those incidents are constantly being re-edited so that people who are telling the truth are having their content removed. So strike it, and then they rewrite history. And, you know, the encyclopedia is a resource where people, they tend to go to Wikipedia to get an answer. Who won the War of 1812? They just want a fucking answer, right?
Yeah.
So they're not going to think critically about how many times has this article been edited, how many times has anti-Israeli sentiment been deleted from this Wikipedia article. They're just going to read the article and believe whatever. So it sucks. Censorship is horrible. There was a story from, real quick, Mike, from the World Socialist website about a Maryland state trooper who killed a 16-year-old student holding a toy gun.
Yeah.
Did you hear about this story?
No, I didn't see that one yet.
Yeah. And there might be a reason why you didn't hear about it. It's because the person killed by the police was white, right?
Yeah.
So here's a brief excerpt. It says, a Maryland state trooper shot and killed 16-year-old white youth in a residential driveway in Leonardtown of St. Mary's County on Tuesday. Law enforcement officials said the trooper, who also was white, mistook a toy gun held by the teenager for a real weapon. Peyton Haim, an honor student attending an advanced academy at Leonardtown High School, was shot twice by the officer and died at a hospital in the area. The Washington Post reported that a representative of Maryland State Patrol said they received two 9/11 calls that a male was acting suspiciously and appeared to have a gun. He was 16 years old, and eyewitnesses say that he took a shooting stance, pointing his weapon when he was approached by the trooper. The officer then fired his weapon and wounded the youth, and then he came back and shot him a second time, claiming that he had a knife. But afterwards, when they looked, it was a folding pocket knife. That's what he had in his pocket. The Maryland police do not wear body cameras, although their vehicles are equipped with dash cams. The agency spokesperson said there was no in-vehicle footage of the events on Tuesday. The unidentified officer who shot him has been a trooper for 2 years and 7 months and has been placed on leave. Now, like I said, this is from the World Socialist website. Further down in the article, they make a note here, and they said that so far this year in 2021, 262 people have been killed by the police, according to a database from the Washington Post. As of today, 262 people have been killed by the police, and this is the same rate that was last year, when more than 1,000 people were killed, and this is basically the same amount of people that have been killed since 2015, 1,000 people a year. And the complete data set of 6,000 deaths shows that lethal force has been used by police in all 50 states, with the highest rates of shootings in New Mexico, Alaska, and Oklahoma. The data also shows that 95% of the victims are male. More than half of them are between the ages of 20 and 40. More than half of them are white. And African Americans and Hispanics are killed at disproportionate rates. And I'll stop there, Mike. But the point here is, like, this story that I read yesterday in the World Socialist website that happened in Maryland is a white victim, right? So why is it CNN, or why, Tamir Rice, the story of the kid with the gun in the park that you told earlier in Ohio, right? That story became like, oh my God, a baby was killed. A baby was killed. Okay, well, let's just rephrase it. Let's just say a dumbass 17-year-old was killed, okay? But it doesn't change the fact that he's dead, or that he was killed by a cop who couldn't distinguish between a toy gun and a real gun, right? Which got to be part of your job description. Like, all these toy guns are out there. You just don't shoot somebody because they have a toy gun in their hand, right?
Well, why aren't these fuckers wearing body cameras to start with?
Well, so that was from Maryland 2 days ago, and this is from this afternoon, right now, today, and this is from Portland Mercury, which is the independent newspaper, like the Stranger in Portland. And as of 12:45 p.m., it says, PV Acting Chief Chris Davis provided scant details of a shooting at 12:30 p.m. press conference. He confirmed that the victim of a police shooting died and that he was a white man who was reported to have been holding a gun. However, he could not provide the man's identity or other information about him. Davis said that both less lethal and lethal force were deployed by the officers who responded to the scene in Portland. When asked whether the man was pointing the gun at the officers before being shot, Davis did not comment. He could not respond to questions about how many shots were fired by the police, whether multiple officers used the force, or whether police recovered the gun the man was allegedly holding before being killed. There are not known injuries to community members or police officers, Davis said. So, this is from Portland today. We have a white victim in Maryland 2 days ago. We now have a white victim in Portland this afternoon. So the media, and I'm talking about CNN and MSNBC, the major mainstream left, let's say liberal media in the United States, they ignore the fact that the police kill poor white people routinely. Like the World Socialist website said, 50% of the people killed by the cops are white. But the only stories that are told on the mainstream news are black victims.
Yeah. Like I said, right now the news is trying to be more divisive than ever. I've been watching the news very closely for a long, long time, and I've never seen them be more divisive than they are right now. So I
So
think
they're
that's
ignoring
part
the
of it.
issue of police brutality, and they're reframing it. Sorry to interrupt. They're reframing it as a racial issue.
Mm-hmm.
And honestly, when it boils down to it, is that race is a factor. I'm not disputing that at all. But basically, class is a bigger factor. Now, these people who are white and Hispanic who are being shot by the police, they're all poor.
Yeah.
You know, whether you're poor in a little town in Maryland or Missouri is irrelevant as to whether you're poor in a big city like Chicago or in Los Angeles, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. So you're poor, the police see you as easy prey, and they will kill you whenever they want to.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the bigger message. But the media wants to obfuscate that message and make it seem as though if you're a black man, you're the victim, instead of like the police just kill people indiscriminately whenever they want to.
Yeah, well, we're all victims, and that's why I shout about the police state all the time, you know. Hey, who is that YouTuber you said got kicked off the other day? Who is it you were telling me about?
His name is the Colbert, the Corbett Report.
Corbett
the
Report.
Corbett Report.
Yeah.
James Corbett.
That was a huge page, right?
Yeah, it was a very popular page, and he writes about things that are on the margins. Like, so a lot of his programs were about like COVID-19 and about international banking, and he had been making videos for like 15 years.
Yeah.
He was a Canadian who lives in Japan, and he worked from Japan, and he would produce very good content. James Corbett. Regularly with alternative histories and alternative analysis.
Yeah.
And somehow or another, like, he crossed a line, and it probably was also related to the plague. You know, I would bet it was related to the plague. There was another story. You know, in the last week, the Fukushima people are releasing radioactive water.
I don't think they've started yet. They've announced that they're going to.
Yeah. They've announced it's going to. But there was a story I found from a Japanese news service called Kyoto News Service, and it's about this icon, and I found it at The Stranger, but it's about this icon where the Japanese government has created a tritium mascot, which is like this little like logo icon. It kind of looks like a coronavirus icon, except for it has like a smiley face. And it basically, the Reconstruction Agency, you know, on, like nuclear energy in Japan, released a flyer and video on its website featuring the radioactive substance tritium as a cute character to dispel concerns about the government's decision that they were removed Wednesday night following the criticism. Nuclear power plants are highly specialized and difficult to understand. We want many people to take an interest in them, said an agency official, adding that the mascot would be redesigned in line with the views of the public. So the very same week that the Japanese government announced that they're going to release radioactive water, millions of tons of radioactive water into the Pacific Ocean, where there are fisheries, right? 3 days later, there's an ad campaign, a PR campaign, pushed forward by the Japanese government, showing this cute little tritanium molecule with a smile on its face that could never harm you ever. I mean, it's like a Pikachu, right?
Yeah.
And it's like it's on all their literature, like, don't worry about eating fish, because we're dumping like 15 million tons of radioactive water into the Pacific Ocean. And there's been a huge outcry, of course, in Japan about that.
I would think it's not just Japan. Hey, gotta take a break, Chris.
Yeah, Mike, it was nice talking to you.
Yeah, nice talking to you too. I'll talk to you soon.
Look forward to the rest of the program.
Okay.
Yeah, peace. Have a good night.
Make sure and subscribe at Mox Farms.
I will. Bye.
Bye. That's our buddy Chris from Olympia. I am going to play a video for you about what they call pretext what? Pretext stop, police pretext stop. And that's one of the senators here in Washington State, state senators, is working to push through this thing that's end pretext stop. Like when this Dante got shot the other day, that was a pretext stop. They said something about his license plate, the tabs being expired, or something hanging off his rearview mirror. That's a pretext stop. They do that so if they can see if they can get anything else on you, like the smell of weed, like an outstanding whatever. All these things, there's lots of options there. And cops are just not good. So one of the senators here is trying to get, trying to pass a law that says no pretext stop. If you have he said a burnout tail light, if your tabs are expired, if your windows are tinted a little too dark, or if you're hanging something off the rear view mirror, he said there's no reason to stop people for that. So I find that very interesting, and I thought you guys might too. Be right back.
A 70-year-old man is in critical condition after he was shot by Pierce County deputies. Police say deputies were responding to a domestic violence call. When they got there, they found a man with a gun. Cairo 7's Dee Dee Sun has the story.
Yeah, you could tell they were gunshots.
Pop, pop. Yeah.
Neighbors in this Buckley neighborhood say Thursday afternoon they heard yelling.
It sounded argumentative, and then shortly thereafter I heard some shots, which are not terribly unusual around here, but they were closer than normal.
Investigators say around 1:45 p.m. they got a 911 call.
Deputies were dispatched to reports of domestic violence involving a weapon.
Chopper 7 shows you the property where it all unfolded. Police say when deputies got here, they found a 70-year-old man armed with a handgun. Then something led one deputy to open fire.
Deputies immediately started life-saving measures, and the subject was transported to the hospital, airlifted to the hospital.
Residents in the area surprised the violence that happened here involved their 70-year-old neighbor.
I met him only one time, and he seemed like a nice guy. He seemed like a pretty outgoing person. He seemed like a nice, sweet person. And it's just crazy that this happens. It sucks.
Now the Pierce County Use of Force team is investigating. Tacoma police say domestic violence calls can be among the most challenging to respond to.
Any call where someone is in crisis.
They urge you to speak up if you think someone could be in trouble.
In these times of high stress, with a lot going on in all of our communities, if you need help, if you know someone needs help, please reach out.
Dee Dee Sun, Cairo 7 News.
No deputies were hurt in this incident. The man deputies shot is in critical condition. New at noon, Pierce County Sheriff has made an arrest in a murder investigation. Yesterday, deputies went to the report of a homicide near Lake Kapowson. They could find the suspect for victim, but found the blood. They later found a stepfather dead on the property. The suspect was located driving on South Hill. Kent is paying the family of a man shot and killed by police more than $4 million. And a state senator wants to ban officers from pulling people over for small traffic infractions, which is what officers pulled over Giovanni Joseph McDade for before they shot him in June of 2017. Cairo 7's Graham Johnson has more on that proposal and the family's reaction to the settlement.
This park is where Giovanni Joseph McDade died. As part of the lawsuit settlement that his family has reached with the city, Kent will build a memorial bench to him here. Now, this case began with a traffic stop for a minor infraction, and today a state senator told me he would like to ban those types of police stops.
My son was murdered.
Sonia Joseph has fought for police reform since a Kent officer shot and killed her 20-year-old son, Giovanni Joseph McDade, in 2017.
I will never forget what happened to my son, and I'm in pain every day.
An officer shot Joseph McDade through a car windshield when police say he accelerated toward him. While the city maintains the officers follow the law, it agreed to pay Joseph McDade's family $4.4 million to settle a civil rights lawsuit.
We have achieved a small measure of justice.
This case began when police pulled over Joseph McDade for a canceled license plate. In Minnesota on Sunday, a police officer shot Dante Wright during an encounter that started when he was pulled over for expired tags, and officers found an outstanding warrant.
There's a term, driving while black, that is used in the black community because of these types of stops.
State Senator Joe Wynn says he is finalizing a bill to prevent officers from stopping drivers for expired tags, broken taillights, windows with too much tint, or something dangling from a rearview mirror. They're called pretext stops, and last year, Virginia banned them.
Things that don't pose anybody any risk or harm, but are used as a pretext for officers to then check for other things.
Wynn says pretext stops rarely help police fight crime. He points to a study that found of the nearly 260,000 traffic stops over 2 years by San Diego police, only 1.3% led to an arrest.
My goal is to limit the interactions between the general public and law enforcement unless it's absolutely necessary.
Police would not be prevented from stopping someone for a moving violation like drunk driving. Senator Wynn tells me he is about to introduce his bill, and it is at the end of the legislative session, so it will most likely be considered next year. And Senator Wynn tells me he does want to hear from police as the bill moves forward. In Kent, Graham Johnson, Cairo 7 News.
All right. Okay, so I got to do a dab for Jackie Cat, because it's Dabs for Donations Friday, and Jackie Cat is always super generous. I don't know how you can be so generous to such a loser stoner like me, but thank you very much for being so nice. Did you hear me talk about the my UPS driver coming to the door today? He comes to the door like 2 o'clock this afternoon or something. And he comes over, and I'm like, hey, dude, I'll have plants for you. He's going to Hawaii tomorrow. And I said, I'll have plants for you when you get back from Hawaii. He said, no problem. And he goes, hey, you know that Mox News guy on YouTube? He said, I don't want to give him a donation, but here you go. And he gave me a nice donation. It was very nice of him. Thanks very much, Jay. This one is for Jackie Cat, and she is super generous all the time. I don't know how you can be so sweet, but thank you very much. I can't see it. That was a good hit. I promise. All right. So I got that going for me, which is nice. Thank Jackie Cat. Okay, so we got a caller. Hello, caller.
What's up, man? What's happening? This is Thomas Sanders.
Hey, Thomas. It's nice to hear from you. How's it going?
All right, I'm going to give you a little respite from all that Constantinian bullshit we're caught up in. We're going to talk about weed.
Good. I like talking about weed.
Yeah. Check this out. Let me see. Yeah, my neighbor, he gave me a bush. So right now I got the bush.
Sweet.
I'm back there, I got it in full sunlight.
That's awesome, dude. That's really great.
And what I did, you see, it's about a foot tall, maybe 10, 11 inches tall. But what I did, I started taking the leaves, the bigger leaves, I started taking those off. Because, like I noticed, like I say, I hadn't really paid attention to marijuana in a long time. And I noticed that the leaves come on, especially in full light here in California. Up here in the hills, they sprout, they show within a few days. Even after you pluck them, they start to come out.
Yeah.
So I did that.
Some of the plants, the more you pluck them, the more they like it.
Yeah. So, I mean, now I want to ask you something about plucking. Now, I was thinking, if I'm going to do any more plucking, because I'm letting them grow, I don't want to just pluck the hell out of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, now hold on. Let me cut this down, but I got you on my cabinet. I have to talk. Yeah. Here, we're in sync to talk. Yeah, so now, I was thinking, okay, now, I don't want to pluck the leaves anymore, but they need the radiant light. So
Yeah.
now, should I pluck from the top and leave maybe a few of the more mature leaves down at the bottom so it catches, and maybe the energy and the nutrients go up from that point from the sunlight, or should I do it from the top? Because I don't want to look like, you know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to make it look like a rose bush.
Yeah, you want to make it look like a rose bush. People call it. They call it. You're growing outdoors, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you know how to top the plant, right?
Yeah. No. Well, I mean, shit. Yeah, I've done that a couple of times when nobody was looking.
It's just you pinch the very top little node off. If you look on the YouTube,
I did that. I did that.
But I'm telling you about the trimming. Yeah, look up topping cannabis, and you'll see that when you top it, then it stops growing up, and what happens is it sends everything out, so you get these big long branches instead of a really tall plant, right? So and it'll focus its energy on the branches because it thinks that it's being attacked, so it'll push up even more energy, right? It'll try hard to fight off whatever it's being attacked by. Now the thing is they have this what they call lollipopping, right? And that's where you cut off all the bottom leaves as it gets taller. You know, I mean, when you get up, you know, around a foot and a half, then you start, or maybe it depends on how big you want it to grow. But how big you're
because it's out there now. It's out there now, like I said.
So
it's got about 4 or 5 months to go.
Yeah, it's going to get big. So you probably want to wait until it's about 2 feet or 3 feet tall, and then look up lollipopping on the YouTube also. Cannabis lollipopping, because these are really important techniques. They really are supposed to add a lot to your final yield. So look up topping and look up lollipopping.
Okay, now, so therefore, wait a minute. Now you said I should let it get about 2 feet. Right now, it's about, like I said, it's about 10 to 12 inches tall right now. So therefore, I shouldn't really pinch the top anymore for a minute, right?
You can pinch the top, depending. You want to cut it when it's about 5 or 6 nodes tall. If you're growing outside, you don't necessarily have to top it, because the idea of topping it partially is to keep the size down a little bit, as opposed to it's kind of an indoor technique. A lot of people outdoors will let it grow as tall and big as it can. But again, what I was saying was, if you the plant will focus most of its energy on this top section that I'm talking about. You pinching off. It'll focus the majority of its energy there. But if you pinch it off, then it focuses the energy on all the other plants, because it thinks it's being attacked. All the other branches, it thinks it's being attacked, and it's doing its best to fucking
spread. It'll spread.
Yeah, it'll be more bushy for sure. So.
Well, I can work with that. I mean, you just got to know what you want, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I can work with that. Shit, you probably get more buds if you concentrate on what you're doing there in that case.
Like I said, you want. There's people that are very good at this. I'm still learning everything. So you want to look up on the YouTube topping and lollipopping. Those are really basic things.
Yeah, I will do that. I put those things up there. I said, wow, I can't wait till the leaves get dry. This kind of reminds me of homegrown, you know what I'm saying? It's looking all pretty. I put them bad boys in some of that raw, 6-inch raw papers and start puffing, walking around the house doing yard work.
That's what it's all about, bro.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? I mean, look, all we do is mind our own business, right?
It's my business, man. I'm not hurting anybody. I'm not hurting anybody.
No, shit, no. You want to hit the weed? Okay. I mean, like that. But I got 4 tomato plants out there, man. Look, I'm trying some shit this year, really. I'm going at it.
Yeah. That's good, man. Gardening is a really good thing. It helps connect you to the earth, and that's that's one of the things a lot of people are missing right now in their lives.
Yeah. Well, I found myself 2 and 2. Like, I have some pants that, I have like 5 or 6 pair of pants. I caught myself buying them for just running around. But no, I end up working them and doing stuff in them. And I got some of those best shoes I ever sold at Walmart. It's like a rubber clog You know, I mean, I run around in those, you know, for lightweight construction what I'm doing, and I run around the garden, and I run around in those. I mean, it's like I do that, and I finally find myself getting on my knees to kind of like get down in that dirt, you know. The only thing I'm putting on some doggone gloves when I work in there because I don't want shit to bite me, you know what I'm saying? That's the only thing I'm, you know.
Yeah, well, I always wear a hat and I always wear long sleeves. I wear shorts a lot, but I always wear long sleeves because I don't want to get too much sun, you know. I do the same thing inside the grow rooms because the lights are very bright. And if you don't wear glasses, you have to wear a hat of some kind.
Well, okay, a grow room. Okay, you got a grow room. How many square feet is it?
I have two grow tents. One is 4x4 and the other one is 4x6.
Oh, you growing, man. That's what you're growing inside then?
Yeah. I just do outside during this. I just do outside during the summer, but that's what I have for indoors.
Okay. Well, shit, you're good. You're good to go. Oh, on the top of that, guess what I found today, and I got them in the ground too. I said, now I got to try this because Seattle and up that way, Seattle, Washington, and Portland, they don't have sun like that. I found some tomatoes called Seattle's Best. I think that's what they call them, Seattle's Best.
Right
tomatoes. Yeah, I got those in the ground. So you can grow tomatoes up there, surprisingly.
They grow everything up here. It's very.
I know that for onions.
It's very tropical. There's this like jet stream, right? And the jet stream that goes over Seattle basically is called the Banana Belt. So it allows us to grow a lot of stuff that you can't grow other than the tropics. So.
Well, I knew they grow onions, you know, further up, like Walla Walla or something like that. You know, that's all I knew.
Man, make some damn good onion rings out of those things, I'll tell you.
Well, see, I'm coming up. I've been, like I said, I cook on the raw. See, look here. If I was on the streets, man, shit, I'd still make money. I'd serve bowls from the streets. Because now, look, I got a leak. I'm getting ready to come up with some type of stew tomorrow. I mean, I've been whipping some ass when it comes to food. You know what I mean? It's like, hey, if you don't, there's no reason why a person should really be broke out there. I mean, even if you make $5, you know, you make enough money to do what you're going to do. You know, you have a unique idea. I don't care what it's food, weed. I mean, we're living in a world here that says you can't do this shit. Well, you die if you can't do it and you're not harming anybody. There's no reason why a person can't make some money out there. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I really would.
Crazy.
I keep thinking, man, if I had my way, you know, I would love to have a shop that just sold like clones and seeds and maybe like all the nutrients and all the lights that you need, you know, but like this one store that's just complete. You come here, we got your dirt, we got your fertilizers, we got your lights, whatever it is you need, and we got your clones, we got your seeds, however it is you like to start your plants, you know, we got 100 different strains in stock. Come on down.
Like to do.
Yeah. I think that would be awesome, dude.
Yeah. You know, I mean, then see, I think about that. Like, say, if everybody was just like, you know, put it this way. If the government said, guess what? America, forget it. Smoke weed. It's on. you would see some of the, you would find some of the coolest ass people. But some people still caught up. You can smoke weed, and in some places you better not smoke weed, and the police see you. But the fact is, people are all caught up in, I will do what Simon says. Man, look, if you guys got together and said some of the things you ain't going to do, you're going to do this anyway. You just did it.
Freedom, baby, freedom.
Hey, it'll be a lot better world because, number one, that's one of the things you can do. You don't drink. You don't shoot up heroin. You don't raise hell.
No. It would be a better world because the cannabis, I like to refer to her as the goddess, right? The goddess, when you intake it, it connects you to the heavens. I mean, it connects us to each other, it connects us to the earth, and it connects us to the higher spirit, right? So this is what, and if everyone was connected like that, if everyone was eating, you know, smoking the cannabis, which if it was legal, we'd all be eating the stuff, so you know. But if everybody was doing that, it'd be there like 50%, 90% of the stress would be gone. You know, this thing where I'm so afraid of my neighbors would be gone. You know, because it would be like. You can connect.
I don't smoke marijuana, but at the same time, you can eat it. Well, I don't eat it, but guess what? It's good for you. It's good for something. It's all good for something.
Yeah.
There's a way that you can consume it. And, you know, I found edibles to be something more than them. It's some real super chill. I had some edible candy, but it's a super chilled out. They say take one. Well, maybe you might want to take two.
No.
No.
You want to make your own. You want to make your own. Trust me on this. The stuff you can buy at the store, no. The stuff you make yourself, fuck yes.
Okay. That's when you need to produce a few plants to do that.
All you got to do is, if you have an ounce of good weed, you put it in the crock pot with a pound of butter, and then you got like 5 fucking batches of cookies, and they'll be good cookies.
I saw that old lady on some YouTube do that shit. That tripped me out, man. She was like a Kentucky grandma do that stuff.
Yeah,
I do believe you.
Yeah, I think I've seen her before. She seemed great.
Yeah.
She seems like full of information and a big smile. She's having a good time.
Yeah. No, she's real. She was real.
Yeah.
You know, I'm like, great. This ain't nah. Well, hey, dude. Hey, I'm glad I holler at you. I'll talk to you a little later, and I have something for you sooner or later because I think you're all right with me.
Hey, Thomas, it's always good to hear from you. Call back soon.
Yeah.
Okay, stay cool, bro.
Yeah.
All right, so it's nice to hear when somebody's starting a garden, you know, because I always feel like, it's just something that connects us to the earth. And if you're doing a cannabis garden and you're eating the cannabis or you're smoking the cannabis or whatever, it has this super relaxing quality to it. So a lot of the tension that people are experiencing would just fall right off. Now, if everybody was doing that, you know, it would be such an easier world to be in. You know, I mean, America is fucking stressed out, dudes. You can count on it. And we're supposed to be so chill. We got this fucking wonderful world that we live in. And, you know, we got everything at our fingertips. And what you don't have is waiting for you down at the Quickie Mart at the end of the block. It's fucking heaven here, man. But there's people everywhere just stressed out like motherfuckers. Why could that be? How could you be stressed out in heaven? Just very, very odd, right? Well, part of it is because we don't have cannabis, so you know. And again, I've explained why we don't have cannabis earlier. The pharmaceutical companies would lose massive amounts of money if you were to be growing your own medicine in the backyard. The tobacco industry would basically be put out of business. The alcohol industry would take a major hit. You know, cotton, all these things. Petroleum is probably the major reason. All right, so I have a video for you. I think I have a video for you. All right. Hold on. No, I don't have a video for it. I do have a video for you, but we're not ready to do it just yet, I guess. Hello, caller.
Michael.
What's up? What's up, Pete?
Son of a bitch.
It's so much easier it's so easy to tell the difference between you and Steve McClanahan. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I mean, he tries. He makes a legit attempt, but you know, he ain't got nothing on the homeboy. He ain't got the pipes that I got. I got them pipes, though.
You're a musician, you know.
That's right.
How's the band going?
I don't know what Steve is.
He's a punk ass.
I don't think he's a musician. He's definitely not a musician. I don't know what the fuck he is. He's something else. He's something else. That's what
That's
he is.
for sure. So, how's it going? You still on vacation?
Yeah, still on my endless vacation, bro. Rocking it.
Nice. I'm glad to hear you're having a good time. My friend Sam keeps saying, I got to get a job. And I'm like, why? What the fuck, dude? You're way too smart for that.
Well, yeah, fucking A. I don't want to talk too much about employment. But the thing is, if you are unemployed for too long, it doesn't look good on your resume.
Oh, I think you said that before. Yeah, I don't think about that.
That's the only thing I'm kind of just a little worried about. I don't want to look bad on my resume. Gaps, they call it. You don't want to have too many gaps on the resume.
Yeah.
So,
I guess, and it's a very competitive market, so I can understand what you're saying. No problem.
I ain't worried about competition, dog, because I genuinely feel like I'll get a job very easily.
Yeah,
so I'm not worried about competition.
It's good to have confidence, especially in that arena, because again, it can be very stressful or very scary if you don't know when you're going to get your next job, right?
Yeah, I'm very fortunate that I don't really have to worry about that shit. You know?
Well, it's not so much that you're fortunate, is that you've worked hard to make sure you don't have to worry about that, right?
Yeah, that's absolutely right, Michael. You're absolutely correct.
I take a lot into account when somebody's worked hard. You know, it's not that you're lucky; it's that you worked hard to make it happen. So,
Mike, I do want to say that I did donate a little bit just now.
Oh, right on.
So that means that you have to take a dab, dog.
I will. I was just setting one up, Pete. I'm just about ready.
I demand a dab be taken immediately.
So, how's the band doing?
It's fucked up, bro, because homeboy he just recently had his twin boys.
Oh wow, that's a handful.
Yeah, homeboy who was a key member of the band just had twins, so that really throws a wrench in the gears, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But you know, it is what it is. I mean, you know, I'm sure we'll get back to it. But look, man, I don't need anybody to fucking make music. I'm making music all on my own. I'm fucking doing it. So
that's what I was gonna say. You know, that's what I was gonna say is, you know, as long as you're making music, regardless, it doesn't matter who you have. It's just good that you're still making music, bro.
Yeah, man, that's what life's all about, is being creative and expressing yourself, right? That's why we're here on fucking Earth. That's pretty much the point of being alive, isn't it?
It's you know, I don't know. I think a lot of people have different points of being alive. You know, like it might be, I just want to kick back on the beach for a little while. You know, that seems like a good reason to be on this planet. But I think that you know. It's good. It's good to whatever it is that makes you feel fulfilled. You know, I love freedom, you know, Pete. And I think that as long as people can be expressing themselves however it is that they want, I believe that's a really, really good thing. And the limitations of that expression is a really, really dangerous thing.
Yeah, that's what we're all fighting against. That's what this is all about, right? Well, I'm very glad that, you know, we still have that freedom at this point in time, so that, you know, I'm rolling with the dog. I'm rolling with it.
Yeah.
Hey, man, I wanted to ask you about, dude, what's up? A lot of people are saying that guy Chris is like a communist. Is that true? I don't know. He was talking about, like, he read some socialist newsletter or some shit.
He's a Marxist. He's not a communist. He's a Marxist.
He's a Marxist?
Yeah.
Get the fuck out of here. He's a Marxist.
Yeah. So, I mean, he's not a communist, but I mean, he's, you know, he wants
a communist.
He wants a better world for everyone.
And he calls himself a Marxist? I don't understand that. That's contradicting to what. It doesn't make any sense.
I think that it does. I mean, he's very concerned about the, you know, the social inequities.
Yeah, I agree with that, but socialism, Marxism is not. That's like collectivist, like you know, thinking. That's fucking bullshit. Like that's.
Look, you know, I would much prefer anarchy. This is the thing I keep hearing on the news, is they're like, oh, we have to do something about these shootings, you know. And I mean, look, freedom is a very messy thing. But, you know, the giving that up in any way is a very dangerous thing.
Absolutely. But if he really believed in freedom, he wouldn't be a Marxist. Like, that's crazy. It doesn't make any sense to me.
I hear what you're saying. I understand.
Yeah. Hey man, did you hear about the CNN director that was that came out and was talking about how, you know, we the CNN, the former, I guess he's the former CNN director now. He was talking about how that he admitted to like that they were trying to spread fear about COVID, and he admitted that they were, trying to go against Trump and all the shit. Did you hear about this story?
No, I didn't hear about it, but we're not allowed to talk about COVID, so.
What happened with you? What happened with you and YouTube, bro? Is that why you were gone for the past few days?
Medical misinformation, guidelines violation.
Oh wow, that's some bullshit, dog.
Apparently, we're not allowed to speak out against any government agencies anymore. So.
Wow, freedom of speech is fucking dead, huh?
On YouTube,
what
it is.
What the fuck is that about?
It's about, again, this collective narrative that you were just talking about. Like, you can't step out of line. Well, they're saying that it's dangerous because people might get hurt, if they don't follow, whatever guidelines, and
if they don't get vaccinated.
This is the fear that you're talking about, but we can't talk about that. I mean, all I can talk about is that, we're supposed to, not speak out against these government agencies, health agencies that have lied to us for the last 70 years saying, cannabis has zero medicinal qualities, right? I mean, keeping good medicine away from people who have MS or epilepsy or a whole bunch of other things. And this industry, this fucking giant industry, keeping it away from the people, and they lied to us. And the reason is because they got to protect the pharmaceutical companies. If the for-profit medical industrial complex, they would take a big hit if you were able to grow your own medicine in the backyard or on your balcony or in your windowsill. So we can't have that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely. That's some fucking bullshit, man. You literally are free speech is fucking dead. Like, what the fuck is this? Like, you should be allowed to. That's what the Second Amendment's all about. Like, even if you have a shitty opinion, even if you have hate speech, you should be allowed to speak your shitty hate speech, because you know what the great counter to shitty speech is? Other speech.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Exactly. You don't have to listen. You don't have to listen. You don't have to listen to what some shithead is saying about stupid stuff, right? You don't have to listen. There's a billion channels on YouTube, so you can just pick one that you like. You don't have to listen to anybody. YouTube doesn't have to censor anybody. They just have to, maybe they have to put an adult warning on adult content or something like that, but they don't really have to censor anybody, because you don't have to listen. And what they're saying is speech is dangerous. And that's
yeah, because if someone really does have a legitimately shitty opinion about something, then the other people with free speech are going to dominate them, and you know what I'm saying? Like, speech is a great thing, and if you can't, even if you have a shitty opinion about something, if your opinion really is garbage, it's going to be fucking called out.
Yeah.
And when the government tries to fucking censor people's fucking speech, this is when we're going down a dark ass motherfucking road, yo.
Well,
so this shit's getting dark right now. It's alarming.
Like I said, YouTube seems to think that speech is dangerous, and sometimes it is. But the point being, censorship is 10 times more dangerous because it takes away your freedom. And that's not going to turn out well for any of us.
Why is Dr. Whisper all of a sudden he's on my side? He's been fucking hating on me this whole time, and now he's
I don't think he's been hating on you so much as trying to rile you up.
Let me say right now, Dr. Whisper and Playground of Sound, both y'all motherfucking haters can suck my motherfucking hard cock. I'll blow a fucking hot load of cum down both your fucking throats. You call suck of my fucking dick. Let me say that right now. All right?
Okay,
don't say it again. You hear me, Dr. Whisper? You fucking cockboy? What do you got to say now, you fucking hater ass bitch? Go ahead, say some shit. Say some shit. Sorry. Anyways, gets under my skin, that fucking cocksucker.
That's what he's trying to do, Pete.
I know, and he's so effective at it. He's very good. He may be the most effective troll in all of mankind.
I don't think so. You're giving him way too much credit there. But he is smarter than most people think. I'll give him that.
No, he's really not.
Yeah, no, he is. He's smarter than most people think.
No, I don't. I disagree with you there, but he knows how to get under my skin. That's for sure.
So, anyways, how's it going, bud? Are you? How's the weather over there?
It snowed it snowed today.
Wow. I keep seeing the protest is snowing up in Minneapolis. I keep thinking, wow, man, it's fucking cold there. Shit.
Yeah, bro. It's fucked up. It's global warming, bro. We gotta fucking get behind Joe Biden. Climate agenda, bro. That was one of the things that the CNN guy, where he was, that I was just talking about, that the CNN director, former CNN director.
Yeah.
He was like, look, we went against Trump, you know, and we were also backing this climate agenda. I don't know what the fuck he was talking about. But he admitted that there was a climate agenda, quote unquote. I didn't look much more into it than that, but.
Well,
yeah.
I'll have to look that up. It sounds like a very interesting story.
I can't believe you didn't hear about it, dude. Yeah. Look it up. The former CNN director.
Yeah, I will.
Right on. Hey, bro, I'm gonna go. I'm losing momentum. I'm losing speed. I'm losing steam.
I'll have a bong.
Soft.
I'll have a bong hit for you after this video.
Oh yes, please.
Okay.
Please hit that button, because I can't fucking. I haven't smoked weed in fucking like a month.
That sucks,
God
dude.
damn, it's fucking killing me, dude.
That sucks. I'm
Can't
sorry.
wait till I
I'm
get
really
a job
sorry. I'm
and I
really
can
sorry to
fucking
hear
smoke
that. I'm really sorry to hear that. All
Dude,
right.
I'm so unbalanced.
It makes a difference. I'm telling you.
Oh, yeah, I know, bro. I know. I've been drinking to try to I need something to fill the void, so I've just been drinking. And it's just bad. It's awful.
It doesn't fill the void either.
It does. It does fill the void, but I miss the weed.
If you miss it, then it doesn't fill the void, does it?
I guess not. Yeah. I mean, yeah. You know, look, bro. I'm white knuckling my way through this whole shit. So.
Okay, well, we can get...
Yo, shout out Just Pete. I'm Just Pete. I'm not Drunk Pete anymore. I'm Just Pete.
All right.
I've been Pete for a while, cocksuckers.
All right, Just Pete.
So fucking, fucking blow your mom and eat out your dad and praise Allah and suck my dick.
All right, call back soon.
I love you.
Okay. Call back soon. All right, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna play a video for you guys, and I will be back to take a bong hit for Pete momentarily. This video is about leaving Afghanistan. Again, this is an important story to me, but I don't think we'll be leaving Afghanistan. I think there'll be an event that will make it so that we can't leave Afghanistan. And if anybody wants to wager, I will wager with you that there's an event that doesn't let us leave Afghanistan by September 11th. Because I'm pretty sure that ain't happening, so you know. All right, here's clip number 9. Number 9.
It is a date to end the longest war in U.S. history. U.S. President Joe Biden has announced all American forces will be withdrawn from Afghanistan by September 11th. Speaking at the White House, President Biden said the troop withdrawal will begin on May 1st and be completed before the 20th anniversary of the 9/11 terror attacks. He added that the withdrawal would be done safely and in full coordination with Washington's allies. The move will mark the end of a 20-year conflict for the U.S., the longest in its history.
We cannot continue the cycle
of extending or expanding our military presence in Afghanistan, hoping to create ideal conditions for the withdrawal and expecting a different result. I'm now the 4th United States president to preside over American troop presence in Afghanistan. 2 Republicans, 2 Democrats. I will not pass this responsibility onto a 5th. After consulting closely with our allies and partners, with our military leaders and intelligence personnel, with our diplomats and our development experts, with the Congress and the Vice President, as well as with Mr. Ghani and many others around the world, I've concluded that it's time to end America's longest war. It's time for American troops to come home.
Well, for more, I want to pull in John Sifton. He's Asia Advocacy Director at Human Rights Watch. He joins us tonight from New York. Mr. Sifton, it's good to have you on the program. What does all of this withdrawal, what does it mean for the people of Afghanistan?
Well, it's important to emphasize that while a lot of mistakes have been made over the last 20 years, as of late, the United States and NATO forces in Afghanistan have not been directly protecting the people of Afghanistan. What they do is protect the government of Afghanistan from military gains from the Taliban, and they haven't even really been doing it that well over the last decade. So what's going to happen, people fear, is that the Taliban will make further gains on the battlefield, and in the areas that they control, will implement policies that are worse for Afghans. That's the theory. But the concept that needs to be emphasized here is that it isn't just a withdrawal in the abstract. There are peace negotiations going on as soon as next week, and there are going to be further peace negotiations down there. So it's very important right now for the international community to focus on those issues, on the political issues. The military results, the military outcome of this is one matter, but the political outcome is another. And I think it's important now, if you want to talk about protecting Afghans, to talk about the political negotiations going forward.
And what will that mean, especially for women in Afghanistan? You know as well as we do that women have earned some very hard-won gains in the past 20 years. There's fear that that could be completely reversed once the Americans and NATO forces have left.
Well, again, if you only look at it from a military perspective and you predict that the Taliban will make further gains, then absolutely yes, there will be further negative impacts for women. There are already women living in Taliban-held areas. There will be more, presumably, if the Taliban made gains. But that's why it's important for the international community to say to all the parties, to the Taliban, to the Republic of Afghanistan, to any other people involved in negotiations, we are not going to fund this endeavor, this government, which continues to rely on outside support, unless there are guarantees for women and girls. And that's how it's going to have to be done, because there is no military solution to this conflict. That has been made clear. It is now up to the people negotiating the future of Afghanistan to figure out a way to protect women and girls. And the best way to do that for the international community is to make it contingent for their continued support.
And so what you're saying is it's going to be the power of the purse for Western countries when it comes to ensuring that women's rights, for example, are protected once the military is gone.
That's exactly right. It's.
I mean, this coalition of misfits, and they cobble.
Here's a
Son of a
suggestion.
bitch, fuck.
Just don't be
Sorry, I didn't
a-holes.
see that one in.
Here's a
All right,
suggestion.
so I have a bong hit
Just
here
don't
ready
be
for Pete.
a-holes.
Here we go.
Here's a suggestion.
This one's for
don't
Just
be
Pete.
a-holes. Here's a suggestion. Just don't be 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 a-holes.
Thanks, Pete. That's very nice of you. Okay, so it's Dabs for Donations Friday. If anybody would like me to take a dab for them, there are clickable links in the text body of this video, or there's also clickable links in the chat, or you can go to moxnews.com. It should be very easy to do. So I think that we're working on, let's see, that was bong hit number 4. We did one for Jay, and we did one for Brandon, and we did one for Jackie Cat, and one for Just Pete. Hello, caller.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Well.
What's your name?
Good afternoon. Good morning. My name's Jordan. This is Jordan. This is the first time I've ever called in.
Right on, Jordan. It's good to have you. Thanks very much for calling. What's on your mind?
Well, I mean, I just heard a little bit of what the last talker was talking about, and I've watched a lot of your content, and I feel like that we align on a lot of the same views.
I'm all about freedom.
Some of the things,
I'm all about freedom.
Absolutely. I guess, what is the topic that you would appreciate me speaking on?
I love, you have cannabis legalized where you live?
There's 2 topics that I would, just like I said, based upon what the previous caller was talking about, and knowing what I know from watching your videos, no, I do not live in a cannabis-free state.
Oh, I hate that.
Yeah, I do too, especially because I just got diagnosed with epilepsy, and I can't do that. So I got a whatever, but
I just got diagnosed with epilepsy also, Jordan, so you know.
Oh, well, how are you going about managing that?
They gave me some pills. I eat cannabis every single day. I get up in the morning and I eat cannabis.
I don't have that luxury.
Yeah. I'm really sorry to hear that, bro. They don't even have medical in your state?
Nope.
That's horrible, man.
Yeah, no, I literally, I'm 32 years old. Part of this I did to myself because I was an alcoholic, and I have severely beaten my body down over so many years of just, overuse of alcohol and drugs and everything else. And now that, I'm getting my life finally, my health, not my life, my health, finally in order, and then the seizures start.
Yeah.
And I had 3 seizures in less than 2 weeks, and they all lasted over 5 minutes.
That's fucked up, man. I'm really sorry to hear that.
The only thing that really helped was me finding my sobriety in alcohol, but what also really helped was me testing the waters with marijuana. I've always smoked weed, dude, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But when all the seizure shit happened, there was no medical representative, no doctor, anybody that can give me anything but a chemical.
Yeah.
Literally,
yeah, well, they're doing that.
Help.
They're doing that to me too. I have to take pills, and they didn't get the right pills right, so they fucked me up.
Keppra is what I'm taking.
Yeah, it made me all fucked up emotionally.
It's you have highs and lows and whatever else, but there's no other option to it. Now here's my thing, and I'm basing this off of 1, I've never called into a show before. 2, I've never called into your show before. 3, I just was listening in to your previous caller, and I'm just trying to put my input in. I'm also going to donate to your channel because I do support freedom of speech and all this. But I also am an advocate for the Second Amendment, and I am an advocate for gun ownership, responsible, moral, sober gun ownership. And I believe there's a fine line with social media and gun ownership. You know, those are two big things. One is the marijuana, and two is gun ownership.
And YouTube about a year and a half ago, or maybe just slightly under 2 years ago, censored a bunch of people for cannabis, like all these like seed breeders and people who were growing, you know, to as like instructional. They banned them. They just boom, 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 like thousands of cannabis pages. And now, and I on Earth Day, I made a video demanding, you know, YouTube apologize to all these people, and you know, for growing flowers, and you know, and they've backed way off now. Now there's like everybody's growing cannabis on the YouTube page, and as long as you market that it's made for adults, they don't have a problem with it, which is really good.
Okay.
I'm just saying, I'm right there with you. I hate censorship. I love freedom. I think, you know, when it comes to the Second Amendment, I think that the founders said, okay, you know, the First Amendment is, okay, you can say what you need to say. You can live your life the way you choose. That's the way I see the First Amendment. And the Second Amendment is, and no one will ever take that from you. So
okay, but can you have the first without the second, or vice versa?
I think that if we didn't have the Second Amendment, that that the First and all the other amendments would have been gone long ago.
Amen. Now, my question to you is, as a government that you live under, that I live under, is regulating recreational, medical, or the least that we want to see is jail time, but they're regulating every certain part of that. Now, me as a gun owner, should I be worried about that? Because a little bit, yeah, I am.
I wouldn't worry.
I'm worried about if I'm able to, because I'm legally able to carry in 34 states.
I would not get a medical card then. Don't get a medical card.
I don't need one.
Well, you do need one, but don't do it.
No, I'm not going to.
Yeah.
I'm not going to. I mean, like, the writing's on the wall. I can't do it because my government regulates too much and they censor stuff.
Yeah.
If they're okay with giving me a chemical and they're not okay with me just legally going and doing whatever I do in my garden and smoking a plant, and they want to regulate that, or they want to regulate how you talk on YouTube or anything else, what's next?
Everything they can get away with?
Everything they can get away with. So I stand true to my guns. I stand true to, like, dude, I'm a construction worker. I got to take UA tests. These are all things that, like, I can't explain to my contractor or my employer of why did I test dirty for weed. I didn't test dirty for meth. I didn't test dirty for fucking cocaine or any of that other bullshit. Like, I smoked a little pot to make my back feel better, or to fucking stop a fucking seizure or prevent one.
Yeah. Well,
like, is it really any of your fucking business?
Yeah. Well, that's
like, no. But that really is what I have to go through every day in my life. And you want to talk about government censorship? Like, literally, I'm more censored than you are.
Well,
to be honest.
Well, let's talk about. I'm very free, dude. YouTube can fuck over all my work. That's taken years and years and years to put together, but I'm still the free person. Damn it. Yeah, what I was saying is, you don't want to be documented as a cannabis user if, you're a gun owner, and that's a very important part of your life. So I would not register for a medical card. But you do need it all the same, because for me, I grew up in a house with 300 guns, and at least half of them were loaded all the time. And I was trained to shoot really well. I got my first gun at 9 years old, 22 bolt action rifle. At 10 years old, I got my first handgun. So I and it was always about, protecting our home, and that was really it. I mean, my dad was a bomber pilot in Korea.
Right.
And he couldn't get over that. He killed a lot of people. And he always felt there was going to be some kind of retribution. And then he worked with the DEA and the FBI and the CIA, and he was keeping track of the West Coast the California biker gangs. And so he was undercover for that, really deep undercover. And so he probably was always worried something was going to come from that too.
Well, like I said, man, I can't speak about like what your father or whatever like went through, but as being
no, I was just talking about me, really. I was just talking about me. It wasn't so much about my dad. My dad's a very long story.
Oh, absolutely. My father was a staff sergeant in the Marine Corps, and that's why I know so much about guns. And I grew up in a very conservative household, and I'm glad for that. I'm glad for that. Like, had I grown up in, I hate to say it, but like, if you were to put me into a situation with a bunch of liberals, I would feel completely out of my skin. Completely out of my skin.
The founding fathers,
You're forcing me to believe someone else's beliefs.
No one's forcing you to do anything. And also, the founding fathers were very liberal. And I think Jesus was very liberal, too. So, if you look at it realistically, the founding fathers said, fuck you, government, and we're going to say whatever the fuck we want to say, you fucking limeys, right? So they were pretty fucking liberal, They're like, you can't tell us what to do, fuck off.
In those days, yeah, you would call it liberal. In these days, I would call it libertarian.
There you go. I agree with the libertarian call. That's a good call. There has to be a certain
line in the sand that's drawn because, if you're going to call yourself one thing, then you're going to draw the line. If you don't call yourself anything, then don't draw the line.
Yeah, I think the lines are very bad. I think
on Second Amendment shit, I draw the line on Second Amendment shit. The minute that someone tells me that I'm not allowed to protect my family, myself, or the individuals that are around me in various states, that I'm sane, sober, and moral to conceal carry, like to protect the common good, like there's nobody that's gonna tell me that I'm indifferent. Like,
yeah, no, my dad had a federal permit, and I actually saw him try to carry a gun on a plane one time, and they like stopped him and they took him to the back room, and he gave him a telephone number, and they called the phone number, and he said, "We're very sorry about that, Mr. Evans," and they went and put his gun where they could see it. They wouldn't let him keep it, carry it on the plane, but they put it in a storage compartment and showed him where it was. So.
But the whole fuck of it is that, like, I can't do that if I smoke pot. Now, I can I can smoke fucking basil, thyme, or Joe Biden's fucking son crawling fucking Parmesan out of the carpet or whatever he was saying on that interview, that he was smoking all that bullshit that he was pulling out of the carpet like a fucking fiend. No, but God forbid I go and I smoke fucking pot to just fucking
medicate properly. Prevent
and medicate myself. God forbid.
Look, I was talking about this earlier. We're not allowed to. I got the reason they shut me down for a week is they said because of medical misinformation, which I'm sure 99% that there something was being said about the COVID. Right? So medical misinformation, and I said,
But what does that have anything to do with anything, anyways?
Well,
you're just giving your opinion. You are an individual entrepreneur. You're doing your own thing. You are allowed your own opinion. Who gives a fuck?
Well, apparently,
I can tell you that COVID is nothing.
Yeah.
And if you believe it, are you going to shut me down? No. If you tell me COVID is bullshit, does that mean that I can go shut you down? Come on now. That's not fair to you. You are allowed your own opinion and your freedom of speech, and
not on YouTube.
And all these other places are dictating what is said, when it's said, and how it's said, and it doesn't affect them because they're a major conglomerate. They're a major conglomerate, and they're just gonna control everything, and they're just gonna be the puppeteers and pull the strings, and we're gonna allow this or we're not gonna allow that. So guys like me that somehow found your channel, I think I found your channel through Hard Bastard, which was completely demonetized.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of this. I mean, my work has been posted pretty much everywhere. You know, my videos have been on RT, Russia Today, at least a few times, at least 3 times. They've been on, Rachel Maddow mentioned Mox News on her show.
Fuck that liberal dyke.
Yeah, but I mean, it's nationwide, it's a very popular show. She mentioned Mox News, okay? She didn't have to do that. And she pointed out it was on YouTube and everything.
Good for you.
Well, yeah. I mean, anybody who had a YouTube page would want that. I mean, Iranians...
I want that. I want that. As a consumer, I want that. I'm not going to turn on Rachel Maddow's show, but goddammit, if I do, I want to hear about you.
Yeah. Well, I have that video posted on my page. But my point, and also, my work has been, I mean, like I said, it's just been seen everywhere. Iranian state television posted one of my videos, or showed one of my videos on Iranian state news, and it was, the title of the video was, "The Douchebag Doesn't Fall Far from the Tree." And it was a speech by, you know how they say the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, right? I said the douchebag doesn't fall far. That was the title of the video, and it was played on Iranian state television. And I know that these videos were all played the places that I said because they left the URL clearly visible. Oh, and by the way, Keith Olbermann played a video that I shot with my own camera.
Still have a job?
He works
How does he even still have a fucking job?
He works for ESPN. He works for ESPN. He has a lot of relationship with people at ESPN. So
yeah, he needs to hang up his fucking hat as well.
He's a fucking idiot. I agree. But he wasn't during the Bush years. During the Bush years, he was saying things that no one else was saying. So, and during that time, he played a video on his show that I actually shot with my own camera. So like I said, I'm just saying Mox News has been everywhere.
The same Keith Olbermann that did videos in his basement and shit?
I'm talking about Keith Olbermann, who had a show on MSNBC while George Bush and Dick Cheney were president. And every day he would talk about the Iraq war and how we were lied into war and stuff like that nobody else was talking about.
It's a false narrative.
It's not a false narrative. The White House and the Pentagon created lies about aluminum tubes and yellow cake, and Condi Rice is standing up there, "We don't want the smoking gun to come in the shape of a mushroom cloud." All fucking lies concocted in the White House and the Pentagon to go to Iraq to make Dick Cheney rich in the process of killing 1 million innocent Iraqis. This is not lies.
Dick Cheney, I mean, wasn't he shot his fucking buddy in the ass or some shit, didn't he?
Yeah. I think it was a reporter that wrote something about him that he didn't like.
Yeah, they were out like bird hunting.
Yeah.
Or something. And he never had been hunting or used a firearm. And me being a Second Amendment This is the fucking guy that's in charge of my shit?
This is the guy that's
And I'm a Second Amendment supporter,
This is
and
the
he's
guy
the fucking guy that shoots his fucking comrade in the fucking ass?
This is the
Or
guy
leg or
who's
some shit?
this is the guy who's rah fucking let's go to war in Iraq and kill 1 million Iraqis because I'm such a man. Rah, let's shoot them all up, you know. And meanwhile, you know, he's never had a fucking gun at all.
Hoorah is a military term.
Yeah, right.
For
That the
Marines.
fucking morons in the White House use every chance they get because it lends themselves to this fucking culture, this hero thing. Like, you know, the soldiers when they go and do a photo op in
He was never a
Afghanistan.
military man to begin with.
This is what I'm saying.
I grew up. I grew up under a military household, so like I know a lot more than the average individual.
Mm-hmm.
And especially a lot more than Dick fucking Cheney. And he's out there with a fucking gun, and he's gonna shoot somebody, his own fucking comrade. I'm serious, like, dude, they like literally went out fucking gun hunting, and he shot his own buddy.
Yes, I know.
I mean, Colin Powell, Condoleezza Rice, all, like, I'm a conservative, you know, like, do or die. Like, I believe in capitalism, and I think that, like, I personally am more libertarian, but I can't agree with the way that the libertarians are running this shit. I mean, like, there really isn't. I can't be one side or the other, and I can't not vote. That's not fair. People died to give me the right to go vote, so I'm going to vote. Do I agree with everything that Donald Trump did? No.
Donald Trump's
agree
not a
with everything?
conservative. I mean, who is it that you think is conservative in the Congress or the White House or whatever? Because I don't see anybody.
Well, sir, I'm 32 years old, and I'm very young in the political game as going forth.
Mm-hmm.
And as a young adult, I
Mhm.
don't agree with any of them. As a young adult, I agree with getting rid of every one of them.
Yeah, I want to
that's
see him.
not-
I want to see him go to prison because we have to make examples
That's
of.
not-
We
that's
have
not-
to. We
that's not
have to
the way
make.
our Constitution is written.
They're all criminals. They've all done criminal acts. And anybody anybody who votes for war year after year after year and then makes a profit off of is a war profiteer, and they're dangerous to the entire fucking world. We have to put
I
them
agree
away.
with you. I
We have to
agree with
put
you.
them
I agree
away
with you.
in prison, or we'll never get anything better. Otherwise, it's saying
agree
we're
with
going to
you,
get the
and
same
that's why I
government
keep
over
saying-
and over.
That I agree with you, and that's why I keep saying that my father was a staff sergeant in the Marine Corps. Okay, so I grew up under a certain regulation. You know what I'm saying? Just under that household, but you're not going to see everybody in the world grow up like I do. You're not going to see everybody in the world grow up like you do. You know, we all got to come to a common ground here somewhere.
Right,
There
it's
has to be
easy.
something that we can all just agree on, and we can all just, if you don't agree on it, just go that way.
See, that's what I'm saying, okay? Is that we have to recognize the common enemy, okay? Then we don't even have to go beyond our little divisions, okay? We can still have our little divisions, but we can all agree this is the real enemy. The real enemy is the people in Washington, D.C. and their ever-expanding police state. Okay, by which I mean there's no fucking liberals, there's no fucking conservatives, they're just a bunch of criminals, and they all have to go to jail, or it's never gonna change. And all we have to do, you're saying how do we get beyond this, or how do we move? The only way that we can do it is by recognizing the common enemy, because we're never going to give up our divisions because they're so firmly ingrained, and then over and over again ingrained every day by the news and whatever, all the politicians. They're acting divisive. Yeah,
I agree, sir. I agree with what you're saying, but
I'm Mike.
I'm
Mike.
What you're saying is a very radical approach.
It's reality. Reality is very radical.
Let
me say this. Let
reality.
me say this. In the land of, God damn it, in the land of lies, truth is treason. So you may think it's radical. You may think it's treasonous. Whatever. What I'm saying is, this is the only way we get something better. So regardless of how it sounds on paper, regardless how it sounds coming out of my mouth, if we don't make it the reality, we're stuck with this fucked government forever. It's the only change, the only possible way we're ever going to get change. Send them all to prison. All right. Do it now.
So my question to you is, what do I do as I want to be able to, one, smoke cannabis legally. One, I want to do that. Two, I want to be able to do that, and I want to own my guns. How do I, in your realm of what you speak on, do you think my next move to do is, do I not own guns, or do I not smoke fucking weed? Or do I bring the fight politically that direction? Because I politically am not going to waste my energy, and I can just live my life doing what I'm doing now. And that's the way I'm doing now. But the way you want to say it, and you want to radicalize the shit, hey, I'm all about it. I'm on your side.
Yeah.
Don't get it wrong. Don't get it wrong.
Right.
I have your back.
I hear you.
There is no right decision that I can make in my position that I'm in right now.
Well, okay. And let me tell you what the right decision is. I can tell you what needs to be done.
For a person like you, it's very easy for a person like you, from the outside looking in, to say this, that, and the third. And I agree with everything that you're saying.
Right. Okay.
I agree with it.
I can tell you what needs to be done.
I am yet to hear one person give me a rational answer.
Okay. Like I said already, we have to recognize the common enemy. The common enemy being the government in Washington, D.C. and its ever-expanding police state. Okay? Now, that being said, if you know the importance of that, then what you have to do is you have to spread that message, is that we can overcome our differences if we can just become aware of the common enemy. Because the government, the ever-expanding police state, is hurting you, it's hurting me, it's hurting our children's future. Okay? You want to have a police state, for your children? You want to have a drug war for your children? Our children, your children, deserve better than that. Okay? And this is what I'm saying, is that if we can recognize, what the problems are together, as opposed to focusing on our divisions, which is what the programming is desperately trying to make happen, then, so don't buy into the division. Like, I don't ever, I take every person as an individual. I take every person as an individual. I don't prejudge, and because you know what, people show you right away if you need to look at them funny, but otherwise you shouldn't look at them funny. Otherwise you're like this sergeant. Right. Yeah, go ahead.
So when there is an injustice done, we see I'm just referring to BLM as a great topic, or a great example.
Mm-hmm. How about just protesters?
There is an injustice done. every time there is an injustice done, I don't agree with BLM. I think that BLM is, depending on where it is and who's involved, it's a fucking time bomb waiting to explode, and people are going to get hurt. And we've already seen it across the country. Just people are getting hurt, and it's not only physically, it's in small business ownerships. They're tearing down their own fucking shit. Like, how can you fucking be okay with this?
I think look,
not you, but I'm saying, like, how can anybody be okay with this?
Because you recognize number one that the people in the street, doesn't matter if BLM, doesn't matter if it's the Tea Party, it doesn't matter if it's the protesters on January 6th. The people in the street are Americans, and they're telling their government, hey, listen to what I'm saying. You're supposed to represent us. Okay, now that being said, protesters are not the ones looting. Protesters are not the ones setting fires. Those are agitators.
Are you delusional right now?
No, I've been a protester.
Are you did you take another bong rip?
I've been a protester many, many times. Okay, I'm not saying.
If you were literally going to sit here and tell me that every protest. Okay, I'm going to keep it 100% with you. I am around the county of Kyle Rittenhouse.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Mm-hmm.
How do you feel about that?
Why was he there again? Why was he at the protest? Why was he there? To shoot someone?
He was there. He was there.
To shoot someone. That's why he was there.
He was there protesting.
He was not protesting. He went there to shoot people. You don't need a gun.
You think so?
You don't need a gun to protest.
Okay, so the guy that hit him with the skateboard, or the other guy that had the gun,
he put himself into that situation. He put himself in that situation. Okay, number one, those people felt very threatened by this person with a gun coming towards them. Okay, and they shouldn't have to feel that way, should they?
They chased him. He retreated. He retreated. He ran away from them.
Mm-hmm.
They chased him down the street, and then dude hit him with his skateboard, and another dude pulled out a gun. There's video and pictures of it.
Mm-hmm. Well, he pulled out a gun first.
The gun was a felon that should not even have a gun.
You just got done explaining why people who might choose to do something else shouldn't have a gun. Okay, look, it's either about freedom or it's not. Okay, so if you don't want freedom of speech, you don't want these people to have freedom of speech, but you want these other people to have freedom of speech, that's extremely fucked up. And who made you the boss of who gets to fucking say what they want to say?
You're misinterpreting what I'm saying.
Yes, I hear what you're saying. You're saying that the protesters are looters and they're fucking setting fires.
You're giving the protesters that came against Kyle Rittenhouse a pass.
Okay, how about the protesters on January 6th? Were they domestic terrorists?
No, they burned the fucking city down.
Okay, everybody's calling the protesters on January 6th. The protesters are being called terrorists.
They done it in New York.
Just answer the fucking question. Do you think the protesters on January 6th were fucking domestic terrorists? Yes or no? Answer the fucking question.
I can't speak. I wasn't there.
You seem to be able to speak on the fucking BLM, don't you?
Yeah, I can sure fucking.
Were you there? Were you there at the BLM protest?
I didn't have to be.
Right, but you can't. Right, but you have to be at the January 6th protest because you didn't see all kinds of pictures or anything there, right? Tons of video.
No, I've seen all types of
So, but you don't know what happened because you weren't there. Is that right?
If you want to ask, what are you asking me?
I'm asking you, goddamn fucking listen! I'm asking you if the protesters on January 6th are fucking domestic terrorists!
Sure.
Sure, is that right?
If they act that way, yeah.
Did they act that way?
Yeah, they did.
Okay, well then you don't think any protesters should have freedom. That's the fucking people's house. Okay, and they weren't violent with anybody except for the ones that were violent with them first. They were Americans demanding that their government listen to their voices. Just like the BLM people.
My whole point that I was trying to make before you went off on a fucking tangent is just when...
You're telling me fucking black protesters don't have the same right as white protesters. You want to say, oh, God damn it, it's not the fucking protesters that are burning down the place. It's not the ones that are looting. Okay? Protesters go out there for social justice. They're not there fucking trying to loot places.
Maybe not every place, and maybe you're correct. But in some places, yes, they are.
Well, to do that, you have to be awfully desperate, okay? So maybe they have a reason why they're doing that.
Are you delusional? Like, literally. Like,
no.
Did you take another bong rip?
I'm not. I know, you keep asking that. I thought you had respect for fucking cannabis. And now you're like, oh, did you take another bong rip? Like, that makes you stupid or something. What the fuck, dude?
Hey, dude, I'm just being funny with you.
Oh, it's hilarious.
I'm being... if you can't take my satire as being funny,
which one is satire?
Hey, what time do you want to have a healthy debate?
I thought that's what we were doing.
Well, we were having a healthy debate.
No, we weren't. We were having a conversation.
Can't take a joke.
What's a fucking joke? I keep asking you, what is it that's a fucking joke?
Because I said, can you take another bong? Did you take another bong rip?
Oh, you thought we were having a healthy debate before that, is that right?
Bro, we were.
Okay, well, continue it then.
Okay, well, what I'm telling you is that, like, I grew up, live close to what's happening here, and I
Where's here? Where's here? I grew up close to what's happening here.
Dude, how many guns do you own?
I don't own any guns, nor do I want to own a gun.
Okay, cool. Okay, now, if you're not concerned with owning a gun, not whatever, that's your way to go about the shit. Okay? Kyle Rittenhouse, that's where we got off subject with the shit. I agree with Kyle Rittenhouse. You can disagree with me about that all you fucking want.
It didn't go off the tracks at Kyle Rittenhouse. It went off the tracks at you acting like BLM is all a bunch of looters and fucking setting fires everywhere.
About BLM, all I was saying about BLM was that they get out and protest every fucking time a black dude gets fucking killed. No fucking white dude goes out there and every time a white dude gets killed. Everything. Okay, cool, whatever. But the minute that I have epilepsy, you have epilepsy, you're able to go and get your shit, whatever else, I can't. So do I start assembling? I asked you the question.
I already explained it to you. I already explained it to you. I already explained it to you. You have to talk with people about recognizing the common enemy, about getting beyond our petty divisions and recognizing what's actually ruining our lives. Okay? This should be easy for people to understand if you can get beyond, oh, these people are, because the people in the streets are Americans. You know that word? Americans. And they're demanding that their governments hear their voices because it's a representative government. And so far, as I can tell, no one in the middle class or lower is being represented by anyone in Washington, D.C.
Great.
Yeah, wonderful.
I agree.
Yeah.
Like I said, man.
This again, go ahead.
I appreciate the healthy debate. I'm just trying to bring like the X factor to the table to like show you maybe there's like somebody else that thinks differently than you. And I'm not saying, and I agree with what you're saying. I agree. But the practicality of it is that I cannot do what I do without being censored. In the grand scheme of things.
I understand. Again, I won't even go to a state that doesn't have legal cannabis. I refuse.
Yeah, well, it's the same thing. I live in a state that's very pro-gun. So that's where I draw the line.
I live in Washington State. It's an open carry state.
I live in an open carry and concealed carry state.
Yeah, they have concealed carry here too.
No, I haven't concealed carry for 34 states.
That's
but
wonderful. I told you my dad had a federal.
I can't have that and legally treat myself with marijuana,
which is
while
why
owning a firearm.
Which is why
so
we have to talk about the common enemy, the people that's keeping you from being able to medicate properly. Okay, that's our common enemy, regardless of anything else. The police state is our common enemy. The drug war is our common enemy. Anybody who wants to fuck with our constitutional rights is our common enemy. A fucking government that spends 50% of the money that it spends of its budget on fucking the military, is our common enemy. So,
right. Well, I want to see BLM. Okay, so black people, African American descent, make up right around about 15%. It's probably less than that of the population, but they overpopulate the fucking jails. Okay, so I want to see BLM, and a lot of these individuals are locked up for bullshit fucking crimes.
Right.
Instead of BLM getting out there and fucking protesting the cops and all this stuff, go stand outside every fucking day of that fucking jail and get all those people that are in there off stupid fucking marijuana charges. Get those people fucking released.
Yeah. Well, I'm not going to tell people how they're supposed to.
For another black person to be killed.
I'm not going to tell people how they're supposed to express themselves. Okay. What I'm trying to do is that if we can.
You gotta do. I'm saying that they can go out there every day and advocate for black people, white, black, Mexican, Asian. It doesn't fucking matter. All those people that are in there for bullshit weed crimes need to get the fuck out of jail. Because it's bullshit.
Any drug crime, as long as they weren't distributing, there's no reason somebody who does something for personal use should go to prison.
Unless you show me a victim, I have no crime.
Yeah, exactly. So I agree. There should be people protesting. I think that's been a lot of the protest, actually. I think that this ever-expanding police state that I talk about is a big part of the protest, Certainly...
You're advocating for BLM, but you're not telling them and giving them the direction for what they need.
I give everybody the direction.
Advocate for them, you need to give them and your mouthpiece on this advertisement.
I just got done explaining it multiple times. Okay? Our divisions are bullshit. Our divisions are being programmed into us day after day after day. And the only way to get beyond them is to recognize the common enemy. Okay? Whoever it is that's listening, the BLM, whoever, they can hear what I'm saying. If, again, you spread this message, this is the way you communicate with people instead of being stuck on our divisions. Then we'll be able to get beyond the divisions and actually make something happen, like ending the drug war or freeing people from prison.
Right. Correct. I agree with 100% of what you just said. BLM, if you're hearing this right now, do not wait for another black person to get killed. You need to go out there and get the black people or the white people or the fucking Asians or the Mexicans or anybody else of any fucking color out of the jail over some bullshit fucking weed charges. And go out there and protest that. And as a matter of fact, while you're at it, go out there, let's people of all colors join up and let's go fucking say, hey, guys like Jordan, I'm a white guy, it has nothing to do with color, go stand out and protest in front of the fucking place that disallows me from having my fucking medication, quote unquote. Go fucking protest that shit.
That's what the people in Portland did night after night all summer.
I will not stand in a BLM protest.
That is exactly what the people in Portland did night after night after night all summer long last summer. Okay, they stood in front of the federal courthouse, the jail, and the FBI or whatever it was right next to it. There was a big federal building right next to it. And they fucking stayed there night after night, getting shot with rubber bullets, getting fucking tear gassed, getting fucking flashbang grenaded, okay? And every time they did that shit, more people came out. And it was every night in front of the federal building and the jail. I think it was FBI, but I'm not positive. The FBI building. So you know, they did exactly what you're saying. Every single night, all summer long.
Well, I'm not seeing it where I'm at.
Well, I played fucking lots. There's lots and lots of videos all over.
Those people that come out in droves and come out in convoys and have all these signs and all this. I think you need to redirect. I think you need to redirect where you're pointing the finger at. You can be mad about a cop killing. You can be mad about a cop killing a black kid. I get it. I fully get it. I'm not saying he deserved it or anything, whatever. Any which case, it doesn't matter. But they come out in convoys and droves and assemble and signs and flags and all this and that. But you're not assembling for what really fucking matters. And that's why I stay my ass in the fucking house and deal with the fucking bullshit. Because I would come out there and support that shit. But I'm not going to support some shit that I don't fucking believe in.
I just told you, night after night in Portland, maybe if you could talk at the protest about people and that we have to go here in front of the jail and we have to protest to get everyone out of the jail, maybe you could help make that happen. Like I said, that's exactly what they did in Portland all summer long. You can go and look at our videos from July, June, August. They were right in front of the courthouse, right in front of the jail, right in front of the federal building. Okay, all summer long, every single night. Okay, so you know, there are people doing exactly what you said needs to be done.
Well, I don't see it on this side, but
like I said, you can go and watch any Mox News live show from June to July, and you'll see the protest live being broadcast on our live show night after night after night.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but what were they protesting?
They were BLM protesters. They were protesting the fucking...
They were BLM protesters. They weren't protesting on medicinal marijuana. They weren't protesting on...
They're protesting the drug war. I guarantee you don't know fucking Portland. Okay? You don't... Number one...
You're comparing apples to oranges.
They have no possession charges in Portland, okay? If you have personal drugs on you, they cannot take you to jail. Doesn't matter if it's meth, doesn't matter if it's heroin or fentanyl, as long as you don't got a bunch of fucking pills that are all packaged up in dime sacks, they're not taking you to jail. Okay? So they don't really need to protest that in Portland, do they? What they protested what you said out in front of the jail, out in front of the courthouse, out in front of the federal building, night after night. You said that's what you wanted to see. I'm telling you, that's what they did.
What if it's all legal? What are they protesting for then?
Because we live in a fucking police state and someone has to stand up against it.
What are you protesting for then? You're not protesting anything because you're already giving it. You're giving it.
No, you seem to think this is a fucking single issue deal. The drug war is just a teeny tiny part of it. The drug war is just a teeny tiny part of the police state.
It's a huge part. It's a huge part.
It's a giant part of it. You're right. It's a giant part. I agree. It's a giant part of the police state. Okay, it's not some. It's not. Look it. Even though they don't have to protest it in Portland, they went ahead night after night, all summer long, doing exactly what you said. Being out in front of the courthouse, being out in front of the jail.
For what reason?
Because we live in a police state, and it has to end.
Fucking. That's a generalization.
No, it's not.
What if they out there protest? I will go out there by myself and stand in front of a fucking courthouse till my face is blue and say whatever the fuck I believe in. And I'll be out there by my goddamn self. But down the street is a whole fucking thing because somebody got killed.
Yeah, well, if you were in Portland standing out in front of the courthouse, that's not what you would get.
Carl Rittenhouse's shoes, you might have said something different too.
I would not have been in Carl Rittenhouse's shoes bringing a fucking assault rifle to a goddamn protest. I never ever would fucking do that. Okay? He's a fucking asshole.
But the guy that brought the handgun, that was okay?
Again, I would never put myself in that position. I didn't say it was okay. This is something that you're talking about. I'm not talking about that. You want to act like somehow these people are intelligent. They're not. They're fucking morons. They're fucking morons. What? They're fucking morons bringing a gun to a fucking protest. Okay? Fucking idiots. That's not what protests are about.
They burnt my fucking city down, dude.
Not the BLM, not the protesters, okay? It's not the protesters doing it.
Okay.
It's not.
Okay.
Okay, and it's the police state that pushes this.
The fucking National Guard was almost fucking deployed. Are you like...
Yeah, okay, the National Guard was deployed in Washington, D.C. You have no problem with that. The National Guard has been deployed in Minneapolis. The National Guard has been deployed in, where they have it here in Washington State, at Olympia, at our state capitol, for no fucking reason. Okay, and I would bet that the National Guard has been deployed at a bunch of. No, there's not. No, there's not. It's the people's house. It's not. Number one, the military is not supposed to be pointing their guns at the people who sign their fucking paychecks. That's not what the U.S. military is about.
They're not supposed to fucking point their guns at other civilians either.
That's what Kyle Rittenhouse did.
Oh, you sure? You sure?
I saw a video of it. He shot people! He shot people. Of course he pointed it at people. He pointed it at a fucking bunch of protesters, man. That's not right. It doesn't matter who did it, whether it's Kyle Rittenhouse or anybody else. Shooting at a bunch of people is really fucked up person. Okay? It doesn't matter if cops... I talk about this all the time. Cops in neighborhoods... Domestic neighborhoods, shooting guns, shooting 15 fucking bullets. Bullets travel, man. Okay? They go through houses, they go through windows, they go through cars. And you're doing that in a fucking neighborhood where children and old people live? Are you fucking kidding me? Cops do it constantly. Healthy debate. All right, I need a fucking break. I gotta go have a break. I gotta heat up my tea. My throat's a little... All right, I'll be back in a second. We have Lunar Lander. Oh, America's going back to the moon. Again, I'm not here trying to get donations. I'm not here trying to make friends. I'm here trying to talk about recognizing our common enemy instead of being divisive. I've spelled this out again and again. Clip number 7. Lunar Lander. We're going back to the moon, people. Dodge to the moon.
NASA is shopping for a new lander to go back to the moon. It's expected to choose this month from among 3 designs for its Artemis program. It's picking from 3 different landing system proposals. Blue Origin, founded by Jeff Bezos, is leading a team of aerospace companies that came up with this design. SpaceX proposed a lander based on its Starship design, and then there's this approach by Dynetics.
We're definitely building off Apollo. We're saying, okay, we see what they did. Okay, we live in a different era. What makes sense for us today? What makes sense for NASA? And what will help us to have more of a sustained presence?
The Apollo landed successfully and delivered a dozen Americans to the moon. Now NASA has to choose which design will land America's next moonwalkers.
Sometimes life can be a little overwhelming. Sometimes the weight of the world can be too much to bear. Sometimes you need to stop worrying and take a deep breath. Sometimes you need cannabis. Introducing Brightside, high-quality cannabis delivered right to your door. Brightside offers an extensive menu of strains and products to meet your needs. Choose the experience you want, and we'll send you the dankest herb, the real sticky icky, some top-shelf marijuana. If you like what we send you, keep the whole jar. We'll even include some nugs for you to blaze. As part of Discovery, you'll get to try new strains and products. Side effects may include euphoria, increased appetite, uncontrollable giggles, elevated sensitivity to musical dopeness, and reduced anxiety. Tetrahydrocannabinol may also induce feelings of existential well-being and relentless optimism. With a Brightside subscription, you can get it once a month, once a week, or whenever you want, all at a price you'll like. And yes, this is a real company.
Do you know who I am?
You're the wizard. Ask your doctor if cannabis is right for you. It probably is. Keep it Brightside.
All right, so I owe some bong hits here. Michelle is too nice. Thank you very much, Michelle. I will get a bong hit ready for you momentarily. And let's see. I owe someone else a bong hit too, because they donated very generously. Also, thank you so much. I didn't see who it was, but I will get your name and give you a bong hit momentarily. Again, thanks so much. again, I'm just very passionate. I'm not here to argue with people, but I can't, look, I have this thing about the protesters, and I believe that Carl Rittenhouse is an American too. The problem is he took a gun to a protest and then shot towards people. Okay? And he put himself in that danger, and it's just fucked up to bring a gun to a protest. Okay? It's something I've carried a gun many places. I carried a gun into a packed casino one time, and that was a very odd experience. But it's never been like, I've never even thought about pulling a gun. Never would. And it's not that I never would, because that's why you have it in the first place. But hey Craig, you can send a caller up. But I don't want to. That's what guns are designed for. This is why I don't want a gun, is because that's what they're designed for, is to hurt people, and I don't want to hurt people. Hello, caller.
Hi, Mike. Hi, how are you? And thank you for taking my call.
I am good. How are you?
Just fine. Thank you. Thank you. I have been following your show for almost 3 hours.
I'm sorry.
It's very interesting.
Thank you.
It's very interesting to first of all, to your passion. And, I have been watching you and hearing you for so long. I decided to call for the first time. I decided to put my 2 cents into the show.
Right on. Well, I'm glad you called. What's your name?
James.
Hey,
I go
James.
by James.
Right on. It's good to hear from you.
Yes, sir. First of all, and I like the way they show the spontaneity of the show, which demonstrates how the American masses differ from each other in terms of political views, culture, and in terms of their own psyche. You can see that immediately, that in your show, it's a mosaic of what is really going on in the United States. It's, the fabric of our nation is really crumbling apart. And as you mentioned many times in your show, we are right now in such a state of decadence, that it is really dangerous.
Yeah.
We have violence at all levels, shootings at all levels, gun violence, shootings, killings. We have police violence, which is extreme in this nation. When you compare the United States with other nations, you will see that the United States is a 10,000%, factor in terms of police violence. But the issue for us is not to understand our current timeline, but is to go to the past and understand where we come from and why we are where we are. And that's what I like about your show, because you are a person with a very good memory. You have very good memory. See, most Americans today don't remember anything, probably in terms of 2 to 3 years behind.
And it's, a lot of people.
This is very, very bad.
Yeah,
very bad.
It's programming. A lot of it's programming. A lot of the TV shows are just like boom, 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 like 5 seconds on this, 5 seconds on this, 5 seconds on this. A lot of movies are shot that way, and it's a fucked up programming. They're making it so that people can't have attention, because if it's longer than 5 seconds, oh, this is boring. They just tune out.
So Mox, if you ask today. You see, ignorance is the best friend of the deep state.
Who? Oh, okay, I agree with you.
Ignorance is the best friend. You ask a high school student today, Mox. You ask him, what is the history of the United States in Central America, in Mexico, Central America, in Argentina, in Chile, overall in Latin America? They will not know. So we have a situation here in the border right now, and say thousands of people are coming to the border.
Yeah.
And then the question is, oh yeah, this guy from Soros is funding all these people to come to the United States, and they are coming here to invade us, and this and that and the other. But they do not understand in the reality of the factors that are associated with the migration of these people. And you did it, I think, many shows ago. You hit the point. You hit the point. What you hit the head of the nail in one single hammer. When you mention the history of the United States in Central America, how many times Honduras have been invaded?
Yeah.
So far, 14 times. The United States invaded Honduras.
They're all over. They're all over Central America and southern.
They are all over Central America.
Yeah.
During the times when you and I were young, during the 90s, George Herbert W. Bush invaded Panama. Remember?
Yeah. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Big mess. Right?
Yeah.
And then remember when, even before, when we were kids, Henry Kissinger planned the coup d'etat in Chile and killed Salvador Allende.
Yeah.
And if we go during the 30s, when the United States under the Doctrine Monroe imposed in Nicaragua this dreadful dictator called Somoza, the family, and they destroyed the country. And the same is in Honduras, and the same in Guatemala, and in El Salvador, the civil war in El Salvador,
yeah,
etc. So those people, if you look at the history of the United States, you look and ask a kid today from high school, or even from college, what is the history of the United States in Latin America? They will say nothing. Ignorance is a blessing for the government. And then we have all these problems, and we have senators like Ted Cruz and what's his name, the other Texas senator, Cornyn, blaming the Mexican government and blaming everybody. Oh, they are invading us. Listen, they come here because they cannot make it there.
Yeah.
These people are as ignorant as we are.
Yeah, no,
they were born 20 years ago.
Yeah.
And they are hungry.
Yeah,
There is a Mexican proverb.
It must.
I want to show it to you. A Mexican proverb that I heard many times. They say, today, most Americans have no culture or education. The only thing today Americans have is entertainment. That's the key that make me realize that we are a nation of ignorance. Your previous caller, he was going circular and circular and circular. Oh, the black matters. Listen, these are the symptoms of a disease. The disease is not a protest. This is a protest, as you mentioned, is a consequence of the disease. And the disease is not, as you said, the disease is not in our houses, it's not in our streets, it's in Washington. These people trample with our Constitution, and they use and abuse our Constitution as it is a toilet paper. How many times they use it as a toilet paper so they can become billionaires? And you said one thing I like about you. You said, there is a military-industrial complex, there is an entertainment-industrial complex, and there is a prison-industrial complex. And these three complexes are making billions of dollars out of us, the taxpayers. It's just unbelievable.
Yeah, it's
what we are going to go through.
It's just this military-industrial complex is probably, I mean, if you look at it as it's part of the police state, it's part of the drug war, I would say it's 90% of our problem. If we end the drug war, we end so much crime. We take we take all this money away from the fucking violent gangs. There's rivers and rivers of money. This is why they can go out and commit all these crimes and everything. If they didn't have this flow of the black market money, then they wouldn't be able to have a gang. They wouldn't be able to buy guns. They wouldn't be able to do all this shit. So they wouldn't have a gang.
Let me interrupt you, Mike. There was a CDC webpage many years ago. And the CDC was describing the percentage of the people that use casual drugs in the United States. So the CDC, the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, mentioned that it was between 15 to 17% of the population of the United States that were casual drug users. These are people that use marijuana, casual drugs. They are not hardcore users, is what the CDC is, because hardcore users, nobody knows how many there are. Nobody knows.
Yeah.
But according to the CDC webpage, probably people can Google it, there is between 15 to 17% of the total population, and they spend on the average $50 a week on purchasing these casual drugs. Now, if you make the numbers, Mike, can you imagine how much is there? How much money is being made out of these drugs because of the fact that they are illegal?
Yeah.
They are making the drugs illegal for a reason.
Yeah. I agree.
For a reason.
Yeah, to get rich.
Okay, because they have to feed the prison industrial complex. They have to. You see, it's a money-making machine.
Right.
If you're going to Mexico and you're associated, this is $300 to $400 billion a year from these casual users.
Yeah.
Only for the casual users, 400. I don't know if you can make the number. I don't have it here in front of me, but it's billions and hundreds of billions of dollars a year.
Yeah.
And this is for the casual users, Mike.
Yeah.
The casual users.
Yeah. Just
imagine the hardcore, the cocaine and the heroin. it's billions and billions and billions.
This is what I'm saying.
Where is this money going?
It's going to bad people mostly, pretty much primarily. And that's the point. If it was legal everywhere, that's one of the points. Besides the fact that in Portugal they legalized everything, and heroin use and meth use dropped off to almost nothing.
The same is in the Netherlands.
Yeah.
In the Netherlands.
Yeah.
They legalized everything. They used to have a significant problem during the 60s and 70s. They legalized it, and now everybody is not even using it.
They have their options. They get to pick what they want to use, and you know what? If you have to draw blood, it's not recreational. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. And this is the issue that in the Netherlands, but the education is an enemy of our government. If you have a population that is very well educated, they will have the correct decisions to make for their families, their children, etc., etc.
Yeah.
And their money, most importantly, their monies. How are you going to use your money in the future? Are you going to buy a house, a car? No, you're not going to use it on drugs. You're not stupid. You're investing it in your future. But here in the United States, with the conflation of the military-industrial complex, the prison-industrial complex, the police-industrial complex, and the drug-industrial complex, they all work together so they can destroy the most important element of our nation, which is our families. They want to destroy the family.
I agree. It's not just that. They just want us all. They want our lives to be as messed up. They want us all agitated, because if we're agitated, then we can't make decisions properly. This is part of the reason they want to keep cannabis from us, because if we have cannabis, then we're not so agitated. Maybe we can figure out what our next move should be 10 times better than if we're all fucking agitated, and that's the last thing that they want.
Yeah, like the previous caller, man, I got exacerbated. This guy, he was going circular and circular and circular and circular and circular. Either you're intelligent enough to see what is going on in the street or you're not. Give me a break, man. Black Lives Matter is a symptom of the disease that we have in Washington.
Right.
The protests, all these elements. Remember, when we were kids during the 60s, there was extreme violence during the civil rights movement. Extreme violence. But this violence doesn't come, as we say, spontaneously. It's an explosion associated with the pressures on society. But you cannot tell that to some people because they get exacerbated and say, no, it's because these are criminal people, and they blame the blacks, and they blame the Hispanics, and they, like the guy in the, what's his name, this soldier that was pushing the other young fellow.
Yeah.
You know, that's a micro world
Right.
of what is happening in America.
Everywhere.
This guy,
Everywhere.
when he pushes the young person away,
Yeah.
and he talks to him in such a misdemeanor, in such an arrogant, insulting manner, that's a microcosmos of what is really happening in America. And then you go and you show the tape of CNN with these two monkeys showing, oh, look, this is what is happening. These two guys are from the mainstream media, and they are just giving a pony and tail show. They are not going to do anything.
No, and they're real.
Probably.
Their real purpose, like I said earlier, I've never seen CNN be more divisive. You know, their real purpose is just, again, to bring up the divisions and spread people apart as much as possible.
As much as possible.
Yeah.
But, you know, during Second World War, or during many wars, you will see families fighting each other. Many families, oh, the neighbor is bad, and my neighbor is bad, but wait until you have not enough food on your plate. You're going to be asking the neighbor for sugar, or for a piece of bread, or for butter.
Yeah.
And you will eat in the same table as your neighbor when you are hungry. Because people in America, they think that they have everything on the table. But one day we will not be able to have it, and we are going to be able to say, okay, my neighbor is as good as I am. My other neighbor is as good as I am. And there is these petty differences that you mentioned that they want us to always believe in.
Yeah.
They, oh, yeah, you know, the difference between black and whites and the differences between Hispanics and blacks. And this is all bullshit. Yeah. When you are hungry, Mike, you have no color.
Like I said, I take everyone as an individual, you know, and I never think.
Exactly.
I don't think
hungry, you have no color.
I don't think I don't think my neighbor's bad at all. I do my best. I give them cookies already. I don't need to share. I don't need sugar, but I already give them cannabis cookies so they know that I'm I'm one of the good guys. And
maybe everybody needs some cannabis so they can cool down.
This is what I'm saying. Yeah, for sure. It would make a huge difference if cannabis was legal in this country.
You know what really always makes me mad is that, you go, the Japanese go to Mexico and they buy a plant called maguey.
Huh.
In Mexico. In maguey, they use it to make tequila. But they use not to make a tequila. They take the plant and they use the plant to make some specific medicines. So the people in Japan, they are pretty good with medications. Okay, very good. And they are also using cannabis.
What country did you say? Did you say?
Marijuana. They're using marijuana.
No, what country? So what country are you talking about?
Japan. In Japan.
Okay.
In Japan. And I was a kid, and I used to hear that the Japanese go and they buy tons of maguey in Mexico for some reason. And they take the fiber from the maguey and they extract something from it and they make capsules and they make specific medicines. I don't know what is in this plant that they have some specific compound that they use it for cancer therapy.
They're pretty good.
The same thing is for cannabis.
They're pretty good with the herbal medicines over there.
Herbal medicine is also the Chinese. So my question is, as you just said, the pharmaceutical complex industry.
Yeah.
In the United States, about a year ago, there was a discussion in your program, and also with another guy you remember there was an issue associated with Medicare for All, with what's his name, Bernie Sanders, during the election campaign.
Yeah.
So last year we were discussing that, right? And there was a big discussion, and everybody says, yes, we need Medicare for All. So you and many others in the different programs mentioned the fact that it was never going to happen. See, and why it's not going to happen is because the pharmaceutical industry, the healthcare industry in the United States is driven through profit. And profit only can be made
Right.
if you are sick.
Yeah.
So it's driven to what we call catastrophic medicine.
Yeah.
If you go to Finland, you go to Germany, you go to France, where there is universal healthcare, you will find that the healthcare industry in these countries is preventive. They have preventive healthcare system.
Yeah.
The United States has catastrophic healthcare
Right.
industry. That's the issue associated with it. Why? Because they want you to get sick. They want you to get sick. They want you to rotten in hell with cancer. They want you to rotten in hell with chronic diseases. They want you to sell you pills of all types and colors so that you keep making a profit for these SOBs. But there you, like you did, give advice to some people or some others regarding the potential benefits of cannabis. And then you get banned, like they did. But guess what? Every day in my email, I get a lot of emails from pharmaceutical companies studying cannabis,
Yeah.
the benefits of cannabis, and liquid chromatography, and how to purify cannabis using this method or that method, and for this specific process, and for they are now trying to use it for as an opioid replacement.
Right.
You know,
Yeah.
opioid replacement. And there is another company that using cannabis for guess what? Parkinson's disease.
Yeah. And MS and epilepsy and whole bunch of stuff.
Epilepsy is another one.
Yeah.
But for Parkinson's. So how come these son of a bitches get to sell you cannabis in a capsule, but you cannot even go and purchase it or do something else with it in a little store somewhere, and you go to jail?
Yeah,
So there is
I'd like to see, like every little city in America has a farmer's market. I'd love to see people who grow their own cannabis bringing it down to the farmer's market and selling it there. I think that would just be the most beautiful thing.
Remember, when you and I were kids, we heard too much about the people from Peru chewing the leaf of cocaine.
Yeah.
Remember? And they say, they used to say, these people, the average longevity for the people from Peru, it was close to 100 years old. They are very short, very petite people, extremely, always happy.
They're kind of active too, don't they? Move a lot. They don't. They move a lot all the time. I think that helps a lot. If you keep moving.
It's not only that. You know what else? They don't need shit.
Huh?
Like we do.
Oh,
They
you
don't
mean
need
like
shit
fat? You mean like fast food and stuff like that?
Fast food and all the shit that they push us through the TV and all the shit that we have to buy in the supermarket because we are living in these suburbs. That are suburbs in America for me are like concentration camps.
I understand what you're saying. I always say
Because
I
in
always
reality, you
call it.
you are at the mercy.
I always call
You
suburbs.
live at the mercy. You live in a suburb. You are at the mercy of who? You have the regulators that give you the energy, the electrical system. You have to have a supermarket close to the next 2 miles or 3 miles or 10 miles to go to, and where you have to do your groceries. You are, in essence, excuse my language, you are fucked up.
I always say that living in the suburbs is like a slow death, So.
Exactly, it's a slow death.
Yeah.
It's a very slow death.
So.
It's a very slow death.
I get what
and
you're
the
saying.
suburbs were created during the 60s and 70s, 50s, 60s, and 70s. They were created with the panacea associated with quote-unquote freedom.
Yeah.
Remember General Electric selling you their appliances, and they were so special that they were, you're going to fly in space with our appliances. You're going to be in space. The space program was at that time extremely popular with the Apollo program. And all the damn advertisers from General Electric and all the types of appliances, everything was associated with space. And they were pushing the washer, the dryer, the microwave, and et cetera, thinking that you will be independent. It was a fallacy.
Yeah.
It's a lie.
Yeah.
They're
Well,
telling you a lie.
the whole thing's a lie, man. They're just again.
The whole thing's a fucking lie.
Yeah, there's
you
not.
Go and you see yourself the civilizations. Today, just because you have technology doesn't mean you have a better life. It's a complete lie.
Yeah.
Oh, I have a computer, I have electricity, I have a TV, I have this. It's all bullshit.
Yeah.
It's all bullshit.
It's
Just gonna die
it's
the
like
same way the people died 10,000 years ago.
It's like, oh, I got my new cell phone. My life's going to be so great now. And they walk around and they don't look at anything. They don't experience anything. All they know is their fucking phone.
Well, there is a cartoon that was showing when people used to play in the playgrounds and in the swings and baseball. Instead of that, today everybody has a cell phone and they play with a cell phone that's with somebody that is 10,000 miles away with a fucking video game that only God knows what the hell is doing. I tell my son when I complain about that shit, what the fuck are you doing? And he tells me, I'm playing a video game. I tell him, screw the video game, man. Screw the video game. Let's play something else.
Yeah.
Let's have a game board.
Let's go to the park.
You know, you cannot have a relationship today. I don't know. You told me last time I had your program, you don't have any children, Mike.
Yeah, don't have children.
I have children,
Uh-huh.
and I worry about them. All your audiences, all the audience that you have, Mike, however small, they must have, in one way or another, a relative or a family member with children, if not themselves children. And you said it a few minutes ago with the other guy. What is the future that we are going to leave for our children? Well, as you said, it's very conclusive. It's going to be a very fucked up future.
Yeah.
It's going to be a very, very fucked up future.
I'm really surprised that the parents aren't leading the most of these protests, you know, because the parents have the most to lose, you know?
Yes, I agree with that. But the symptoms of the disease will never, you mentioned it very clearly about a year ago. The mention of the disease itself is not going to be able to be cured. I don't say destroyed. Cured. You need to be cured. As long as the people in Washington keep trampling with the Constitution of the United States. The Constitution of the United States has a very important wording. And it says the pursuance of happiness.
Yeah.
It doesn't say pursuance of money or pursuance of material things or pursuance of bullshit this or bullshit there. It says pursuance of happiness.
Yeah.
The other thing that the Constitution of the United States doesn't say is that it does not say the word citizen. If you look at the Constitution of many other countries, in order to have rights, you need to be a citizen. Right? You go to England, in order for you be a member of, quote unquote, the United Kingdom, you need to be a citizen. In the United States, the Constitution of the United States is the law of the land. That means it doesn't shit care if you are or not a U.S. citizen.
I agree. I think that that's the law of the land, and I'd really like if our representatives started acting like it, you know?
They saw the migration, Mike. These people that wrote the Constitution, even though they were a bunch of son of a bitches because they had the slaves, you know.
Yeah.
They saw it. They saw it. They saw what they call the writing on the wall.
Yeah, I think they were very progressive. I think, you know, they had, it's like I say, you know, they had this thing like, fuck you, government. We don't want anything to do with your stinking limey government. And then they were like, all right, everybody, I know not everybody, but everybody has freedom now. You know, they're like, okay, we don't have to worry about the fucking what the queen thinks or the king thinks anymore. You guys go and live your lives. In my opinion, you know, again, not everybody, but, you know, in my opinion, that's a very, very liberal kind of, not opinion, but, you know, stance.
And it's the worst enemy of our politicians today is our own Constitution. The worst enemy of our today's politicians is our own Constitution. Because our Constitution is telling us that the power relies on the people, not on them. and they will go and use the Constitution and block it and keep us dorm, keep us asleep, so that they can do whatever the hell they want.
Hey, James, I'm sorry. I got to take a break, bro.
Okay, thank you for taking my call.
Hey, you know what? I really hope you'll call back soon. I really enjoyed speaking with you.
So thank you, Mike. I really appreciate it. Hey, have a nice break, and I will see you. I will continue to watch you. By the way, now that you are going to take a break.
Yeah, good. As long as you're calling, please call back again sometime soon. Okay?
I will. Thank you.
Okay, cool.
Bye-bye.
Stay cool, bro. All right. So that was James, and he sounds like a pretty well-informed person. I am going to play a video for you, which is called, let's see, Hadron Collider. They're talking about a new force of nature that they've been discovered with this Hadron Collider. I think that's what it's called. And these things cost like $1 billion a year to run. So I think it's, again, this we're talking about, we have to have gun control, and then all of a sudden there's all these mass shootings. I think, coincidence, but anything that costs $1 billion to operate every year ought to be coming up with something. And when was the last time you heard anybody talking about Hadron Collider? Hadron Collider. I'm pretty sure that's what it's called. Anyways, I'm going to play that video for you now, and I'll be right back.
Physicists are excited, and they say this could be a major breakthrough in our understanding of the universe. It all has to do with the behavior of subatomic particles called muons. Experiments at a lab near the U.S. city of Chicago have shown that muons move at a rate that's faster than expected, potentially unlocking the secrets of a previously undiscovered fifth force of nature.
This could be the door to a whole new world of physics. For years, researchers have been using this ring, made of superconducting magnets, to accelerate the tiniest building blocks of matter, called muons, until they're almost as fast as the speed of light. That's when they can observe how muons interact with other forces and particles. And the results show that muons actually behave completely different to how current theory says they should. Up until now, something called the Standard Model explained all subatomic particles and their characteristics, such as charge, mass, and lifespan. But scientists have observed that the behavior of these muons suggest particles and forces exist outside of this theory. Everything that we can see in our universe, everything around us, can be explained by a few building blocks. These blocks describe the Standard Model of particle physics. One group of these particles makes up matter. The others transfer force. This theory can explain 3 of these forces, but the 4th force, gravity, can't be explained in this way. This is the force that keeps planets in their orbits, and that affects everything that has mass. When the universe was created by the Big Bang, these 4 forces combined. That's why the Standard Model can't explain what exactly happened at the beginning of time. The muons experiment could help us plug these fundamental gaps in our scientific knowledge and help us solve mysteries that have been confusing astrophysicists for decades. But first, more exact measurements and testing needs to be carried out to make sure the muons' unexplained behavior really can be attributed to unknown particles or forces.
All right, the mystery of the muons. To talk about that, I'm joined now by Alex Keshavarzi, a research associate in the Department of Physics and Astronomy at the University of Manchester in the UK. It's good to have you on the program. So how excited are you about this discovery?
Well, I think it's fair to say that we're plausibly excited. We've taken a very, very precise measurement of the behavior of muons, as you explained in your intro, and done a very, very precise calculation of what that behavior should be, and we found that they don't agree. And what this hints at is that there could be new particles or forces contributing to the way that the muon behaves with the rest of the universe.
I mean,
now I say plausibly excited because we measured this for the first time about 20 years ago.
Yeah.
And statistically, there's about a 1 in 40,000 chance that this could be a fluke, that this could be, messed up. And the gold standard we set it by is 3.5 in 3.5 billion. That's the standard that we want to set. And as we go forward with the experiment, that we will hopefully reach.
Well, we heard in that report that this could be proof, plausible proof that we could have an unknown force out there or unknown particles. So explain to the layman here among us, what exactly does that mean?
Well, what it means is that by comparing this very precise measurement with this very precise calculation, is that we've shown to an extreme likelihood that there's something about the fundamental structure of the universe that we really don't understand. And if that new measurement and this discrepancy between the two would stand up and would stand the test of time, it will be proof that there's something missing in the model of our building blocks of what the universe is made of. And now this could be a new force, like you said in the intro, it could be a new particle, but it will in general influence the universe around us and all of its contents, including muons. And in that sense, will define a new paradigm in how we look at what the universe is made of.
Could it possibly help explain some of the biggest mysteries in the universe?
Yeah, so there are several big mysteries that most physicists agree that are present and we can't explain. The largest being that we don't really know what 95% of our universe is made of. We know that 70% of it is made of something called dark energy, which is what we use to explain why the universe is expanding at an accelerating rate. And there's also the other 25% is dark matter. And we know that the dark matter has to be there because it influences astrophysical parts of the universe when we look out to the stars, but we don't know what that dark matter is. And it could be that should this result from the muon G1s2 experiment in Chicago be proved to be a new physics discovery, that it could be that source of dark matter that as of yet we haven't found.
Well, let's say that the numbers are in your favor and that this discovery turns out to be real. Are we going to have to rewrite the physics books?
Well, yes and no. I mean, the standard model that was described in the intro works very, very well and describes a lot of the universe around us, and we can do tests and show those to be correct. But it's still true that if this result was to stand up, it will be something very fundamental about the structural universe, the structure.
All right, so I hope I didn't cut that off at an inconvenient time. I gotta do this bong hit for Michelle because she's so fucking great. Thank you, Michelle. It's very, very nice of you. Thank you. And I got one coming up for Thomas too, because he's very cool. Thank you, Thomas. I'll be ready in just a sec. I got this one for Michelle first. Michelle is first. Here we go. Fish and chips. That does sound pretty good. And I hope you're taking a bong hit along with me, Michelle. It's so nice to see you, Shug. I hope you'll be back more often. And I hope everything's going good. So, let's see. Okay, Hadron Collider. I don't know what you guys think. But again, I think it's a, new force in nature. It doesn't seem like these guys can figure out a whole lot. The scientists we have today, again, seem like they're trying to keep us in the 1950s or something. And that's what James was talking about with this. He was talking about people's short-term memory and how they have all these functions and they think like they got it so good. But, I think these scientists really aren't doing all they can for us. Hello, caller.
Hey, Mark. You still mad?
Yeah, man.
I mean, at least you should have some sort of like a shield blunt or something.
Like a what now?
Like a shield blunt.
Seal's blood?
A shield blunt. Something to calm you down.
Oh, seal's blood will calm me down?
Yeah. Did you come down there already?
I just had a bong hit a minute ago.
Oh, that's good though. You relax. You relax. Because earlier today when I tried to explain to you why I don't think that little kid was innocent, you lost your mind. You literally lost your mind. You wanted to yell at me and yell at the entire...
Manny, do you know how many times you called me back and told me that I'm right? Okay, because it's more than 3 times. Okay, and the point is that that kid had his hands in the air. He was doing as he was told to do. He stopped. He put his hands in the air. He turned around. The cop shot him dead center. Okay, that's not right.
Okay, Max. Okay, all right. I just want to say hi, though, but it looks like you have a very fixed opinion when it comes to that. I have a different fixed opinion.
I'm tired of the police state, okay? The police state is either you stand on the side of freedom, Manny, or you stand with the police state, okay? Because the police state is the big problem in this country, and we're not going to get any better if you're going to stand with them. It's going to be
okay. All right.
Okay.
All right, Max. At least I tried today. All right.
Okay, Manny.
I was not trying to make you mad. I was not trying to make you mad or troll you, though. I really wanted to make a conversation about why I think the kid was not as innocent. But again, you seem like you have a very fixed opinion when it comes to that.
Look, it's not me, Manny. You have this thing about, oh, he was out at 3 o'clock in the morning, cop fucking point. Oh, he was a gang member, cop fucking point. Oh, this one guy passed a gun to the other guy, cop fucking point. Again, and oh, they shot at another vehicle, cop fucking point. The question is, did they shoot at that cop? Did he raise his hands like he was told to? Did he turn around like he was told to? Yes, he did. Okay, and then the cop shot him dead center. Okay, you're supposed to be... We have to hold these people to a higher standard if they're going to be walking around with guns pointed at people. That's all there is to it.
Okay, Max. All right. I guess I'll have the very last call, isn't it?
Okay, man. It's good to hear from you. I hope you call back soon.
All right, man. Take it easy.
You too. Okay, so I owe a bong hit to Thomas still. Thomas, I got one coming up, bro. And I don't understand why it's impossible for people to see from the video that we've all seen, and that's why I'm not playing it for you again, that, this kid did what he was told. Okay, maybe he did something wrong before he was told to stop and turn around. And then he stopped, and then he turned around with his hands in his air, and the cop shot him dead center. Okay, so that's not a right. That's not a right. Maybe he did something wrong. He wasn't... Again, it's innocent until proven guilty in this country. Okay? Not, oh, he did something wrong, and we all know it. You don't know that. Again, cop talking point, cop talking point, cop talking point. And this is the problem with, the news these days, right? The news doesn't have any kind of a dissenting voice. Again, Thomas Jefferson said, the highest form of patriotism is dissent. And that means that you're given the right to speak out. So use it. Tell them about the government. Tell them about our common enemy. Tell them how the people in the street, as much as everybody wants to divide us in these little groups, the people in the street are Americans, and they have the right to be in the street, and they're addressing their fucking out of control police state warmongering government to say, hey, listen to what we're telling you. You represent us. You represent us, and then you go to war in Iraq and you murder a million innocent Iraqis in a war based on lies that came directly from the Pentagon and the White House. Those lies were created in the White House and in the Pentagon to lead us to war in Iraq. But we can't talk about that because you don't have the right to speak up. And the media never has. You know, the media, I mean, that was the thing about Oberman. Oberman would do that. Hello, caller.
Hello.
Hello.
You, Mike?
Yes.
What's up, Mike? It's the show.
Hey, how you doing, Shug?
Goddamn, fucking frustrated as fuck.
About what?
I'm trying to get through to you, goddammit.
Oh, I saw your voice.
Give me that goddamn voicemail.
I saw your voicemail.
What the fuck?
Sorry, Shug. You know, I talk a lot, you know.
No, it's just like you're blowing up now on me. What the fuck? We don't talk for a couple of weeks. I don't care about you motherfuckers. I got some new people
come
now.
on. You know that's not true.
I don't know, man. You give me a compliment.
I don't think that's true either. You seem pretty strong girl to me.
Well, fuck yeah. Sure. And you'll see me once you see me on the pledge. I pledged like a Patreon.
Yeah, I saw that. Thank you so much. It's very nice.
So now you see me. Now you see me. So you don't have to guess who I look like. That's me.
Oh, cool.
I changed a little fucking icon just so you can see it. Just for you.
Sweet.
Your eyes only, Mikey.
That's awesome. So, how's it going? Is it warming up where you're at?
It's been raining. I feel like I'm living in London right now.
Huh.
Blooming doom for the last 4 days. It's been raining. Yep.
It's been really warm here. It's like 78, 79, 80 degrees. And it's like almost, this is the room upstairs, and it's almost too warm to be in here right now.
Oh, damn.
Is it?
But window, man.
Yeah. Oh, that's a good idea.
Window.
I got the downstairs window open for the dogs, but I didn't think about cracking one up here.
Of course, because you always like that. You love your babies more than you. So that's why I'm reminding you, crack that window for your own goddamn self.
They're my beautiful babies. They're top priority in my life.
I know, but if you don't take care of you, you ain't no good for nobody else.
Yeah, I know. I know. That's what the doctor keeps telling me.
Okay, so crack that window. Look, crack that window because I don't want a hostile environment up in here.
So what's going on this weekend? Are you still working 6 days a week?
Bro, we're forced on 7 days.
What?
Yeah, Texas is opened up.
That's not legal. They can't make you work 7 days.
Okay. Okay. Come on.
Is that what you want to do?
What part of Florida don't you get?
It's not legal to make you work 7 days.
I know that, bro.
Yeah.
But things are different because it's like, that we didn't know that so many trucks gonna be selling and blah, 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 and we're at critical status and boom, bitch. Oh, okay.
I bet,
so that's why I've been, not in the scene, but tonight I was like, you know what? Whether I got time to talk to you or not, shit, I'm in.
Yeah.
I always told you I had your back.
It's really good to hear from you and see you in the chat, hon.
There's a lot of fools. What the fuck is Whisper still in there, that goddamn motherfucker? Goddamn Whisper. He doesn't contribute your shit. This dude is nothing but a goddamn wet blanket, man, this motherfucker.
He's off his medication from what I heard, so, maybe.
Well, I've never fucking met him not one time when he was on or off, because he's always fucked up.
That's the facts, Jack. That's like the understatement of the year, Shug.
I just don't want to hear that shit. Like, goddamn. He's always talking so much shit, but does he call in?
Yeah, he does.
And I'm like, okay. I'm always like, come on, call in. Call in, let me hear what you got to say.
No, Michelle, he's Steve McClanahan.
Really?
So he calls in to report live from wherever he's at. Live reporting here, Steve McClanahan.
God damn it. That explains so much. He's up on a fucking cartoon character, man.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't give him that much credit. I'm a cartoon character.
Well, he needs to fucking... Well, you know, if he's gonna be that guy, the cartoon character...
I'm a cartoon character. He is... Don't give him that much credit. I am a cartoon character. He does not... Yeah. No, it's the song. I'm a cartoon character and you can never be just like me. You don't know that song? Who the fuck sings that song? I'll look it up.
No, I don't know that song.
It's a good song.
All I know is that he's always disrupting fucking, you know, conversations that, like, he should just be like... He's the type of guy that if I would see him, I would tell him, you know what? You should be seen and not heard. Just get in the corner. Just, I don't know. I don't know what it is about that dude. But every time we're having a good conversation, he comes on the goddamn chat and always acts the fool. Like, he's so thirsty for attention. It's like, relax, man, relax.
Hey, girl.
You know, that last caller you had about African Americans, you know how that shit burns me?
I try not to.
You held your own. No, you held your own with them.
I wanted to cut him off, you know, when people start talking like that, if he had gone a little further, I probably would have just hung up on him. But I want, you know, I do want people to understand these are our brothers and sisters, and they're standing up to a goddamn comply or die police state, okay? That's pretty fucking brave.
Remember I told you before, though? I said, even though people are going to be all like, you know, what's that Black Lives Matter protest? That's bullshit. So we're going to do a White Lives Matter protest. And then, you know what? We're going to go even further and do a Straight Lives Matter, goddammit.
Yeah.
Can you have more diversions of what the simple fact really is? We all know that. Well, that motherfucker that you were talking to in the beginning, I don't even know who the fuck that was. It's a new one. But he was on like, well, you know, world Black Lives Matter. They're terrorists, you know, because they were doing this and that. It's like, he is so close-minded not to realize how a protest really works. You can have 1,000 people that are doing the right thing. They're protesting because a black life got fucking murdered for no reason. Okay?
Yeah.
And then you have 2 people that are going to start breaking windows and cause havoc. Because why? Because that, with those 2 little people, is going to be enough. Even one person is going to be enough to shut that down, a reality. And that's where that comes to play. So when he's talking about rioters and all this shit, was it really peaceful? Do you even know who did that? And yes, he does know that. He knows that the people there, the majority of the fucking people there are doing it honestly. They had it on video. You know, we seen that shit on video with that motherfucker with that umbrella going over there and breaking windows with the hammer and knew exactly where to hit the right sweet spot to shatter big windows.
Yeah.
And I was like, yeah, he went there, you know? It was like, but you want to blame it on the Black Matters movement. No, bitch, look at the fucking numbers. Look at the calculations. That's why you as a white man, and I can tell he was a white dude. That's why you can fucking walk around freely and don't worry about nothing. That's called white privilege, motherfucker. So don't try to act like, well, I care about them, but then as soon as they start doing this, oh no, I can't back them up no more. Like, bitch, your own people did that shit. You know?
You know, you know how I am. I just, again, I see the people in the streets as our brother. I can't stand, like the January 6th thing. I just can't stand them calling them domestic terrorists, you know, because I would feel exactly the same way about them calling any other protesters. You know, they try to do the same thing with the Occupy protesters. That there's groups that are trying to. I mean, Fox News calls the BLM terrorist all the time. You know, so.
Well, what do they call the people that stormed into the Capitol? What do they call them?
They're calling them domestic terrorists.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But what kind of shit did they have? Look what happened in Michigan, you know, in their state capital.
Yeah.
They fucking walked in, and the militia is strong in Michigan.
Yeah.
You know.
They walked in.
They did that, and then what the fucking workers, the people that were elected by us, they were like shitting their pants, like, what the fuck is going on? Nobody cared about their, you know, state of mind.
Well, yeah.
Nobody cared about what the fuck is going on. All they see is just like, oh, a lot of people fucking, like, you know, they had enough.
Well,
right. Who are you terrorizing? People that are doing their fucking job.
Yeah, I agree, Michelle. That's again, they wanted to say, "Oh, this is all about Donald Trump," which I hate Donald Trump. I don't like him.
It's not even about him no more, though.
But it wasn't this January 6th thing. Yeah, exactly. I mean, people don't all of a sudden, "Oh, you did this." You know, it's this buildup that happens. It's like they've been talking about.
The only thing that Trump did, let me tell you, Mike. The only thing that Trump did was to let us all fucking see right before our eyes exactly how corrupt they are. That's how sloppy Donald Trump was. Because he showed us, you know, perfect example. I'm looking out for me and my rich friend. And he showed it. And that's where they always try to be discreet about that. Because they always wanted to fuck us over, but they didn't want us to know about that. Trump put it out there. Okay, we know, we already knew, but now you're so arrogant to fucking really put it in our face, like, oh, okay, you know? But then when it comes to justice about people and stuff, they're always saying, you know, you call them African Americans. Why are you going to call somebody an African American when they were born here in the United States? They're Americans. Yes, they're black, but they're Americans. Shame on you to fucking say that shit. And act like, oh, well, politically correct, I have to call them African American. No, bitch. Am I calling you a European American? You white motherfuckers, am I calling you that shit? No. I'm not even calling you. I'm calling you, if I was doing that, I mean, because I wouldn't do that, but if I was doing that, when I say, hey, yeah, you fucking European American, you don't know what's up. Because all these white motherfuckers up in this goddamn country knows damn well that indigenous people already had this country. So when Columbus tried to fucking be like, I discovered this country, bitch, you were lost. It was like Native Americans that fucking brought you in thinking that you were going to be good, and look what we did. Goddamn.
Yeah.
We fucked up.
Yeah.
We should have let you go in circles of the goddamn sea. We should have let you out there, because what did you do? You slaughtered all of us. And yet you want to say that we're not from here? Bitch, we are from here.
The Native Americans, what they should have done with Columbus is simply let them starve to death, because they were starving. They didn't know how to survive here.
That's what goes to show you that the minorities have that heart.
Yeah.
To where they're looking out for somebody else. And yet they use that against us, because you know what? We weren't smart enough to understand that not everybody has our same heart.
Right.
That's what we fucked up.
Yeah.
And this motherfucking buffoon that you were talking to earlier, you know, oh, these African Americans, well, Black Lives Matter, and well, this person did this, and all of a sudden these places were burned down. But who were they burned down by?
Yeah.
Because it wasn't. And I can promise you, and I would put my life in, I would bet everything that I own on this, is that these people is not condoning violence just because, you know, like, these guys just, I mean, they're just, these people are fighting for the fucking right that they see every goddamn day.
All of us. They're fighting for all of us.
Other folks don't see that shit. But yet, when we stand up and say, hey, you know what? Black lives do matter. And sometimes it's like, obviously, the white man needs to be reminded. What is the difference?
Right, well,
what are you scared of?
I
Can you
think...
not just leave us alone and live in the fucking beautiful, rich country of the United States of America that all your dreams come true? Can you not leave us alone? No, they can't. And it's because of their own personal profit. What they can fucking do for it. From the old racist fucking, whatever they want to fucking feel, they're like, hey, I can get, whatever. What do people do? What do cops do when they kill a black guy? It looks like I'm going to Disney. Because, yeah.
Right.
The cops do end up getting a vacation time because they're like, yeah, you're on leave with pay. So guess what? You can go to Disney. There was even a cop that said that straight up.
Yeah,
and you don't see what the problem is with that shit.
He said that after, right, like minutes after he murdered Eric Garner. He saw a cell phone pointed at him, and he waved and said, "I'm going to Disneyland."
Yeah, and that's why I always said that if they really want to fucking make a change into how police conduct themselves, because we're at that point now.
Yeah.
We already know that the KKK has infiltrated in the fucking police department. It's been happening for over 15 years now.
Yeah, I think it's probably a lot longer than that.
It's not new. Yeah, it's not new, right?
Yeah.
And so now when you have the slash president that fucking fan the fumes, like, hey, let's go, fan the flames. Yeah, it got extreme, But when people fucking talk about, well, but they in the past, okay, let it be your kid. Let it be your fucking kid that went in there and paid with a $20 fucking goddamn counterfeit bill and didn't even know it. Should you be killed too? Is that okay? Or is it just okay for minorities to be boned down?
It's horrible, Michelle.
This world is fucked up. And they all need to get a grip. Just like that goddamn car you had. I was so hoping I could fucking talk with him. Like, dude, fuck you. You're so stupid. That's not the way life is. Everybody wants to be left alone and just live their lives. And just do the right thing. So what that they're different from you? Are you that insecure? Then you can't have somebody that's not you and succeeding? Are you that jealous? Then, bitch, step up and get to that point. Because, it's just what we're doing now is just all about color and skin and just,
It's all about division.
Ridiculous.
It's all about division. There's a lot of programming, Michelle. I'm not saying that
and
people...
You know who wins? You know who wins?
Yeah, I do.
Who?
The people, the evil people who want us divided. The mainstream media, the military-industrial complex, the Congress.
100%. Because as long as the fucking government and all that are running our lives, because we have taxes that we pay for, why? And then you get income tax, why? Like, what is going on? Like, you're fucking actually, I buy the land, but I still gotta pay income tax on it? Like, what the fuck? It's mine, But as long as they divert the conversation to where, hey, you got to do whatever you got to do. No, motherfuckers, they're the problem. But they're pitting us against each other. So we're like, white lives matter, black lives matter, everything matters. And just, hey, but while you guys are bullshit with that, we're still behind the scenes raking up the money, And it's like, fuck them. We all should fucking live our lives into where everything should be the same, And that's what we're here for.
Yeah.
But then when you get these motherfuckers that just want to fucking run your lives and whatever, and just have you believe it, that, you know what, you are better than these people. No, motherfuckers, we're all the same. We're all trying to do the same fucking thing. Is make our fucking families happy and provide for them and feed them and clothe them. That's all we want.
Yeah,
I don't understand.
A little bit of happiness, just be able to live our lives the way we see fit and not be fucking constantly, harassed.
You know, I grew up to where when I was growing up, we were so poor, everyone around me, they all went on vacations and did whatever and shit. I didn't know about that. All I knew was, like, I got to move from this area to this state to go harvest shit, Because I'm a Mexicana. 100%. And I learned that shit early on to where nothing is given to us,
So you had to travel? Did you go all over the country?
I had to travel from state to state. My mom had to do the same fucking thing. It was just like, that's how it is, to try to fucking just live here, to be able to afford to live here in the United States.
Yeah.
It was like, as much as we did, all that was on our minds was making whatever we got to do to make ends meet. That's what we care about. Do you think we thought about fucking bombing schools, mowing down massacres, shit like that? No. We were worried about our next meal, where it was going to come from.
I don't think...
how are we going to do it to make ends meet? We never thought about that, but yet you got these people that are on the fucking, picture show on your goddamn TV saying that we're all crooked, we're all rapists, and we're all this and that. It's like, you don't even know how we are.
I agree, Michelle.
That's why now that if you look at your grocery stores, go get your lettuce, go get your tomatoes, look how much more it costs. Because my people, and I went through that shit, that my people, we would go travel from state to state to harvest this stuff. But when you banned us all and you said, you all motherfuckers, you don't have fucking green card, get the fuck out of here. Who's suffering? We're suffering.
Yeah.
The farmer is suffering. Where does that go? And what does that do for us?
Yeah.
What does that do for us?
Yeah. I agree. It's like they're talking about a 28% corporate tax on stuff now. All that's going to do is make the price of everything go up, so we have to pay more. It's not like the corporations are going to take some kind of big hit or something.
That's because they got rid of the Mexicanos.
Yeah.
Because Trump was like, we're getting rid of all these goddamn illegals,
Yeah.
But yet, knowing that they were working for farmers, and the farmers were even begging Trump.
Yeah.
Like, hey, dude, just let me keep my people, let me keep my people so they can harvest, and get, whatever. And Trump's like, no. So even them got fucked over, And I was just like, that's a farmer's life. The product that they do, whether it's lettuce, soybeans, corn, whatever, wheat. If you don't have anyone to harvest that shit, other shit's gonna rot, and that's what happened.
Yeah.
That's why when you go into the stores now, that shit is skyrocketed, and I'm like, oh, are you surprised? Oh, you're surprised? Oh, okay. I'm not, because you kicked out everybody else that would fucking do that shit.
Yeah.
Because in California, like about 6 years ago, in California, this farmer said, you know what? I'm not going to hire anybody from Mexico. I'm going to hire everybody from the United States to come and harvest my field. So that way they can't say that, I'm not being, I only hire Mexicans.
Illegals. They use the word illegals.
That day, only one person showed up. And that guy didn't even last 3 hours and he was done.
Yeah, I think that happened here in Washington State at a couple places too.
Yes. Yeah, I believe it was in the area.
Yeah,
And it's like, people don't get that though.
And they were like, fuck, we're fucked. Anybody who wants to come pick fruit, please come pick fruit. I think it was a berry farm or something.
Yeah, because the thing is that they weren't paying them what they were worth.
I think
they were paying them what they were worth, and what American is going to be out there sweating their balls off from before you even see the sun come up to way after the sun goes down. No, that's us. That's our tradition. Because I'm Mexican, I'm American, I'm born here in the EU, the United States. But I am proud of what my people did. Because we do that not just for them, but all they're thinking of is, hey, We gotta work our asses hard because that's the only way they make us money, and that's the only way I can fucking provide for my family.
Do you work on the West Coast?
What's that?
Do you guys, your family, work on the West Coast?
No, we all East Coast. East Coast, Midwest, right? Right there in the middle.
Is that how your mom wound up in Ohio? Midwest?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where were you born at?
I'm born in Ohio.
Oh, cool. So that's always been home then,
But
huh?
what I'm saying is, like, we're like last of the people who understand exactly what happened. Because when I was a kid, I remember going to those fucking, like we would call it now, the protests. I remember going through that shit because the farmers, it was flock. It was FLOCK, flock. And they were fighting for immigrant fucking, rights that, you guys can't just not pay them nothing. And it's like, what the fuck? And it started like that. So I'm in the thick of all that shit. My bloodline goes way back to that. That's why when people act like, immigrants shouldn't be here. Okay, well then send your little Timmy, send your little Penelope out in the goddamn fields to fucking harvest the fucking vegetables that we need. Send them out there. They won't do it, man.
Look, this whole country was built on immigrants, so it's just
Yeah.
idiotic to say, oh, you can't have immigration. It's fucking stupid.
It's always been like that, but the problem that we have in this country is the fact that they think on another level, those high-powered, motherfuckers feel like this is how it should be. You guys should have nothing, and we should have it all.
Yeah, let them eat.
Like, no.
Let them eat.
If we don't exist, then you don't exist.
I don't know why they can't see that. I don't know why they can't see.
And that's what that caller that you had tonight. He didn't see that.
I think
And
it's.
that was terrible. Oh, go ahead.
I think it's partially the reason that they don't want everybody to have, a decent life, right? I mean, because they could easily make it so that everybody in America could have a decent life, is because the rich people want to see poor people. They like seeing people, like before the stock market crashed or whatever, right after the stock market crashed, they used to have this thing called slumming, right? I mean, people still use the word, but they don't use it in the same context. The rich people would go down to the poorest parts of town in their fucking fancy cars. They dress up in tuxedos. They'd be popping champagne corks, and they just look at all the fucking poor people and laugh.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, the funny thing is that there are classes right there, but the classes is almost there. They see exactly what's happening. But yet, that class don't have the balls to call them out and say, hey, look, if you get rid of all these people, who's going to harvest our fucking food? Without food, what do we have? They don't look that beyond.
Yeah.
They look at that they're happy, they're good, because they can order fruit from wherever.
Yeah.
If they contaminate our waters with all these goddamn, fucking Keystone pipelines that I'm so happy that Biden shut down. Like, yeah, fuck you.
Yeah, but they're still
fracking. What they did to stay in Iraq. Iraq. Look how they fucked them over. Look how they fucking took bulldozers and were actually literally fucking it's so horrible. They were fucking, as they were going through the land, they were pulling up bodies.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's like that was okay because the main purpose was fuck those bodies. We got a pipeline to build.
Yeah.
And it's like that's where we gone wrong. And when you got people like that one goddamn caller acting all fucking that stupid dickhead that you had earlier, the motherfucker, he don't know.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't understand because he's in the essence of the white privilege. To where, don't worry about it, bro. If you're around somebody that's darker than you, they're going to get the rap over you. And that's how it is. You get the right complexion for the protection. And that's the problem with this fucking world. Because if you lazy ass ain't gonna do it, we will do it. But do you have to treat us like we're second fucking world, like we're third world country? Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? How do you not see that? And now these farmers are begging, like, please let these people that always come and harvest my fields, that always come and take my product and put it on the, on the market and everything, please let them come. No. They said no. Find somebody in America.
Yeah.
And guess what? That's why so many fucking farmers that have, they had their land for hundreds of years have lost it because of that mentality of, no, fuck you, figure it out. They gave the Americans the chance to come and take the jobs. They gave them, you said, fucking, hey, Mexicanos are coming over here and taking all your jobs. Okay, well, here's a job for you. And they're like, yeah, no, we can't do it. Okay. But then why don't you let the people that know how to do the job, let them work, because that's all they're doing. They're not planting bombs. They're not like the Oklahoma bomber. They're not the Unabomber. They're not the... When's the last time you heard of any Mexicano going over there and blowing up shit? No. They're making money here in the United States to send back to their homeland and Mexico because they're living so bad. That's what we're accused. That's what we should be accused of. When you got people talking about like, oh no, they're African Americans, they're this and that. No, fuckers. They're not African Americans. They're Americans.
Right.
That are black. I'm sick and tired of that. Because if you want to do that to African Americans, then you got to do that to the European whites. Are you doing that? Am I hearing that? No. Then fuck you. We're Americans, goddammit. Period. And we're trying to make this go along, but then you got those fucking dickheads up there that fucking the powers that be that are fucking everybody over because they want us to be against each other.
Right.
Even though we all want the same thing, we all want to just live happy. Just leave us the fuck alone. Leave us alone,
Let us live our lives, man.
Us against each other.
Yeah. Stop. I mean, that's just the thing about the cannabis. I think if the cannabis was legal everywhere, that it would take so much tension out of the United States, right? The whole, the whole country would just be like, just take a breath and relax a whole lot. I think that
I think that motherfucker needs to wake up.
It's all about freedom, It's all about freedom.
Look, I don't give a fuck what you're doing, Mike. And you shouldn't give a fuck what I'm doing. Whatever makes me happy makes me happy,
right.
And you vice versa.
As long as you're happy.
Everybody's got to be everybody's business. Like, goddamn, what the hell? Leave them alone, is what I say. Leave them alone. If you don't like it that you see a gay couple together, leave them alone. God damn it, they're not asking you to jump in. Leave it alone. So what? It's like this world is filled of nothing but different people, and that's the way it is. We're all migrated from somewhere. You think that you're better than somebody else? Like that one color you had? Fuck that puto. I wish I would have just talked to him.
Yeah. Oh, you remember Dwight, who used to call? He would talk about homos. I mean, gay people. And again, I would say, how is it a problem for you? If two guys or whatever doing what they do in the privacy of their own home, and he would start calling them sodomites, right? And I would be like, you realize oral sex is sodomy, right? And he's like, no.
But you see, it's all designed, though. It's been designed since we were young, But when you start thinking for yourself and start realizing, like, hey, what the fuck is going on here? I want to live my life and be happy. What do I care? And why do they care of what I'm doing? You see, it all starts back then. You want to go back to the Bible and everything else? Well, you know what? From what I know is that God's the only one that can fucking judge you. God's the only one that can fucking say what's going to happen in your afterlife. So how am I going to fucking bow down to a motherfucker that doesn't appreciate what my life is? Do you think I give a fuck? As long as I got my own power. I don't go to church or nothing else, but my power is with me everywhere I go. But does that matter to me if they're like, well, maybe you won't like what you do? Do you think I care? I'm going to live my life. I'm going to live my life. And that's what people should do instead of being so goddamn nosy and what other people are fucking doing. Mind your own goddamn business.
You know what? If it's not directly hurting you or your family,
who cares?
What business?
Who cares?
You know, I always, you know, people are like, oh, abortion, you know, and I'm like, listen, this is one of the hardest decisions anybody would ever have to make. What business is it of yours? Keep your fucking nose out of people's business.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, brother. The ones that have the hardest time on seeing somebody being like without the norm of a man and woman, they're the ones who are like, they don't know what they're doing. They're the ones who fucking know that they want to be in the same fucking relationship, but they don't know how to do. Because they're the ones who are brought to the loudest, and I've seen that in my lifetime. The ones that I'm like, you are gayer than fucking goddamn strawberry shortcake, motherfucker. Don't act like, oh yeah, I love women. Like, bitch, I can smell it all over you. I can smell it all over you. Like, well, oh, okay. And I step back because I'm like, hey, he's not ready. I'm going to step back.
Yeah.
You know, and I let it go. But those are the people that are always into everybody else's life. It's like, what do you care though, Mike? You know, in this lifetime, everybody has a different personality. Everybody is different. What kind of fucking boring life do you want to be in that everybody's the same and believe everything that you fucking say is true? No, that's why we all have our own minds, and people need to back the fuck off.
They need to look at. I want you to live your life the way you want to live your life, and one of the big reasons is because I don't want you telling me how to live my life. You know.
Thank you. You know, and I don't even sweat that shit because I'm like, I'll be happy no matter what. I don't give a fuck what anybody has to say.
No.
You didn't pay my bills. I'm taking care of my business or whatever. You think I give a flying fuck what you have to say?
Yeah.
And that last ignorant goddamn call that you had talking about, well, look what happened in Black Lives Matter. Bitch, you already know that you're racist and you don't give a fuck, so just stop. Just stop. I don't want to hear nothing else. I already know where you're coming from, that no matter what, it's always going to be, well, they shouldn't broke windows or whatever. No, bitch, because if he actually seen what was going on, they would have seen the peaceful protesters on the left, and they would see the person on the right to stop this shit and start fucking causing chaos. Because what does the cop need? It's for somebody to fucking just break a window in a goddamn business establishment. Just break a window. They will be forced to come in and shut it down.
Yeah. Well,
like, you don't think that we know that?
Yeah.
Like, fuck you stupid ignorant motherfucker. The last caller. Fuck you dick. It's not about that, because they were all there peaceful. And I have seen videos right there, live shot of something going on behind there when they broke that windows in the AutoZone.
Yeah.
And that's where that motherfucker want to hold on to. That's the worst thing that he needs
that was a cop that did that, right? That was a cop that did that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's what I was like, you know, that's what he's thinking. Like, you know, that's the only thing he got out of it. It's like, well, it was peaceful, but then look what they did. No, it's not what they did. You're always going to have people that are going to infiltrate and fucking do something to shut it down.
Right.
And what better way to shut it down is to cause chaos, and then the cops have, we have no other choice but to shut it down because there's a couple of people that just broke windows, even though they're on their side.
Right.
You know?
They're called provocateurs.
So, that motherfucker right there, he's so fucking stupid. I don't even care who he is. I don't give a fuck, but he's an ignorant piece of shit in my book. Everything he was saying to justify, oh, well, it was a violent protest. No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't.
I kept having to say
it
this.
Never was.
I kept having to say the same thing over and over to him. You know, it was.
Yeah.
I was like, ugh, you're not listening. Pay fucking attention, asshole.
He couldn't do that though, Mike.
Yeah.
He couldn't do that because he's already set in his ways. And that's where a lot of people are, set in their ways. They can see it right there in their goddamn face, and they're like, nope, I don't give a fuck. They don't care. That's why I was trying to call in, because I'm just like, fuck this prick. He's never going to get it. And people like that, that's when karma be knocking on their door. Karma going to fix that ass. For them acting out like, oh, well, there's no reason. Okay, bitch, shit. Everybody sees it. The statistics here, everybody, everything, the stats, they're there.
I think everybody's starting to see it. Craig's dad, who's like a super conservative, just said, you know what? I'm starting to think maybe there's something wrong with the police. Like, you think?
Hey, better late than never.
You know what?
Better late than never.
My mom told me.
Because when they start doing shit so obvious to where it's just like, how do you not see it? It's because you don't want to see it.
Yeah.
When you see kids running away from you or whatever, like this last one here, where the only reason they pulled him over is because his license was expired.
Yeah.
And they have already said to the police, and there was an alarm and flat out, everybody, if it comes to where the tags are expired, do not pull them over. They'll have a free grace period.
Yeah.
Because nobody's working. They let that go.
Yeah.
And then to know that this is what happened with there. And I accidentally brought out my gun and not my taser. Like,
yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I think that person going down, I don't think she's gonna make it. I'm sure she's gonna be charged. Well, she's already been charged, and I mean, look. This is the thing I'm talking about holding the cops to a higher standard, and this is the reason why is because they're pointing guns at people, and if they're pointing guns at people. And they're supposed to be doing that highly trained. They're supposed to be highly trained and able to do this, without making mistakes. And then they keep making mistakes and keep making mistakes. Either the training's wrong or they're picking the wrong people for the job. That's all there is to it.
And you know what? And do you think that would be okay if it's like, well, you're a doctor, but you're a dumb doctor, but you keep fucking up, but oh shit, oops.
Yeah.
Every time you say oops, that's a life loss. Oops,
yeah.
That's a life loss.
Yeah, it's when the cops, every time the cops...
They're in that position, though, but they're in that position, and they understand that they're in that position because of high stress and high risk about what could possibly happen. But yet, if they don't even know how to control themselves, how are you going to throw them on the field that right away, I know I got a gun.
Yeah.
So fuck them.
Yeah.
Because a lot of the situations that we see here is just like, taser them, okay? Put that mace on them, whatever. It cannot be that serious to where you actually have to fucking shoot them. Like, what are we doing here?
Yeah, the police
what
state's
are we doing here?
out of control.
Like, you think that 4 cops around, or 6 cops around, and all of a sudden, this motherfucker wants to leave. Okay, let him leave. You're gonna catch him later.
You know his license. You know his driver's.
You're looking right at it. You're videotaping that shit. You know who he is. Okay, then let him drive off. But sooner or later, he's gonna run out of gas. So what's the problem? No, they just feel like, fuck it, let's just do this. That's the problem that I have. It's like, how are we going to be treating people just any which way like that? You see other places to where people act crazy, and they're like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
They let them go. So it's always the difference of, their culture, And And I hate to say that, but that's our life now. And when that last caller was talking about, oh no, you know, like I said, my thing that triggers me is like, don't call them African Americans. But do you see how the government and everything falls in line? When they say we're going to call these black people now African Americans,
Yeah.
do you see how that is established? And how it's like, okay, anybody that wants to talk about or refer to a black person, you have to label him as African American. And it's like, bitch, do I label you as a European American? No, I don't.
Yeah, I hear
Do
you.
you refer to me as a Mexican American? No, you don't. But they have to get that one class like that, don't they?
You know, I see the media doing it constantly, and I'm just like, you know, they're Americans, like you're saying. Like I keep saying about the protesters in the street, everybody sees them this way or that way or whatever, and I'm like, no, they're Americans. How hard is this to figure out?
That's it. But they don't look like them. Their culture is not like them.
Well, they've been
We're
programmed.
supposed to be, you know, the whole fucking country was built, you know, by immigrants.
That's what I said, yeah.
Because the native people already had it down to where, hey, we're good. We don't need no capitalization whatsoever. We're good. What they do, come in and kill everybody else off and made a corporation out of the United States.
Yeah, the Native Americans were living here for 10,000 years before.
And they were like, we didn't need nothing. And then, the white folks to talk about, well, if it wasn't for us, we wouldn't, you know, they would have never known about how you can make money. They didn't give a fuck about that. They just want to be happy and live their lives. And live off the fucking world. Like, they didn't care about what you guys are doing.
No, they love nature.
And they forced that shit onto this country.
Yeah, they love nature and living at one with it, and that's not the way the Europeans acted. You know, they pretty much hated nature and looked at it as a force that they need to conquer.
Yeah, that's all they did.
Yeah.
And that's why even now when I'm just, you know, I've been hearing it about African Americans, I was like, you know, that's not right. I was like, I will never call them that. They're black. You know, they're black, they're Americans. But they're not African Americans. Because if that was the case, then y'all need to be calling yourselves European Americans. Does that happen? Have you ever heard that now one time, Mike?
No.
No. Hell no. Because that's the status quo. And that's why when you get colors like that shit, I'm just like, goddamn, I was ready to chime in like, motherfucker. Like, you don't even know, bro. Like, shut the fuck up. Go back to your little igloo or your little whatever.
Your little island.
This world is big enough.
Your isolated
this
little
world is
island.
big enough for all of us. You know? Whether we're different from anybody else, it doesn't matter. This world is big enough.
If we have the right, we have the right priorities, the world is big enough. The world has plenty of food. The world, you know, it doesn't have to be all dry and everything. We can make the whole world green if that's what we wanted to do. But we have fucking bullshit priorities. Humans are very good at growing stuff, you know. But that's not the priority.
That hurts. And I know you're not like this, but all I'm saying is that. The thing is that the white man wants to be the only one to prosper and everybody else needs to be beneath them. This is our country. This is the United States of America. They would do anything and everything to fucking make sure that you're down and everybody goes up and prospers and shit. That's just the way it goes. But you know what? Even though they do that, people of color still prosper because they're like, fuck you. They will jump hurdles and everything to do what they gotta do to fucking like, hey, if I gotta do twice as much as them, then we'll do it. You know?
I hear you.
But for them to act like, you know, we ain't nothing, you know, like I said, all the farmers, they're the ones hurting from not having Mexican immigrants here. They're the ones hurting. And nobody wants to talk about the poor farmers. And they're all white farmers and shit, you know? And they treat their people right. And they fucking know, like, hey, you know, we respect you. But if they can't get them to come over and harvest that shit, It's like you're not only hurting Mexicans, you're hurting the farmers and you're hurting us. Because now we got to pay $10 for something that would have been, $4 before, whatever,
Yeah, we got to get smart about stuff like this and stop vilifying people. I mean, people are humans. I mean, they're our brothers and sisters, not some illegal,
They want to come in and they work. They're going to do what they know what to do. That's their livelihood.
Yeah.
They don't give a fuck.
And they'll work
There's
hard.
no pride,
They'll work hard because they want to try and get their own little piece of the, the American dream or whatever.
Pie.
Yeah.
The piece of the fucking pie.
Right.
Hell yeah. They're like, shit, that farmer's looking for harvesters. Oh, fuck yeah, we in.
Yeah. I hear you.
But people don't get that. And that's why when they said, we're not having no immigrants here, I'm just like, oh my God, wait for it. And I'm seeing it now. I'm seeing it now when I go to the store. I'm just like, how much for what? Oh my God. And then the shit is so fucking fucked up to I'm like, not even for that. You could tell me $1 for something that's already like rotten and like, oh my God. You can see that. And that's why I wish that people would understand that Mexicans come here to fucking do what we know what to do. Go harvest. And we're harvesting for our money, and at the same time, we're benefiting from that because the farmers don't have to worry about rotten produce because they don't have people to come and farm their shit. I mean, they're struggling like a motherfucker right now.
Yeah.
It's like people just need to fucking wake up, and it's not about black or brown. It's about just, what do you care? What do you care if a Mexican comes and fucking, harvests a field all day long? They break their neck all day long. What do you care? Like, back the fuck up. They're not here to terrorize the United States. Because when's the last time that you heard a fucking Mexicano fucking blowing up a goddamn building?
I don't think I've ever heard about that.
You don't hear that shit.
Yeah.
Because that's not what we're here for. We're here for fucking work. We're here to help our families. We're going to make our money while we harvest this food, send it back to Mexico to our families that have no way of fucking supporting themselves. And yet people are like, what's the color of the skin? Or is that they're Mexicans? Like, bitch, you don't understand how much we need each other. You don't get it. You don't get it.
Yeah, it's horrible. They act like somehow Mexicans are just gonna suck off the tit of America, as opposed to we all need each other if we want to fucking make something good happen here.
And they keep saying that Mexicans don't pay fucking taxes and shit. And I was like, that's funny. I said, because the farmers don't allow them to be on the payroll, but yet the farmers can take each and every one of his workers on a tax payroll and write them off. But do you think those Mexican harvesters, do you think they get a fucking income tax return? Hell no. The farmers do. The farmers do. And I know that because, like I said, I'm in deep with this shit. And that's why the farmers said, like, okay, we're going to pay you under the table so that later they can fucking, get that extra credit or whatever.
Yeah.
But it's like, and you know what? Mexicanos still go out there and work. And why? Because your family still needs money, Shit. So you can fuck them over on taxes.
Yeah.
You can fucking act like they don't, that they don't belong here because they don't pay taxes. But yet when they go to the stores and they buy anything, they pay taxes.
Yeah.
The only thing that they can't get is an income tax return because the filthy farmer has taken it from them.
Yeah.
But they still keep coming back because whatever money they can make, they're going to do it.
Well, they're hard workers to start with, but I mean, it's just kind of, it's what it means to be a good person is to, take care of your families and stuff. That's like a priority. That's what a good person does, is they make their family number one priority,
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And that's why people talk shit about the immigrants, and like, they pay their taxes. You know, it's like it kind of kills me. That's the only thing that really bothers me. Because I'm like, if you ain't got Penelope out there harvesting the fields, who do you think is doing it?
You know somebody named you know somebody named Penelope?
No, but the Penelope seems to be like the person that would not be out there in the migrant.
Okay. Gotcha.
And that's why I say it like that. It's like, let us do what we know what we gotta do. You know? Why are you willing to let acres and acres of fucking, fresh produce go to waste? Just because, what? What? Really, what? If you know there's Mexicanos coming in from Mexico to fucking come and harvest that shit, what is your problem with that, for real? If you're not willing to do it, then why not let other people live their lives and do what they gotta do? To get, they don't make the kind of money that, I would make where I'm working.
Yeah.
But they do it because they're doing it for survival.
Well,
in the same
they're trying to take care of their families.
Yeah, in the same sense, it's helping us too. Because I'm telling you, I go to the fucking grocery store and I can't believe how much the fucking vegetables and shit are. And I was like, oh, what the fuck? I was like, yeah. I can't believe it, but I understand why. Because if these farmers are fucking riding all their produce because they don't have enough people to, okay, hey, look, we got fresh fucking cabbage, fresh fucking, carrots or whatever. But if no one's there to fucking actually, picking them out of the fields and put them in the bushels and everything else, all that shit's gonna rot. All that shit's gonna rot. And that's what's going on.
Yeah.
And that's what these farmers of decades of these farmers are fucking like, they're at their wit's end, and I feel bad for them. Even back in my hometown in Ohio,
Yeah.
they're struggling.
No, I've heard the same thing. Like I said, I saw a story about, they only got one person to show up, like you were saying. So you're right.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to do this job except for the people who cross the border. What do they call them? Migrant workers, right?
Migrant workers.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like my family, they would have them around the clock. They knew, they go to fucking Arkansas, to Georgia, to Florida, up, all the way around, and end up right back in Texas. And that was their routine. That's what I'm telling you. Now that they're so against the migrant workers because of whatever, I was like, but dude, don't you see that?
Because
you're not only hurting them, you're hurting yourselves, you're hurting the farm workers,
They're
like,
against
where the fuck
them.
you gonna get your food?
They're against them because they've been programmed this fucking stupid way with the division and all that stuff. We're supposed to hate people.
Right,
It's unfortunate that they're not able to move beyond the mind control. But I see it happen to a lot of people, and I don't understand why they're not more aware. But maybe one of these days.
Well, it's just going to be the life that we live.
Yeah.
It's like, I can only tell them till my face is blue.
Yeah.
But it's just like, have you not, it's common sense, Mike. If you have migrant workers that are willing to pick your produce, but you don't allow them to come across the border, what's going to happen? That's it.
Yeah.
That's it. That's your livelihood.
I hear you, Michelle. I get what you're saying. You're preaching to the choir.
They're non-stop attacking. Look, they're non-stop attacking our water sources. Look what they did in Standing Rock.
Yeah.
They went and they fucking bulldozed all the native peoples that were there and sacred land and everything, and nobody gave a fuck.
I hear
They fucking went there at them with water cannons.
Yeah, no, it was horrible what they did to those people. It was horrible.
Yeah, it was horrible. It was horrible.
They made an example out of them so that more people wouldn't go out and do protests like this,
It was awful.
Yeah.
And you know what that did, though? It seemed like it sparked something.
people aren't done. People,
celebrities even fucking join in.
yeah, people aren't. That's what happens, Michelle. We watched it in Portland all summer long, where the protesters would go out, and when the police would attack them, like 10 times many as protesters would come out the next day. You know.
Right. Yeah. And that's all they did. They just kept multiplying it. They kept multiplying it.
I got to take a break, Shug.
Yeah, all right, bro.
Hey,
all right, buddy.
It's really good. It's really
know.
good to hear from you. I hope I get to hear from you again soon.
You know what? Just quit ignoring my calls.
I'm sorry about that. I think I talk to people a long time, you know, and the phone gets kind of backed up. So.
Well, that dude, I would have loved to be in like in the three-way with that dude that you texted last time.
Next time we'll try and get you in there. I gotta need Craig's help. He quit early today. All right,
so
Shug.
Like I said, I'm on like 7 days, so I'm just like, you know, touch base with you, bro.
Busting ass.
All right, good night.
Okay,
good
Shug.
Night. I'll talk to you later.
I hope you have some fun this weekend, and thanks for calling.
Shit. Always, bro.
Good.
All right, take care.
Stay cool. Bye.
All right, bye-bye. Over.
Okay, so I gotta take a quick break, you guys. I have a video for you here about... The next one's gonna be about robots, but this one's gonna be about the Capitol Hill riots. I have one about robots coming up, and I have a bong hit for Thomas coming up. I will be back momentarily, so stay cool, and I'll be right back.
We're also following other important news, including the first guilty plea in the January 6th assault on the U.S. Capitol. Our justice correspondent, Jessica Schneider, is working the story for us. Jessica, this is significant. What more can you tell us about this guilty plea, as well as the role this man played in that group called the Oath Keepers?
It is significant, Wolf. Prosecutors say 53-year-old John Schaefer, they say he was a founding member of the Oath Keepers, and that means he really could be a crucial witness in their conspiracy cases that they've brought against more than a dozen Oath Keeper members. So today, Schaefer signed his name to a plea deal where he could be required to testify before a grand jury or even hand over evidence of potential crime. So put simply, Schaefer will be expected to provide all he knows about this extremist group that is now at the center of the Capitol attack investigation. So Schaefer pleaded guilty to 2 crimes: obstructing an official proceeding in the Congress and also entering the Capitol with a dangerous weapon. So now prosecutors say they'll recommend he serve between 3.5 and 4.5 years. And of course, this is a significant moment for the Justice Department. It has now secured its first official guilty plea on the 100th day since the insurrection. And Wolf, officials from the FBI and DOJ, they released statements saying that their staff has worked tirelessly, and of course they will continue to actively investigate because there's a lot more work to do here, Wolf.
You know, Jessica, this may be the first guilty plea connected to the January 6th Capitol riot, but it certainly seems like it won't be the last, right?
Not at all. 370 people have been charged so far, according to CNN's count. So it's likely that dozens will ultimately plead guilty here. You know, we previously reported that federal prosecutors, they've just been waiting for top justice officials to sign off on certain plea deals. And in recent days, these officials have actually given the green light to start cutting these plea deals. Of course, we saw the first one come to fruition today. We'll likely see many more of these plea deals in days to come. And this results in more cooperation agreements with prosecutors. So prosecutors will get a lot more information about exactly how this was planned and executed.
Yeah,
Wolf?
These individuals hope that by pleading guilty, they'll get a reduced sentence when all is said and done. Jessica Schneider, thank you very much. Let's get some analysis from the former FBI Deputy Director, Andrew McCabe. He's a CNN senior law enforcement analyst. Andrew, is there any doubt in your mind that this is only the first of what will be many guilty pleas to come?
No doubt whatsoever, Wolf. It's not only the first of many guilty pleas, but it is likely the first of many guilty pleas with cooperation. I would assume the vast majority of folks arrested at this riot are not hardened criminals with prior, time in federal prison. These are people who are going to want to limit their possible prison exposure as much as they can. And the best way to do that in the federal system is by providing information to the prosecutors that the prosecutors can use to investigate and prosecute people at higher levels of culpability.
Does it surprise you, Andrew, that this suspect not only is cooperating, is not only pleading guilty, but also cooperating with authorities.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me at all. And in fact, the fact that the guilty plea went through today tells me that this individual has already been meeting with prosecutors and agents and providing information over the last several weeks, maybe a month or more. And the investigators have taken that information and vetted it to confirm that he is telling them the truth, that he's giving them useful information that they can use against others. It's only after you go through that process of interviewing and vetting that the prosecutors are willing to go forward with the plea agreement. So this person's cooperation is well down the road already.
Does the 3.5 or 4 years potentially that this individual could serve in jail now that he's going to plead guilty, would that be considered a light sentence, a serious sentence, a heavy sentence? What's your perspective?
You know, it's not a heavy sentence, certainly. It's a light sentence, but someone who, if this person has not ever been to prison before, if he has no history of criminal convictions, then serving 3.5 to 4.5 years in federal prison is no joke. I mean, I'm sure he takes it quite seriously. And depending on the value of his cooperation, if he's actually called upon to testify against others at a trial.
Okay, so this guy, Andrew McCabe, right? From what I understand, he is a disgraced FBI director who lied about Russia collusion in the 2016 election, admittedly lied, and now what? He's this respected authority that we're all supposed to trust on CNN? Because he's a regular person on CNN. I bet you they have him on contract. I'll bet you money right now. And so he's a regular contributor on CNN, a known liar, lying about extremely high-profile things. But now he's supposed to be a trusted authority that we all need to listen to what his opinion is. I don't know, again, maybe CNN thinks all of our memories, all of our short-term memories are just burnt out because we're a bunch of stoners. But again, the media hasn't apologized for this bullshit Russian collusion story either. This one's for Thomas, that they were running every day of the week for years. Let's see. Okay, so, woo! You guys remember that? You remember that Futurama where the robot Bender became human, and he died because of overindulgent sensory input. He was like, oh, taste, smells, textures, right? And so he overdid it, and he became 800 pounds or whatever, and he died at this party or event or whatever, and as being a human, as humans do, but he was a robot that trained into being a human, and Bender, and he kept making this noise after he died. Woo! Everybody thought he was alive, but it was just air escaping from different folds in his body. Woo! Okay, so speaking of robots, thanks very much, Thomas. Speaking of robots, I have a video here about lifelike robots that will be coming to a store near you very soon. Hopefully, Droxies. Wouldn't that be nice? Or, excuse me, Doxies. Because I'd never leave the house. You know what I'm saying?
The pandemic has created new uses for robots, and some are getting more and more lifelike. Yes, Sophia may be one of the first, but will soon have some company. Hasten Robotics created the android in 2016 and has been improving the tech ever since. Now the machines are being designed to work as healthcare aids.
Robots like me can help take care of the sick or elderly.
Now we have begun scaling the manufacturing of Sophia so we can make hundreds and into thousands of units.
Yeah, they look pretty real. Robots are being used in new ways during the pandemic, from disinfecting public areas to delivering food in a restaurant.
I mean, this coalition of misfits, and they cobble together and they don't attack each other. They stay united. I wish the coalition of misfits, and they cobble together and they don't attack each other. They stay united. Coalition of misfits, and they cobble together and they don't attack each other.
All right, so listen, if you guys go to Mox News and subscribe, I am going to be doing some unboxing videos in the next couple days over there. I'm going to start some seeds over on Mox Farms. I'm going to be doing, let's see, I have 3 different seed banks that we'll be doing unboxing videos for. And then I also have some budget weed. You know, I think it was like $12 an eighth or something, and we'll press that on the, I have a few different strains. I have Slee Stack, which I'm really looking forward to trying. I haven't tried that yet, so we'll be doing some budget marijuana here in the next couple days over on the Mox Farms page. So if you'd like to see some reviews of budget weed, I will make that happen over on the Mox Farms page. The link is right there in the chat, or you can look in the text body of this video. Mox Farms, we'd love to have you join us. So I am pretty much all out of videos, and we don't have any phone callers, and it's like midnight. Oh, it's like 12:30. 3 a.m. on the East Coast. In case we got anybody from there. I do want to play the white privilege card, because you guys know how much I enjoy playing the white privilege card. So I'm going to do that at least once tonight.
Trump won the election. Among the suspects' possessions, this is real, a white privilege card. I want you to take a look at this. It's a fake white privilege credit card. Subtitle, Trump's everything. The card holder, scot-free, with 2 T's. Scot-free is actually spelled with 1 T, but, you know, 2 T's on that card. That one piece of evidence, an insight into the man's state of mind, that he can get away with anything because of his skin color. His lawyer saying...
Oh, wait, I got the wrong one. So this is real, people, a fake white privilege card. And, you know, he says this is real. Like everything else that he said for the last 5 years is not real. It's phony and made up, like most of the news today. You know, it's like if the if the news commentators, prostitutes, look into the camera and say, "I'm not going to lie to you." Well, what? You've been lying all this time and now you're going to tell the truth? I mean, somebody who tells the truth shouldn't have to say something like, "I'm not going to lie to you." Because anybody that tells you they're not going to lie to you, I would be very weary of what they're saying. Okay, so no phone callers. The do not disturb is off. No phone callers. I'm out of videos. I came here to take fat dabs and play videos and talk with phone callers, and we're all out of all. Well, I have more dabs, but I think I've had plenty for the moment. So we do this every Monday through Friday night at 7 p.m. Pacific time, except for last week when we were suspended because of medical misinformation. So, or it's mostly this week. So please go and sign up at the Mox Farms page, which there's a clickable link in the chat or in the text body of this video. Please go and sign up over there just in case this page does get deleted, because it looks like that's what they're trying to do with this medical misinformation crap, you know, because I guess we just can't question government agencies, we can't question government agencies anymore. And if you do, you will be shut up. Shut up. All right. So thanks so much for tuning in. We do this every Monday through Friday at 7 p.m. Pacific time, which means we'll be back on Monday. Same Mox time, same Mox channel. Until then, stay cool, because one of these days, this war is going to end. Stay cool till then.
No matter which mouth you feed on a two-headed snake, it still shits the same turd. But lucky for you, you have Mox News. More than 10 years. More than 60,000 videos. Mox News has been filtering the nonsense and illuminating the bullshit from your mainstream media. Turn off your TV and turn on to Mox News. For over a decade, documenting the socio-political events that have etched and carved the pathways that define today's modern mess, Mox News has been providing clarity while faithfully bringing you today's relevant stories 100% commercial-free and subscription-free. And just like Lady Liberty vows to remain free. But at this time, we're asking you for your help, your patronage, and your support to keep the lights on and the videos rolling. For less than 17 cents per day, you can become a basic subscriber, knowing that your donation is truly making a difference that will help continue bringing the news stories that make a difference in your life. Turn on, tune in, and drop a couple dimes today by clicking the link below or visiting moxnews.com and show your support at any level. From a single one-time donation or dedicated monthly subscriber, do it now in less than 2 minutes. All donations are safe, securely processed, and verified using PayPal, Visa, MasterCard, American Express, or Discover Card. As always, we're sure you'll find something of interest each and every day. This holiday season, give the gift of Mox. moxnews.com.
I mean, this coalition of misfits, and they cobble together and they don't attack each other, they stay united. I wish the coalition of misfits, and they cobble together and they don't attack each other, they stay united. Coalition of misfits, and they cobble together and they don't attack each other, they stay united. Coalition of misfits, and they cobble together and they don't attack each other, they stay united. Coalition of misfits, and they cobble together and they don't attack each other, they stay united. Coalition of misfits, and they cobble together and they don't attack each other, they stay united. Coalition of